Talksport from News Broadcasting.
See some changes to the side. Steve Clarke's already said that. Obviously, with Tierney not being there anymore, it might be a back four. Maybe he'll go a bit more offensive tonight. Maybe you'll see two up front, like Lawrence Shankland and Che Adams. Maybe we'll see Shankland get a run out as well from early on. I think he will have to make some changes tonight, but you want to just be. You just want to see a convincing performance now, a convincing win. And if they could do that, it would be brilliant. And then knowing that you're going to the round of 16 and another game, that's just everything. That would be everything to the fans and I'm sure to the squad.
Absolutely. Siobhan, how much pressure is Steve Clarke under with this match, with this tournament? It's a good qualifying campaign, we know that. Then he's come into the tournament and this last game is all or nothing essentially, and he never really sets off too much emotion in his press conferences. But do you think he's feeling the pressure?
Yeah, sometimes he can give you nothing. Steve Clarke, he won't let you in. He won't sit and give too much away. Actually, when you're listening to his press conferences and you're transcribing everything and writing it down, when you read it, you just think, not sure what to take from that. But I think he's been quite clear in this campaign that he's learned from what happened against Germany, that he gave players too much information. He's focused so much on rest and recovery this tournament compared to last time round, and making sure that the mental side of the game is in check with his players. Now again, he will not tell you how that they are doing that, but it's something that he's really focusing on, and I think if you can get to grips, Darren, you know this, with the mental side of things, that if you can believe and stay calm and get yourself together and not be fear of anything, you can go and do big things. But I think he is under pressure. It is all or nothing now. I think if he gets the 3 points, things are rosy, and if it doesn't go that way, well then it wouldn't be a good turnout, would it?
No, thank you, Shabana. We say good luck, but we don't want you to win. Have a great time, but don't do too well.
I don't want you to win either. Neutral.
I love it. Thank you very much, Ox. Our TalkSport Scotland correspondent, our very good colleague from TalkSport, Shabana. That was thanks to Carling, 18 plus. Please drink responsibly.
Camp updates on TalkSport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus, always drink responsibly.
And of course, that massive game will be on TalkSport tonight, presented by Hugh Wills, and commentary from Joe Shannon, the former Scotland striker, Chris Orlemo. That's at 8 o'clock, of course, Scotland against Hungary. You are listening to the Euro Game Day live on TalkSport, presented by Carling, the UK's #1 lager, 18 plus. Please drink responsibly. Scotland fans, keep those calls coming in, 03717 223344. We're going to be talking to you next.
Euro Game Day Live, delivered by TalkSport with Burger King. Get your classic Game Day flame grilled Whopper made fresh and delivered to your door. Order your Burger King delivery now.
Hey, you looking for car parts at unbelievable prices? Here at UPullit, the region's pull your own parts breakers yard, we've got them in the thousands. Headlamps at 28 quid, alloys 30 and batteries 15. A whole engine for just £154. With over 3,000 cars on the ground and new in every day, we've got the parts you need at prices you won't believe. Plus, we also buy scrap cars. You pull, you save. Upullit.co.uk. Prices may vary, terms and conditions apply.
Well, the wait is finally over. And watch this. The fans appear to be playing the free Coral Reward Shaker. The Germans are shaking with the efficiency we've come to expect. No fancy wrist work there. And they've won a free bet. Play the free Coral Reward Shaker to win guaranteed daily rewards and offers throughout the Euros. Coral, we're here for it.
18 plus UK. Max one reward or offer per player per day. Reward restrictions, requirements and T's and C's apply. Take time to think.
Nothing beats a Jet2 holiday. So why not swap down grey skies for glorious sunshine? Right now, you can save up to £60 per person. And we'll be with you every step of the way with award-winning VIP customer service. So don't miss out. Book summer now. Jet2 Holidays. Package holidays you can trust. International protected. Subject to availability and conditions.
Discover a new way of life at the World of Park and Leisure Home Show at the NAEC, Stoneleigh near Coventry. Explore the luxurious and affordable homes on display and get expert advice on the latest developments in leisure living. Plus, admission and parking are free. The World of Park and Leisure Home Show, sponsored by Berkeley Parks. Friday the 28th to Saturday the 30th of June. For more information, visit parkhomeandleisure.co.uk.
Put your three-lines knowledge to the ultimate test with the all-new TalkSport Football Trivia Board Game, England Edition. Use your on-target trivia skills to take on all challenges and score the ultimate board game bragging rights just in time for the summer of football. Featuring hundreds of weird and wonderful questions about the England men's football team. The TalkSport Football Trivia Board Game, England Edition. Available now at shop.talksport.com.
Next to me, on an anti-poaching operation. 2 days drive from anywhere. What's your gut say? Wanna change the radio station? Or jump in and keep us company? Still listening? You belong here. Army, recruiting now. Search Army jobs.
WWE returns this fall with all your favorite superstars, including the American Nightmare Cody Rhodes, Randy Orton, Bayley, Bianca Belair, and Jade Cargill, and more. Sunday, 13 October, Utility Arena, Cardiff. Monday, 14 October, M&S Bank Arena, Liverpool. Tuesday, 15 October, Utility Arena, Newcastle. Monday, 4 November, O2 Arena in London. Tuesday, 5 November, Motorpoint Arena, Nottingham. Wednesday, 6 November, Utility Arena, Sheffield. All tickets on sale now. Get yours, WWE.com/events.
Satisfy your appetite for a truly mouth-watering tournament of football. Euro Game Day Live, delivered by TalkSport with Burger King. Post-match action doesn't get any tastier than a Gourmet King's Barbecue Steakhouse Angus Burger. The unbeatable partnership of a flame-grilled burger and crispy fries. And every epic winner tastes better with a classic Whopper. Euro Game Day Live, delivered by TalkSport with Burger King. Total food satisfaction delivered to your door. Food film.
Euro Game Day Live on TalkSport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus, always drink responsibly. Bellingham was on the ball against Serbia. Brilliant goal! But there was something rotten in the state of Denmark.
They let Sebak, what for? Hang on, and it's finished 1-1.
Now, can England get a scent of the sweet smell of victory in Cologne? Slovenia awaits, and England expects. We have full, uninterrupted commentary of England versus Slovenia, live from Germany.
It is game on!
England versus Slovenia. This Tuesday night from 7 on TalkSport. Official broadcast of UEFA Euro 2024, Germany.
We're back on the win, guys. Euro 2024 off and running. We're live across the nation on TalkSport.
Only 4 points in the next 2 games, and that's what we focus on.
Scotland, it's been a Munich nightmare.
No positivity, obviously. We want to show, this tournament what Scotland are all about, and like I said, if we do that, then I believe that's the best way that we can get a result.
That's what us jocks do. We are an aggressive nation. Have to be brave in possession. Hold when your second ball. McTominay for Santos. It's in. It's deflected in.
We are a good team. We just forgot to show on Friday night.
Tartan Army pride. Tartan Army passion.
I've got to say it's an excellent point, but I'm disappointed it's not 3.
Hungary have no points from their opening 2 games, and their Euros looks threatened.
We might get beat because the opposition are better than us, but it won't be for the want of trying for sure.
And we know what we have to do. We know we have to win the game.
The most important thing was it gives you a fighting chance. Scotland get what could be an absolutely crucial point in their fight to reach the knockout stages of a major tournament for the very first time.
I guess we don't want to make up the numbers. We want to be here.
So you're listening to Euro Game Day Live here on TalkSport, presented by Burger King. Bring home the ultimate food satisfaction. Keith Theatre's delivered too. You like that, huh? It's not bad. It's not bad, the Scottish accent. It's not bad. Of course, it's Euro Game Day Live with me, Majestic, and former Crystal Palace midfielder Darren Ambrose. You know what? That's how me up, that little package there.
I know. Honestly, they do, don't they? They get it right.
They do it so well. I'm excited, of course, for the big game tonight.
I can't wait for them to lose.
Well, I've got a message here from Matthew in Fulham, who's texted us 81089. I'm English and indifferent how Scotland get on. It seems like a nice little country, and the people seem relatively fine too. So let them get on with it and enjoy their brief time in Germany. That's it. You done there, Matthew?
Very good.
Right, we'll take your calls and shortly, but first let's look at the latest.
TalkSport with William Hill. Prepare for greatness with William Hill. 18+gamblerware.org.
We welcome Ben Barron to the show. Ben, a couple of big games today. What are the pre-match odds for Scotland against Hungary and Germany against Switzerland?
Good afternoon, gents. We'll start with the German game. They've got to keep their wits about them. They don't want to give up top spot in that group. Should they finish second, they could end up with Spain or Italy in the next round. So they'll want to make sure they complete the job in that group. They're 7 to 10 to get the win. The draw is 13 to 5. Switzerland are 9 to 2. We do have the 2-up market in that game as well. Bets will be settled as a winner if the team you back lead by 2 goals at any stage in the 90 minutes, regardless of the result. I'll highlight the goal scorer for each side. Xherdan Shaqiri looks like a bit of interest at 4 to 1 to score at any time. We've got to talk about Jamal Musiala, 11 to 5 to score at any time tonight. He bagged in the first 2 games. Wouldn't put anybody off a bit of Jamal Musiala at those kind of odds. But in terms of our interest, there has to be in the Scotland game. Scotland are 13 to 8. I've heard your little package there. They know exactly what they need to do. They are just about favourites to get the win that would almost certainly be enough, probably to go through as a third place side. The draw is 13 to 5. Hungary are 6 to 4 in the market. We do again have that 2-up market that I've already mentioned. Couple of key players for Scotland tonight, of course. A lot of focus on Scott McTominay. 8 to 1 to score first, 27 to 10 any time. I don't mind that whatsoever. And for those of you who are putting together your bet builders for this fixture, don't forget we've got the 50% boost on all Scottish games with the bet builders. But Anthony Ralston, the Celtic defender, he's got to keep an eye on Dominic Szoboszlai all night. I'd definitely be including him in your bet builders for that game to have plenty of tackles. I think Scotland win. I think it could be cagey. I'm going to put Ralston over 1 tackle, McTominay at least 1 shot on target, and it all comes together at 10 to 1. With the boost, 15 to 1, I think Scotland have got what it takes to get the result they need tonight.
So when Scotland were to get through, what are the odds around their potential stage of elimination?
Interesting, isn't it? The group stage is still just about favourite, but with that third spot available to Scotland to squeak through, I don't think I want to touch any of that. I think I want to have a look at round of 16 in the next round. 5 to 2. It would be a tough game in the next round should they go through, particularly as a third place side. A quarter-final stage of elimination is 10 to 1. Semi-final 28. 66s they end up as runner-up. And anyone out there fancy them to win it at 250 to 1? Or is that asking a bit much?
I think it's a bit much, even for me and Dazza. Thank you, Ben. That was a look at the latest odds. Thanks to William Hill. Terms and conditions apply. 18+. BeGamblerWare.org.
In the Zone on TalkSport with William Hill. Prepare for greatness with William Hill. 18+gamblerware.org.
Right, as we are building you up to Scotland against Hungary today, we want to hear from you and what your big plans for the game are. Where are you watching it and who are you watching it with? We're loving the WhatsApp voice notes on the station. You sound brilliant and it makes you guys a part of the thing. And of course, TalkSport are powered by you, the fans. Send a WhatsApp voice note to 03717 223344 and tell us your plans for the big game for a chance to be played on air later in the show. This is your time for your war cries. The Terran Army are getting involved on the 037 17 22 3344. So give it a Terran Army. That's what I'm expecting. Don't forget to let us know your name and who you support. That number is 03717 223344. And you can feel free to give it to me and Darren Ambrose and say, listen, this is you do. Hey, I'm talking to Ambrose and Madman. We're going through. That's what I want to hear. I want to hear the war chants. That's all thanks to Carling. 18+. Please drink responsibly.
Come together on TalkSport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18+. Always drink responsibly.
Brilliant stuff. And of course, I put the war cry out there to my wonderful Tartan Army, and they have responded on 03717 223344. So let's head over to Stephen, who's a Scotland fan. Good afternoon, Stephen.
Hey, Stephen.
Hello, boys. Hello.
How are you?
I'm okay, mate. I'm okay. I'm just driving through to drop the rain off, and we're heading out to a wee trip garden to get ready.
Love that. You heard what me and Madge have been talking about. We don't want Scotland to win. Surely you understand that. You don't want England to win, do you?
Mate, I don't want anyone Scotland to win. I'd rather there was a rivalry. It's patronising than anything else. It's not for TV Scotland. I want you to want to do. I want you to battle do it as soon as possible. That's fine. There's no malice there. It's just geography and rivalry, isn't it?
Absolutely. And the thing is, we mentioned already, You know, the Titan Army have been absolutely superb, and we can recognise that as well. And listen, me as a musician and a performing artist, playing to Scottish crowds, they're the best crowds going, so it's very reflective in the Titan Army. But as we say, when it comes to football in terms, those rivalries is what we live for.
I would say, well, plenty of Scottish crowds is just the same as the Titan Army. We love a party, love a wee beer.
They really do. In terms of the game later on tonight, Stephen, how confident are you going into it? Because it will be such a big statement for Steve Clarke in Scotland. I think he's done wonderful things with the Scotland team, and there's some great players in that team.
There is, you know, I heard you talking earlier on about the media being kind to us. I think what it's done is it's highlighted the depth in the squad. We're missing Patterson and Hickey, for example, and we've got a Celtic sub and a Bristol City right back. And no disrespect to them, but it's just not elite level, and that's what's going to do us. If anything, it's the fact that we've got these players, your McGinns, your McTominays, but we've also got boys that aren't quite at that level, and it's just trying to batter through. And Scotland are very much a team, isn't it? It's not an individual. We've not got a Gareth Bale or anything like that. It's more about the squad and grafting away.
Absolutely.
Yeah, of course. Look, what's your prediction then? I know it's going to be a tough game. Even if you win, it's looking like it'll still be the third place, and you probably go through. But give us a prediction, and who's going to be your match winner?
Yeah, I don't like to tempt fate because Scotland are brilliant at a glorious failure. It's the golden tells us the tango in front of us.
You're talking to two Spurs fans, Stephen. We understand that feeling, mate.
Well, listen, I don't think we'll do it. I think it won't be free flowing tiki taka, but I think we'll do it. McTominay's your man for a goal, and it'll be scrappy, but I think we'll go through. That'll probably be the end of it for us, right enough. We'll look Portugal or Spain or something after that. But as I say, it'll be the first time we go through, and we'll take it, and we'll party on.
Brilliant. Stephen, thank you. Enjoy the game, my friend. Let's head over to David. He's a Rangers fan and a proud Scotsman. How are we, David?
David?
I'm good, guys. How are you?
Yeah, very well. I'm excited for this game later on. The build-up has been superb so far at Talk Sport. As a Scotsman, how are you feeling going into this? Is there nerves or are you confident?
No. What nerves do I have? But I'm hopeful.
I think you should be. There's enough quality in that team that you should be looking against a team like Hungary, thinking, hang on, you know, we've got the players like the McGinns and the McTominays in that side to just go there and get the job done.
I think, well, yeah, hopefully we'll go at that score. I think that suits the players we've got in the squad. And I think if we fill the midfield with McTominay, and Gilmour, and then play McGinn and Ryan Christie out wide with Kay Adams up front is the way I would go.
How big of an achievement will it be, David, if you can manage to get through first time in your history?
It will be the biggest achievement in Scottish football, no doubt.
What do you think then? What are you thinking of our little debate that we're having on here? We had Shaban on as well, and she said she's not supporting England, we're not supporting Scotland. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, first and foremost, let me say I'm a proud Scotsman, but second of all, I'm British. So I will be supporting England just as much as you guys.
I was not expecting that.
No, I wasn't, no.
I like that, though.
Why, David?
You're British.
Well, let me tell you what, I get the rivalry. In Scotland play England, I'm William Wallace.
Thanks, mate, all.
Yeah, 100%.
I love it.
But, you know, I spend my time watching the Premier League all winter, supporting English teams, English players. I'd be a hypocrite if I turned around all year long supporting English players in national tournaments.
Fair enough.
So,
in terms of your peers, your group of friends that you've got, are you the only one that feels this way?
100%, I'm the most unpopular.
I get that, yeah. Very well said. Do you know what? That's a very sensible, mature, and football-loving answer, to be fair to you, mate.
Yeah. Do you know what? The rivalry is great. You know, the banter's fantastic. But, you know, why would I want a German or Spain or Portugal to win the Euros ahead of England? I just don't understand it.
Because they're not your nearest rivals. It's like Madge born in London supports Spurs. He don't support every other London team either.
No, so if you know Chelsea were playing Barcelona.
Barcelona.
You're Barcelona.
Yeah, 100%.
Even though it would benefit
for English football for Chelsea winning the Champions
I'm
League?
not having Chelsea win the Champions League. I'm Barcelona all day.
My point is, you know, you're English, and then you're British.
Yeah.
You know, that's we're part of the United Kingdom, so why not support a team that's part of the United Kingdom?
Do you know what, David?
Bragging rights, that's why.
I'd actually...
If Scotland go further, the bragging
honestly,
rights that you've
quite
got.
honestly, I would probably feel the same as David, but it's the way everyone else feels that makes me go, okay then, I won't support you. Like Wales wanted us out. They hate us.
Singing in the chamber.
I know. Thank you, David. Brilliant
Top man,
call there.
David.
I've got a great message here from a Motherwell fan who's called Colin, the same name as my dad. Appreciate it, Colin. He's texted 1889, and I really like this message. He said, and now's the time to listen elsewhere. Don't do that. Stay with us, Colin. I'm Scottish. I want England to win. I feel sorry for the whole England team because of the vicious media of which you're a part of. Scotland's media don't treat their team like you lot. You're all so entitled. Who do you think you are? Rivalry is a good thing, but never mind Scotland, for goodness sake. You're more vicious towards your own country than a rival team. Disgraceful. That's from Colin and Motherwell. You know, I would agree with him in terms of how harshly treated the England team are.
Happy Colin, isn't he? Happy, isn't he?
Well,
it's a happy message, though.
No, but I like it. I like the rile-up from it because he's right. You know, in the press and the media, we do, you know, give those players a hard time.
Yeah.
But on the basis of every single week we're here on this same station going, the Premier League is the best product in the world.
Yeah.
We've got incredible players. Why is it when we go and talk about someone like, say, Conor Gallagher, he'll be going for 50, 60 million because he's an English player. So when all of that is put together, there's the entitlement is an expectation.
It comes with the territory.
It comes with the territory. And the thing is as well, Colin, moving forward, when we've gone from, you know, the semi-finals, getting to a final, with the type of players that England have in this team right now, especially with Jude Bellingham there, and Harry Kane, supposedly one of the best strikers in the world, this is what happens. This is expectation. I completely agree in terms of how harsh the media are on the England team.
Some of the messages going in, it's funny. I'm English and supporting Scotland tonight. They're like our less fortunate siblings. Knockouts still get battered anyway. No name on that one.
We've already started something here. English supporter here, but agree I'm British. Come on the Scot. We're sort of creating unity here. There's like the United Nations going on.
We had David on saying that, you know, why we want Portugal, Spain, etc. to win and not England, being a proud Scotsman. But like I said, you support Spurs, I support Spurs. When Spurs ain't playing, I don't want West Ham to win, I don't want Chelsea to win, and Arsenal because they're from London. I don't understand that.
Do you know what? Like, I'm a little bit like David to a degree, that I didn't really have any resentment towards anyone. It's everyone else, they hate us. I'm like, I'd always go to, like, you know, West Ham hate us. I'm like, I actually have a bit of a soft spot for West Ham. I like West Ham.
Everyone hates
and then they hate us.
Everyone hates
You get used to it, don't you?
Yeah, exactly.
I want to go to Chris, who's a Bournemouth fan who joins us. Good afternoon, Chris.
Hey, Chris.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
How are you? What are you up to? Driving?
I'm a lot driver.
You're grafting. I'm glad that we can help you try and get through the time a bit quicker. Listen, I wanted time to fly by the other night when England played because it was that abysmal. What's your feelings on the England-Scotland rivalry?
Right. Oh, it's Scotland.
You support?
I'm fully English.
Yeah.
And I'd like to say, I'm not going to watch the England game on Tuesday night.
What? Why?
I'm watching the England game on Tuesday night.
Why not?
Because Scotland got in their first game against Germany.
Yeah.
They came out the other night and showed a bit of foot. Right?
I agree with that.
Against Switzerland, yeah.
And they win one and go on defensive, of which they did the same thing against Denmark. And until Southgate leaves the place, they are not going to follow him.
We've got a bit of a bad line, Chris. We'll try and get Chris back in a second.
We've got to talk about that.
I want to talk to Chris. We need to talk to Chris. But I think what he's saying there is, I'm an Englishman, I'm an English supporter, but until Gareth Southgate leaves England, I'm supporting Scotland.
We've got to get Chris back.
I want Chris back on. Chris, when we get a better reception, my friend, we need to talk about that.
Yeah.
But listen, I can understand the frustration. There was let's try Chris again. Chris, I think we might have a better line for you now, sir.
Are we there now?
Yeah, I think we're better. So you're saying that until Gareth Southgate's gone, you're a Scotland fan?
Yes.
Wow.
Chris, you're a disgrace, Chris. Honestly, you are a disgrace. You're an England supporter, but because you've got a manager that you don't really like, you're now not an England supporter and you're going to support Scotland.
Yes, I am going to support.
Honestly, that's outrageous. Madge, you agree with that?
Hey, do you know what it is? Hang about, we've got another message coming here. Gents, I'm with Chris. I won't watch England under Southgate. How many other England fans are out there right now? 03717 223344. Tartan Army, I'm recruiting you fans here because you're getting more fans off the back of Gareth Southgate.
This has had not the effect that I was hoping for.
Listen, I'll be honest here. Between myself and Daz and our producer Ollie, we sat there and said we're going to be talking about Scotland this afternoon. I don't know how this is going to go. This is England fans defecting over the Scotland Tartan Army because they can't stand England and Gareth Southgate right now.
Would you ever do that?
I can't go that far, but
I can not support your country because you don't like the manager.
I can understand the frustration, and let me put this on air as well, because I think Gareth does get a very, very hard time, yeah? I think what Gareth Southgate has done with the national team and the fans and galvanising everyone together has been fantastic.
Yeah,
and he should always be respected for that, as a great manager in the camp and stuff. But for me, the way that he is operating as England manager right now, I can understand why there are fans that don't even want to watch England right now. Do you know what it is? I was saying this the other day. When we was playing Denmark, okay, we drew with Denmark. They're not no idiots.
Yeah.
Got some good players in there. Højbjerg was fantastic.
Yeah, he was.
Right? But when you're looking at that game, sometimes when Spurs are playing rubbish, yeah, I look at Timo Werner, Kulu, he's not great.
Yeah.
When I'm looking at Foden and Bellingham and these kind of players not being able to play to their potential, that's a whole different frustration, because I'm like, that's not on them.
Yeah.
That's on whoever's giving them the orders, yeah? Because I've seen Andy Pele has played somewhere else. So I can understand the frustration. But yeah, it's listen, I'm shell-shocked. Even the producer Ollie's like, guys, listen.
I know. Honestly, I didn't think it would have this kind of reaction.
Well, let's keep it going. Let's keep those calls coming in. I want to hear from the England fans. You've heard it there. Are you defecting to the Tartan Army because you're that frustrated with England and Gareth Southgate? We're going to be talking England as well. You listen to Eurogame, they're live here on TalkSport, presented by Carling, the UK's #1 lager, 18 plus. Please drink responsibly. We'll take more of your calls shortly, but next we're looking to ahead of today's Grand Prix and hear about who's missing out on Wimbledon. This is TalkSport.
Eurogame Day live on TalkSport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager, 18 plus. Always drink responsibly.
This tournament, prepare for greatness with William Hill. Get ready for last-minute winners, legendary goals, and straight red cards. Oh, what was he thinking? Win 25% more on every single game this tournament with Bet Builder Extra, online or in the app, only from William Hill. Available day before match to kick-off. Bet Builders and 3+ selections at 3 to 1 or more. Pre-match singles, match stake £20. Full T's and C's apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
Hey, look at the car parts at unbelievable prices. Here at You Pull It, the region's pull your own parts breakers yard, we've got them in the thousands. Headlamps at 28 quid, alloys 30 and batteries 15. A whole engine for just £154. With over 3,000 cars on the ground and new in every day, we've got the parts you need at prices you won't believe. Plus, we also buy scrap cars. You pull, you save. YouPullIt.co.uk. Prices may vary, terms and conditions apply.
Number 5, please.
Sure, and if you're a BP Me Rewards member, you get double points for fuel and shopping.
Oh, I've got something. I'll have one of these. 2 of these. We're going to need a bigger basket. With double BP Me Rewards points, you'll find yourself needing just about everything. So head to BP Store on the road shoppers. Fill up your tank and your basket so you can get those rewards double quick. BP, here for all of life's gems. T's and C's apply. Available at participating dealer-owned BP stores only. For details, see bpmerewards.co.uk/double points.
Driving ball by ball, kick by kick coverage of the biggest tournament in European football.
It is game on!
Euro Game Day live on TalkSport. Achtung, baby!
Good afternoon, you are listening to Eurogame Day live here on TalkSport, presented by Burger King. Bring home the ultimate food satisfaction. Keep your favourites delivered now. It's myself, me Majestic, alongside former Crystal Palace midfielder, Dan Ambrose. What's your go-to Burger King order, Ambrose?
Double Whopper.
You're a Whopper, yeah?
Double Whopper.
Yeah. Right, let's head over to Barry Cowan, former tennis player turned broadcaster, to tell us more about Wimbledon. Good afternoon, Barry.
Good afternoon, guys. How are we?
Yes, very well. You've got some big news to tell us about Wimbledon. A particular individual will not be there.
Yeah, unfortunately, we thought it was going to happen after Andy Murray announced a few days ago he was going to have a back operation. That's now forced him to miss Wimbledon, and it's looking very unlikely he's going to be able to make the Olympics. So what a big disappointment to Murray, who we all thought, and I think he's more or less hinted that this was going to be his last year, last Wimbledon. So then it sort of, we have to ask the question, will he try and make every effort to try and come back next year for one last hurrah?
Yes, possibly. He's gone through so much pain and injury, hasn't he, Andy? It's doing such a shame. Only earlier today, ironically, I was watching that final set against Djokovic when he won Wimbledon, and the aggression he showed to get through that. It's for him personally, it's got to be such a blow.
Yeah, I mean, he reached the pinnacle, and that's, I think, where it's been so hard for all of us, and I'm sure it's really hard for Murray, that when he did first have problems, and it was first noticeable certainly for the British public in 2017 at Wimbledon, and actually on one leg he still made the quarterfinals. But he was world number one at that stage. So the injury that he had, which is obviously well documented, and the film that he produced, which was astonishing, the lengths that he would go to get himself fit, which athletes at the top of their sport are always have that mindset. But the body is failing him at the moment. The mind's there. He's still willing. He still wants to do it, but the body just isn't allowing him to be able to play enough tennis. And unfortunately now, because he hasn't played much tennis and because he hasn't won many matches, the ranking's dropping. So then the opportunities are becoming less and less, and that's obviously got to be a really, really big difficulty for Murray right now in terms of his thoughts about the game.
I mean, with Andy Murray missing out, Barry, who are the other Brits to look out for at Wimbledon?
Well, I think Jack Draper's made huge strides. He's now the British #1, and what a week he's had. He won his first title a week ago today, and then followed up a few days later by beating Alcaraz, obviously the defending Wimbledon champion and the champion from Roland Garros. But I think we need to sort of, with Jack, to not get too carried away. I mean, if ever you were going to play Alcaraz, this week would have been the best week to play him. He'd come off the back, as I said, of winning Roland Garros, and the Grass Court preparation wouldn't have been that much compared to the amount of matches that Draper's played. And now, the better you do, the expectation increases, and rightly so. So Draper will expect that he'll be seeded. He'll expect third round minimum, potentially, fourth round, maybe last quarterfinals. But that comes a little bit more pressure from within, expectation from the British public. But I think he's sort of at a stage now where I think he can handle that better.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Barry. As you just heard there from Barry Cohen, former tennis player and the broadcaster, Andy Murray is out at Wimbledon. We'll be talking more about that, of course, on the network throughout the day. Let's turn our attention to the Spanish Grand Prix and go over to our F1 reporter, Fern Buckley, who joins us. Good afternoon, Fern.
Hey, Fern.
Afternoon, guys. How's it going?
I'm very excited. I'm actually going to be with you guys over at Silverstone for the F1 because I'm going to be playing there. So I'm excited to be there.
Oh my God.
So I'm getting excited now, obviously looking ahead to the Spanish Grand Prix. McLaren's Lando Norris pit Verstappen to pole position.
Oh my goodness, it was so exciting yesterday. Considering all the drama that was happening in the McLaren camp, obviously there was a fire in the kitchen area in their hospitality. Lando Norris caught up in that as well. Everyone got out safely. So added to that drama before qualifying yesterday, but it didn't faze him. He managed to get ahead. 200ths of a second he beat Verstappen's time by. No one thought it could actually be done. But Lando's just proving his worth right now. He is one to watch and one to give it to Verstappen, which is really nice to see at the moment, isn't it, as a fan?
Absolutely, and he's just getting better every race, Lando, and he's just growing in confidence. It's so good to see.
It's really lovely to see. And I've got to say as well, it's been really nice because McLaren, they had the firefighters back to the track to thank them for yesterday. Mercedes were helping out by feeding them the team because they've got no one to take to them right now. But Zach Brown, the head of McLaren, just said, I hope they don't think we're going to be repaying the favour by letting them pass Lando on track this afternoon. So it just shows that nice side of the sport as well.
What did you make of Verstappen's comments about the Red Bull dominance, saying it's completely gone? Why has he said that?
It's tricky, isn't it, really? Because at the moment, we are actually just seeing him challenge a little bit. And it's nice to have that excitement back in the sport because we all got a bit bored of it, I think, as Formula One fans. You want to see people attacking and fighting for pole position and for the Grand Prix wins. But I kind of agree with what his statement was about Red Bull dominance in the Silverstone ticket. Silverstone coming out and saying that the reason they're not selling tickets is because Red Bull are dominating right now, and I just think that it isn't necessarily the case. You know, it's getting more and more expensive for people to go to their home Grand Prix here in the UK, and it's just like people got to consider the cost of living crisis. You can't afford to spend 500 quid on a weekend, and that's just for the tickets alone. So, yeah, 50-50 with Max Verstappen, which I never thought I'd ever say.
Well, I look forward to hopefully seeing you over Silverstone, and this should be good as well. Thank you very much, Fern Barkley there. We're going to head to the Spanish Grand Prix, our TalkSport F1 reporter. Let's quickly get a quick call in on 03717 2233 44. Chris joins us. He's an Ipswich fan. How are we, Chris?
Hey, Chris.
Freedom! Yeah, come on! Love it! How are we, Chris?
Guys, okay.
Yeah, listen, I never thought I'd enjoy like a pre-Scotland game show as much as I have so far. Tartan Army have been on pure form. What do you make of the England-Scotland rivalry? Like we mentioned to our colleague Shaban, we love it. It's all fun and games for us.
I bet you just love Shaban, eh?
Yeah.
I mean, the Scotland-England rivalry, it's the oldest rivalry in football. But the problem that we've got is Scotland fans don't mind England as far as the football game goes. Okay? What we get annoyed at is mentioning 66 every 5 seconds in media. And the media hyping up England so much. And I think the problem with England right now is they've got the Paris Saint-Germain issue where you've got the best players on the planet, but they're not playing as a team. And the Scotland team, yeah, we got hammered against Germany, disappointing. We have got also an improving performance against Switzerland. So hopefully we can take that in tonight. I do fancy us tonight. I really do, but we need that Scotland-England rivalry, of course we do, you know.
So you don't mind England, though? So you supporting England on Tuesday?
There'll be 2 reasons why I'm going to say if England win it, I don't mind, because one, I've got a bet on them. And secondly, it might shut you up about 1966 and give you something else to gloat about.
Well, I didn't want to talk about Euro 96 where Gazza put Conor Henry in his bottom, but that's another thing. But Chris, realistically, what's your expectations for Scotland if they do go through to the next round, which will, of course, be the first time in Scottish football history? Is it from then it's just whatever happens, happens?
Yeah, I mean, you've got to remember the Scottish football teams for many years have been very much underachievers. I mean, we had our best chance of the World Cup in '78. And I think with the talent that we've got on show just now, we should be doing better, but our defence isn't the best. And I think that's our problem. But we'll give it a go. We always do. We do it on and off the park. We'll give it a go. People like it. People know that, you know, we tried. And I don't think Steve Clarke's under any pressure really either, because what he's achieved for the Scotland team has been remarkable.
It has been. Thank you very much, Chris. Great call. Keep those amazing calls coming in on 03717 223344. Should English fans support Scotland and vice versa? No. You're listening to TalkSport.
Euro Game Day Live, delivered by TalkSport with Burger King. Get your classic Game Day flame grilled Whopper made fresh and delivered to your door. Order your Burger King delivery now.
On an LNER train, you can go on a big day out, or you can just hang out. You can read a book, or you can write one. You can BLT, or you can G&T. You can zombie apocalypse, or rom-com marathon. You can clear your inbox, or think outside the box. You're free to do all this, or absolutely nothing. With food and drink served to your seat and space to stretch your legs, on an LNER train, it's freedom all the way. Book direct at lner.co.uk.
This tournament, prepare for greatness with William Hill. Get ready for last-minute winners, legendary goals, and straight red cards. Oh, what was he thinking? Win 25% more on every single game this tournament with Bet Builder Extra, online or in the app. Only from William Hill. Available day before match to kick off. Bet Builders and 3+ selections of 3 to 1 or more. Pre-match singles, match stake £20. Full T's and C's apply. 18+. BeGambleAware.org.
Hey, you looking for car parts at unbelievable prices? Here at You Pull It, the region's pull your own parts breakage yard, we've got them in the thousands. Headlamps at 28 quid, alloys 30 and batteries 15. A whole engine for just £154. With over 3,000 cars on the ground and new in every day, we've got the parts you need at prices prices you won't believe. Plus, we also buy scrap cars. You pull, you save. YouPullIt.co.uk. Prices may vary. Terms and conditions apply.
Pump number 5, please.
Sure, and if you're a BP Me Rewards member, you get double points on your fuel and shopping.
Oh, I forgot something. I'll have one of these. 2 of these. We're going to need a bigger basket.
With double BP Me Rewards points, you'll find yourself needing just about everything. So head to BP's all on the go charter lanes. Fill up your tank and your basket so you can get those rewards double quick. BP, here for all of life's gems. T's and C's apply. Available at participating dealer-owned BP stores only. For details, see bpmerewards.co.uk/double points.
Kilograms in just 15 minutes. We just can't say what sticks like turbo sticks like, but you can probably guess, and it really does. Sticks like turbo from Evo Stick.
Put your pre-lounge knowledge to the ultimate test with the all-new TalkSport Football Trivia Board Game England Edition. Use your on-target trivia skills to take on all challenges and score the ultimate board game bragging rights just in time for the summer of football. Featuring hundreds of weird and wonderful questions about the England men's football team. The TalkSport Football Trivia Board Game England Edition. Available now at shop.talksport.com.
The future of eco-friendly gardening and landscaping is here. Introducing the Ego Pro X range of battery-powered outdoor power equipment. A super tough, super powerful range for the hard-working professionals, the landscapers, the groundsmen, and the gardeners who demand the best. Say goodbye to the noise, the fuss, and the fumes of petrol, and embrace a greener, cleaner solution. The Ego Power Plus Pro X range. Power beyond belief. Search Ego Pro X today. Satisfy your appetite for a truly mouth-watering tournament of football. Euro Game Day Live, delivered by TalkSport with Burger King. Post-match action doesn't get any tastier than a Gourmet King's Barbecue Steakhouse Angus Burger. The unbeatable partnership of a flame-grilled burger and crispy fries. And every epic winner tastes better with a classic Whopper. Euro Game Day Live, delivered by TalkSport with Burger King. Total food satisfaction delivered to your door. That's food fulfillment.
Euro Game Day Live on TalkSport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus, always drink responsibly.
On 10:89 and 10:53 a.m. Online, on the app, on your smart speaker. Official broadcast of UEFA Euro 2024 Germany. TalkSport. Talk Sport.
Good afternoon with your sports headlines. I'm Steve Forbes. Andy Murray's hopes of a Wimbledon farewell look to be over for good, we think. The ATP Tour posted the two-time champion is out of the tournament following surgery to remove a spinal cyst, but the post has since been removed and there's been no confirmation from Murray's camp. John McGinn's told us he's taking extra motivation from the doubters to be part of the first Scotland team to reach a Euros knockouts.
The best thing in football is proving people wrong, and I don't think a lot of you think we can make that step. We could so believe in the that we can, and we're more excited and really keen to get going rather than feeling any sort of pressure.
A win over Hungary later, live on TalkSport, would likely see Scotland into the last 16. These supporters have told TalkSport how confident they're feeling.
A win, easy win, actually, no fears, no doubt about it. I think just we're going to catch it today.
I'm not really expecting a win, but I hope for a win. I believe that we can.
Harry Kane's crisis management is what's claimed to have been held within the England camp following a disappointing Euros so far. It's reported the captain held a private meeting with just the players to rally the troops ahead of their final group game against Slovenia on Tuesday. Football writer Henry Winters told the Sunday edition it's individuals who are failing to play as a team.
Best player in Spain, best player in the Bundesliga, best Phil Foden, best player voted Footballer of the Year. In this system, with this atmosphere in the camp at the moment, they're not enough.
TalkSport understands that Michael Olise has completed his transfer from Palace to Bayern, while Newcastle will consider cashing in on striker Callum Wilson this summer. And it's lights out in Barcelona as the Spanish Grand Prix got underway. McLaren's Lando Norris started on pole, hoping to clinch a second victory this season, but he's already been overtaken by George Russell, who's now the race leader.
TalkSport News.
All flights have been cancelled from Terminals 1 and 2 at Manchester Airport until further notice after a major power cut. The issues resulted in huge queues and disruptions of baggage processing, while some incoming flights have been diverted to other airports. And a Conservative data chief, who's the fourth party official to be accused of betting on the day of the general election, has denied wrongdoing. Nick Mason's being investigated by the Gambling Commission.
Talk Sport weather.
Dry and warm with sunshine for many today.
The style, the pace, the football. Don't miss any of the Euro 2024 action. Now, here comes the good stuff. Euro Game Day Live on Talk Sport.
Good afternoon, you're listening to Euro Game Day Live with me, Majestic, and former Crystal Palace midfielder Darren Ambrose, aka Imagine Daz.
Imagine Daz.
Imagine Daz. Back on
Where's
Talk
the theme
Sport.
tune?
No, just get on. I think it mentions Friday night.
Oh, yeah.
Shortly we'll be crossing live to Harry Kane's press conference ahead of the Slovenia game and taking calls on what Gareth Southgate needs to change for the match. Oh my God, there'll be a few on that. But first, we're going back to the lines to discuss whether you should support Scotland if you're English, and vice versa. This is Euro Game Day Live here on Talk Sport. I'll tell you what, the Texans are coming in thick and fast on 8:10:89. They've even moved it over to the T20 cricket, of course, which we'll talk about later as well. My sister's family all support USA today. Lived there now 20 years. Come on, England! Of course, he'll take on USA in the T20.
We've got a good reaction for this, by the way, haven't we?
Oh, it's been brilliant.
Better reaction than I thought we'd get with it. But rivalry's rivalry.
But then there's a few people going, I support, I'm Scottish, I support England.
Yeah,
it's been
I'm
crazy.
looking forward to one of our next callers, actually.
Well, Andy, the Crystal Palace fan. I said over to Andy, he's a Crystal Palace fan. How are we, Andy?
Hi, Andy.
Very well, thank you.
How's your afternoon been so far? Everything good?
Yes, absolutely lovely. Lovely weather. I live in Yarmouth now, but I used to live up in Croydon.
Oh, Yarmouth. I love Yarmouth. Pleasure beach in Yarmouth. I've had a good time there as a kid.
Oh, fantastic, fantastic.
Especially when the weather's nice, you definitely can't beat it. Listen, what's your thoughts on the England-Scotland rivalry, Andy?
Well, definitely. I'm a Britishman. I'm a British person. I'm English. I support England, but obviously I support the home nation. So if England were to make it, I'd be supporting Scotland.
Wow.
Andy, mate, come on. You've got to be one of the only ones that feel this way.
I don't care what anyone else feels. I just feel that, you know, well, to be honest with you, I feel Scotland play with a lot of passion, a lot more passion than England ever do. They sound like a load of wussies when they play. And as far as I'm concerned, if we had the same passion that Scotland had, we'd already be through the next round.
Do you know, Andy, I completely agree in terms of...
Basically are, though.
No, I agree what Andy's saying in terms of the passion that the Scottish team show when they play. Even the fans, and they're singing, like you said...
They've never qualified from their group.
I know, because...
passion gets you nowhere.
But their argument is they're a smaller nation, they don't have the players that we have, and exactly what Andy's saying is, if we had a little bit of the injection of the passion that Scotland players are playing with, Andy, right, with our talent, we should win.
Exactly. Yeah, if England was to put... You know, you watch our players, you see some of the other teams going in for balls, and they're like kicking the crap out of other people, whereas England going in...
Tommy...
That's not passion.
Let's find out if Tommy, the Leeds fan, agrees. Tommy, Scotland-England debate. Are you supporting Scotland, Tommy?
Tommy, you in a toilet or something?
Tommy, are you in a tunnel? You sound very reverby. Can you get
like you've got your head in a bucket or something?
That's much better.
What was you doing?
I was actually in the toilet.
I thought you was. I knew you was.
Do it.
The bookies from the Bells in Scotland.
What, to lose?
No, I thought Scotland would do well, apart from if they play England. The same as Ireland. Same as unless they play England, yeah, I want to do well.
Do you know these other nation supporters hate the English?
Everyone hates the English. That's half the course, isn't it?
So why do you want the other teams to win and do well?
Because they're our cousins, they're our friends, they're our... You know what I mean? They're local to us.
Absolutely, I agree with that, Tommy.
No, but they're your bragging rights.
But like we said, Shaban, who's our colleague, who I love dearly.
The bragging rights for them to say that. That's what simple. Gascoigne overhead his head.
Yeah, brilliant.
That's bragging rights. That's...
But do you know what, Tommy? I'm with Daz in terms of, I actually felt like that, and I definitely felt that about Wales, definitely felt that with Scotland, but then you start hearing the Scotland fans singing about Maradona, and you're thinking, hang about, what am I going to do?
Players in the dressing room.
Liverpool fans sing things, man. All fans sing things. Yeah, it can be wrong, but yeah, sometimes it's funny when it's not offensive. But When we were beating Holland and Scotland going through on our back, they wanted Holland to score. So they didn't go through on our back. That's ridiculous, but that's football, isn't it?
Thank you, Tommy. Tommy was in the bookies and the toilets, so we're going better now. Let's head back over to Fern to get some updates from the Spanish Grand Prix. How's it looking, Fern?
Well, Max Verstappen is leading the race. There were concerns about Lando being able to hold off Verstappen in the opening 600 metres of the race. Then out of nowhere, from fourth place, George Russell got full advantage of the slipstream, squeezed past his teammate Lewis Hamilton, Verstappen and Lando to get to the top spot, but only 3 laps for Verstappen, just proving his dominance issues where they don't exist.
The Flying Dutchman does it again.
Yeah, he does. But there's 60 laps to go, so there's still a long way. Anything could happen.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Fern. We're going to keep you updated, of course, throughout the show on the F1 in Spain. You listen to Euro Game Day live here on Talk Sport, presented by Carling, the UK's #1 lager, 18+. Please drink responsibly. Next, we'll be hearing live from England striker and captain Harry Kane.
Euro Game Day live on Talk Sport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager, 18+. Always drink responsibly.
A Mexican wave. It travels at the speed of a gold medal sprinter. Around the world's biggest grounds in under a minute. And produces enough energy to power a stadium's lights. It's a movement so colossal, it can turn the tide of a game. So next time a wave comes your way, join in. Ladbrokes, bring your wave. 18+, take time to think.
Hey, you looking for car parts at unbelievable prices? Here at You Pull It, the region's pull your own parts breakers yard, we've got them in the thousands. Headlamps at 28 quid, alloys 30 and batteries 15. A whole engine for just £154. With over 3,000 cars on the ground and you in every day, we've got the parts you need at prices you won't believe. Plus, we also buy scrap cars. You pull, you save. YouPullIt.co.uk. Prices may vary, terms and conditions apply.
Nothing beats a Jet2 holiday. So why not swap dark grey skies for glorious sunshine? Right now, you can save up to £60 per person. And we'll be with you every step of the way with award-winning VIP customer service. So don't miss out. Book summer now. Jet2 Holidays. Package holidays you can trust. Atronach protected. Subject to availability and conditions.
UEFA Euro 2024 Germany.
He's done it again.
Tonight from 8, uninterrupted, on location commentary of Scotland versus Hungary.
McTominay to the centre. It's in.
On Talk Sport.
Good afternoon, you're listening to Euro Game Day live here on Talk Sport, presented by Burger King. Bring home the ultimate food satisfaction. Give your favourite deliveries now. It's with me, Majestic, and of course, former Crystal Palace midfielder Darren Ambrose, who played for various other clubs, including Charlton, Ipswich, Newcastle United, Birmingham, Colchester,
Apollon Smyrnis.
There you go. It's quite the CV.
Apollon Smyrnis.
I like that. So you mentioned before about Burger King, you said the Whopper.
Yeah,
do you know what?
Double Whopper.
Double Whopper.
Double Whopper.
Do you know what?
They still do that. They must still do a double Whopper.
But do you know what they need to bring back?
Go on.
The sweet chili chicken royale. They don't do that no more.
Chicken royale is amazing.
It's
with the sweet chili.
With the sweet chili, it's a game changer.
Brilliant.
But it's not on the menu anymore.
Is it not?
Come on, guys.
Why? Come on, Burger King.
Come on, Burger King. I know you're listening. Sort it out. Right, we're going to be crossing over to Harry Kane's press conference in a moment's time, but let's talk about the striker and the captain, because been much debate about him. Well, a lot of the pundits really gave him a lot of stick in the game against Denmark. And you know what? Rightly so.
I think
rightly so.
Good, because I think you and I differ a little bit on this.
Right. The way that England is set up, etc., you need somebody pressing. You need somebody pressing the way that we're set up. And I think we, as Spurs fans, we know this very well. Sonny did a lot of the running for Harry Kane and pressed well. That's why Harry was so good at coming deep, receiving the ball, and then doing what he does best. He's so good at going deep, and he's incredible at that. I think he's brilliant. And, you know, I just think that when Ollie Watkins came on, he was energised. We got our first corner of the game. We got in behind. I think when you're playing and the way that we're set up, you need some runners in behind. And you need to be pressing on the front foot. And Harry just doesn't look at it at the moment. I don't know whether that's because of injury or maybe possibly age, getting a bit older, but he just doesn't look at the race at the moment. Yes, he's the guy that can score on a turn like he did.
Yeah.
But we need to take the game to some players. There's some teams that we're not doing at the moment.
I think you've hit the nail on the head in your initial statement when you said Sonny done all his running.
Yeah.
You can see that. I can see that. Why can't Gareth Southgate see that? He's being played wrongly in this team. He's not a number 9 that's going to stay up there and drag and get in behind. I had a little bit. I had a little bit on X after I put a tweet out, and it got a lot of reaction, a lot. And I never go back and forth, but I was going back and forth with people.
Clashed with Gabby.
Yeah, it was a heated clash. It was, by all accounts. But no, Gabby basically said back to me, so he plays 90 minutes every game? Because I said I don't think you take your best goal scorer off in games when you need a goal. And I said, absolutely not. I don't think he comes off. No matter what, if he's
add to it with him.
Yeah, he's playing. And he said, yeah, but Ollie Watkins scored 19 Premier League goals. Brilliant. Bring Ollie Watkins on. Bring him along on with Kane.
Yeah.
So
I agree with that.
I just thought that he needs runners. Phil Foden wasn't running behind. Saka wasn't really running behind. They were trying to come in and get the ball. Jude Bellingham wasn't really running behind, so he was coming in, dropping too deep to try and get the ball, which he does. We've seen that at Spurs for years and years, but he had runners, so that's what you needed. So I just felt, look, take Jude Bellingham, put him back at an 8, put Kane as a 10, bring Ollie Watkins on. Let Kane, our most creative player, our best goal scorer in the whole team, who do you want a chance to fall to out of anyone is Harry Kane. No matter how badly he's playing, he can score you a goal out of nothing. Bring him and get the best out of him, which essentially will get the best out of Foden.
Sorry to interrupt you. We had a message here on 1889, and not left their name, but they're absolutely spot on. We had Sterling doing the press.
Agreed.
Absolutely spot on.
We all know that's Harry Kane. Harry Kane is essentially, remember Teddy Sheringham?
Yeah.
Never had blistering pace. Kane is quicker than everyone thinks, by the way, but he's not got blistering pace. He's not got maybe the energy anymore to shut down fullbacks, and so you have to play him.
It doesn't mean he doesn't work hard, because Harry does work hard off the ball all the time. But he's not on the front foot press.
He's along with Jude Bellingham, he's our best player. He's the one that everyone looks to. He's the focal point, and you're playing him wrong.
And frustratingly as well, and it's so unfair on Trent. This is so unfair, because I still think Trent is a quality player, right? You look at the way that Trent plays for Liverpool, even as a wing back.
Yeah.
The players that he has go in behind. So his range of passing that he has, which is incredible, it's over the top. Players are in.
Yeah.
We're not playing like that.
We've got 3 players playing out of position. Trippier playing out of position. Foden playing out of position. Not getting the best out of him at all, by the way. There's an argument that he doesn't play the next game. And you've got Trent playing out of position.
I'm going as far as to say that Jude Bellingham is playing out of position, because I think in the way that Real Madrid play, when you've got Vinicius Junior, etc. around you, that's the reason why he's able to arrive late in the box, because they're in behind.
I agree. Play Ollie Watkins in the next game. He has got the energy, the pace, he's got the enthusiasm to shut down the defenders, the youthfulness as well.
Okay, so Kane drops into the 10.
Kane drops into the 10. And I think you play Jude and Declan Rice. And Jude as the 8 running in behind. And when Kane drops too deep, Jude can go and support Ollie Watkins. Awesome. I just think he's being played wrongly. And if you look, as we got the text there with Sterling doing the running and Sonny doing the running at Spurs, and the wide players running in behind when he drops. You remember I can't remember the game it was. He set a couple of goals up. He set Rashford up. It was one of our best performances in recent times, and it was Kane dropping deep, and he had runners going in behind, and he found them.
Well, someone said here we should be playing 4-3-3 with Kane as a false 9.
Look, we're not utilising our best players the way they should be utilised. We know this. We know it's
and hopefully, because there's got to be a reaction from Gareth Southgate, surely, that he does it in this game. We look really good, and we can go forward in the competition, rather than it happening later on, and we're going, well, we never did that, because we managed to...
Absolutely, and we say, look, as Spurs supporters, we've watched him for years and years, and it frustrates us sometimes that stop dropping so deep. My son, he's 12, 13 now, and he used to say, why does he keep coming so deep? But that's his game. He's not going to change the way he plays, because...
And it's effective when you have runners in behind.
Absolutely, and if he does change the way he plays, it takes away his game. This is look, probably not England's best ever goal scorer, but he's the record holder. Of course, Jimmy Greaves obviously holds, I think, the goals to games ratio and in terms of his goals. But Harry Kane is our record goal scorer, and it's no coincidence that he can drop deep and still get beyond and score the goals as the backup number 10 stroke player. So I think you utilise your best players the way, and if there's players in the team that aren't in their correct position, like Foden, I felt before the tournament needs to play, but for some reason he's not performing the way he does at Man City, and maybe that's down to Gareth Southgate and where he's being played.
But perhaps this is, for example, if we go and get Kane in the 10, Gordon next to him.
Yeah.
Go again with Saka.
Yeah, I think you go again with Saka. And tell Saka when Kane drops off, make the runs in behind, because he will find you.
Ollie Watkins as the 9.
Imagine Gordon, Saka and Watkins running off Harry Kane dropping deep.
Already.
And Bellingham going in behind him as well.
As a defensive-minded player, you're thinking, oh, I've got a bad night.
Look, no matter who you are, you could be one of the best centre-halves in the tournament in terms of Rudiger, for instance, who I think is outstanding. You're coming up against those four, running, and Jude going in behind as well. You're thinking it's going to be a hard day today.
The other thing as well, with those runners running in behind, then they're taking the likes of Rudiger away. It gives the likes of Kane to move into that space, which then allows Bellingham to move forward from the 8th position.
Exactly.
Here we go. You guys say play Watkins, and I agree, but what happens if we play Watkins and he scores a hat-trick? What then? Are you dropping him? The answer is we need 2 strikers, 3-5-2 with Gordon and Trent on the sides. We're not saying to drop Harry Kane, we're saying to play him in the 10.
Absolutely don't drop Harry Kane. I'm a massive advocate that you play him no matter what when he's fit. And look, I've had my debates back and forth on X in the last few days with various people, but I will stick with that. I will double down. You don't drop your all-time best or out-and-out record goal scorer in the tournament. What's happening is experimenting is not working. I don't feel who was that just said that the 3-5-2, was there a name on that one? But playing Trent, I don't think will work, because I don't think Trent's going to go in behind. You need Saka, Anthony Gordon, and even if it's Foden, you say don't come in. You make your runs in behind.
Message from Paul here, regular contributor to the network, the Man City fan. He says, can't believe what I've just heard. Bellingham is our best player with Kane. On what planet do you put Bellingham ahead of Phil Foden? Bonkers comment. The Geezer's just won the Champions League with Real Madrid.
Look, there's an argument that Foden has had a better season or not.
Foden's an incredible player, but this is the thing, Paul.
They're not saying a random player's better than Bellingham, better than Foden. Come on now.
I think we're so frustrated as England fans because we're yet to be able to see the Phil Foden that we see for Manchester City playing for England. And that's not Phil Foden's fault. He's been played out of position.
It's happened for years and years. Look at the Gerrard, Lampard, Scholes debate. It's happened for years and years. You're fitting players into a system that doesn't work. It doesn't work for the players. Either change the system for these players or play your system but put the best players in those positions.
Absolutely. And the thing is, as well, as you mentioned before, Harry Kane, he will get you a goal. If he's there in the box, he will be able to finish. And we saw it in the week, but we are missing that front foot. From Mactoon fan, there's no balance in the team. This is the problem. Drop Trent, move Foden inside as a 10 and put Gordon on the left. He's going with, this is his team, Pickford in goal, Walker, Stones, Gay, Trips, Bellingham and Rice, as we mentioned, Saka, Foden, Gordon, and he's sticking with Kane. I think Gordon still can get down the side. I'd love to see Gordon play, but I do think having Ollie Watkins as... Look at the assists Watkins has got this season as well as goals. He's been phenomenal.
I mean, we're playing against Slovenia, where essentially we should win this. Let's be honest, if you're looking logically, we should win. So if there's ever an opportunity, you're not experiment with Ollie Watkins as a number 9, that's where he plays. You're not experiment with Kane as a 10 because he's good at that job. Right, Bellingham as an 8, that's where he played at Dortmund. I know he's pushed on with Real Madrid. Anthony Gordon, that's not an experiment.
No.
Put your players there against Slovenia and see how they handle it. You can always take Watkins off, put Foden in the 10, put Kane as a number 9. You've got so many options, but I do agree you need someone to stretch the defence, but I don't think you drop Kane in doing so.
This is it. This is what the controversy was, is do you drop that guy? And I know you mentioned about like Lineker and Shearer talking about dropping Kane. Imagine if they got dropped when they were...
I played with Alan Shearer.
Tell me more, come on.
Not so much much what he would do if he was dropped, because as a player, every player in the team, if he was getting substituted after an hour, you'd be like, is he injured? You wouldn't think anything other than it's an injury. Now, he would have been extremely disappointed, as would Gary Lineker, and I just felt it was a little bit harsh that them tearing Harry Kane to shreds at the end of the game.
Well, listen, we're going to come off that for a moment. We're going to head back over to the Spanish Grand Prix. Our TalkSport reporter, Fern Buckley, has the latest.
Well, Verstappen has been in the lead, but he's just come into the pits right now, so Lando Norris has got back into the top spot. We're at the stage, guys, where everyone's trying to manage their tyres right now. There's no big gaps between each other, and there's lots of corners, it's windy as well, tyre strategy is huge, and it's going to cause a lot of problems, all of this, on degradation, especially on the tyres on the left. So whoever calls this strategy right today are going to find themselves on the top of the podium. The Mercedes have just been brought in. Look, Norris seems to be staying out, so they've got this call. We'll see if it goes well. There's also still plenty of time, 48 laps to go in Spain.
Fantastic, thank you, Fern. We have the F1 updates throughout the show. Harry Kane's just appeared. He's throwing some darts at the moment. Is that insult to James Maddison? You're not here, mate. No,
might be picking a team, whatever it lands on, what numbers it lands on.
Who's going to play in midfield?
The Harry Kane is not stupid, let's be honest. He's the England captain.
Harry Kane is not the problem.
He's not the problem.
It's the system, right?
And he'll know the criticisms that he has dropping deep, yet he still does it. So that's what he's being asked to do. It's just not played correctly, in my opinion.
I think you're talking about systems. How is it not possible for the manager not to change it mid-game? Every other manager that has won anything at all has the ability to change it mid-game. The players look utterly lost and confused. That's from blunders on the M4.
There's the argument. That's the argument everyone says about having Gareth Southgate as the manager. He doesn't think like that. He sticks to his one system, and that's what he does. He just changes personnel. You rarely see him change system.
Joe's messaged us as well. He goes, I'm about to talk about the England selection. I would drop Foden, and no one talks about it, even though he doesn't fit in and he's underperformed. He's left his number for us. Joe, 03717 2233. Now, we can cross live to the press conference of England striker and captain Harry Kane.
So far, please play your own admission, not foreign or civil squad yet. Only win this game against the Woody Local team.
I think my message was still picking up results whilst doing that. But yeah, I think Tuesday is important just for the feeling of the group. Of course, we want to finish top as well and just kind of take that momentum into the knockout stages. So yeah, and just for more all round, just to have a better feeling coming off the pitch and yeah, hopefully take that for the rest of the tournament.
The calmness from you guys is very, very obvious. I mean, you've been there and seen it all in most of the tournaments. But I think there's a feeling amongst us guys in the media and maybe amongst the fans that there are more problems to solve maybe than we've seen in other tournaments under Gareth. What do you make of that yourself? Do you think there have been more issues coming into the tournament and maybe more that you're still trying to work out?
Well, I think, yeah, maybe leading up into the tournament there was, situations, especially with probably fitness towards the back end of the season for quite a lot of players, and even in the selection that the manager had to choose between players who were injured and not quite fit. So yeah, maybe leading up there's been a bit of a difference. I think yeah, in the past two tournaments especially, we've been on the same amount of points, the same kind of, we won the first, we drew the second, but yeah, I don't think we played well in the Denmark game. I think we dropped below what we know we can, but yeah, overall I think we are calm. We have been here before. We've got a lot of experience, so it's not a time to panic, of course, but it's a time to obviously try and improve. And I think yeah, for me, I think always in these tournaments, especially these early stages, it's almost I love my sports. It's almost like a boxer in the first couple of rounds, just seeing where everyone's at, seeing how you feel. Or a golfer in a major tournament, just kind of, okay, it's the first round, don't play yourself out of the tournament, just be calm. And that's kind of where, I think, where we're at. We're looking where we can improve, and of course we know we can improve, but it's not a time to panic. I think we need to change everything and change loads of stuff. We just need to, a few fine details that I think will help us.
We've talked a lot about your fitness.
Yeah.
How fit are you at the moment? And the crucial question for me, I think, is do you feel you're able to play in all of these games out here with England at the level you would want to be able to?
Yeah, I do. I think I spoke before the tournament, and of course we said about the preparation leading up to it. I thought was pretty good for me personally. And even the games in the tournament, you know, the first game I felt as fit as I have all season, and of course I know I come off in the second game, but that was down to the manager wanting to see different and maybe freshen up the front players especially. So from my point of view, I'm fit. I'm, you know, getting better and better each game and fitter each game. And I've spoken previous tournaments about the same thing, about, you know, trying to make sure you're coming into your peak towards the most important part of the tournament, which is the knockout. So as always, time will tell. You know, if we get knocked out, then of course there'll be a lot of questions asked. But I think, you know, from my point of view, it's important that going into this knockout stage, you're feeling 100%, and I feel I'm there.
Hi Harry. Like among the players after the first two games, and what have you been working on since the Denmark match?
Yeah, the talk's been pretty much kind of what we spoke about, you know, just to be calm. We're in a good place, even though we know we haven't quite reached the levels that we can. But it's been pretty much how it always is. You know, the lads get on very well. We had a bit of time with the families, which is great. There's always that stage of the tournament where, you know, you start to miss your families a little bit and miss the kids. So it was great to see them the day after the game. Yeah, we've been training. I trained yesterday, trained today, obviously on the stuff preparing for the game on Tuesday. And yeah, like I just said, just touching on the fine details and the things that we feel like we can improve. And watching back the games, we know there's areas that I think will really help us.
There's been lots of talk after the game, as you can imagine. But have you seen or heard any of the criticism about your own performance? And if you have, what have you made of it?
Yeah, I mean, I try and stay off it as much as possible. I think it's almost impossible not to see some stuff nowadays with all the different platforms. But yeah, I think me as a player, you know, everyone's entitled to their own opinion, and I know when major tournament football's on, it's going to be even heightened, and you know, every performance is going to be scrutinised. And yeah, if I'm honest with myself, have I played the best that I know I can? No, but you know, I didn't score in the group stage in the World Cup. I didn't score in the group stage in the Euros. So from my point of view, it's a bonus to be one goal ahead. But yeah, you know, I'd always judge myself first, and of course I know I can play better, as I know, you know, a lot of the players think the same in the team, that we can all play a little bit better. And yeah, and that's what I do, you know, I don't panic, I don't get, like, you know, too high or too low. I'll keep doing what I do, and yeah, just go on to the next one.
And after the Denmark match, Gareth Southgate said that the team aren't able to press how they'd like because of the physical condition. What's that like for you to deal with? Is it frustrating? Are you feeling a big difference when you're out there?
No, I just think both games playing against the back three just maybe caused us a little bit of confusion on the pitch. You know, we prepared for the game, but then yeah, I just think there was certain things where we couldn't quite get the pressure that we wanted, and we weren't 100% sure of when to go, and it's hard. And when you're playing against good teams, sometimes when the momentum goes against you, you struggle to kind of get it back. And then I don't think we was great with the ball, which then led to, you know, feeling like you're just running and constantly running. And then so it was tough to kind of turn that momentum around. So yeah, I think in the next game it'll maybe pose a different threat because of the formation. It's more likely going to be different from Slovenia. So yeah, hopefully we can show a bit more energy and a bit more enthusiasm, especially without the ball, and I think that will help us with the ball as well.
That was England striker and captain Harry Kane talking at his press conference there. Guys, what did you make of some of the reactions there?
I think he speaks really well. I really do. I know he always has done. Kyle Walker emphasised this fact as well. Don't panic. Stay calm. That's what they're doing. The idea is to get out of the group. Performance-wise, yeah, not too good. Yeah. And he said his personal performance as well has not been up to his standards, which was refreshing to hear. But he said that, like he said, it's like a boxer. He likes to have a talk like a boxer, just get a feel in the first few rounds. And you know, he's a smart guy. And he spoke about.
Tyson did that against Usyk and got battered.
Yeah. He spoke about he's already one goal ahead of previous tournaments. So although he's his biggest critic, and he can't keep away from some social media aspects, and he knows that he's getting criticised, he just don't panic. Kyle Walker said exactly the same thing, and I do. We come in here with Max and Barry, and Barry had said it, that we do overreact when we get ugly.
I appreciate that, but the problem is when you're watching the likes of Germany and Spain and Portugal playing the way that they are, then we just know where this is going. And that's what the panic sets in. So we do need to see the levels upped, and I'm sure we're going to be talking that throughout the show. You listen to the Euro Game Day live on TalkSport presented by Carling, the UK's #1 lager, 18 plus. Please drink responsibly. We'll react to what Harry Kane said next. And so can you on 03717 222344. This is TalkSport.
Euro Game Day live on TalkSport with Burger King, official providers of food fulfillment. That warm, fuzzy feeling of total food satisfaction. Order your Burger King delivery now.
I genuinely think England could do it this Euros. Not sure, not anything. Well, we did make the final last time. And we've got the best player in Spain and Germany and England. It's coming on! Ah, yeah, beauty! It's the Euros, and England have a super chance of going all the way. And that's not all, it's super this Euros. With Paddy's Super Sub, your bet now rolls over to the new player coming on. Paddy Power. Valid on selected leagues and markets only. Pre-match and in-play bets on qualifying player outcome selections only. T's and C's and exclusions apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
Hope number 5, please.
Sure, and if you're a BP Me Rewards member, you get double points on your fuel and shopping.
Oh, I forgot something. I'll have one of these.
One of these, we're going to need a big basket.
With double BP Rewards points, you'll find yourself needing just about everything. So head to BP Soul on the Go charter lanes. Fill up your tank and your basket so you can get those rewards double quick. BP, here for all of life's gems. T's and C's apply. Available at participating dealer and BP stores only. For details, see bpmerewards.co.uk/double points. Put your pre-lounge knowledge to the ultimate test with the all-new TalkSport Football Trivia board game, England Edition. Use your on-target trivia skills to take on all challenges and score the ultimate board game bragging rights just in time for the summer of football. Featuring hundreds of weird and wonderful questions about the England men's football team. The TalkSport Football Trivia board game, England Edition. Available now at shop.talksport.com.
Planning a big night out? Better get a Travelodge. Find great value, king-size comfort at travelodge.co.uk.
Friends, Germans, football fans, lend us your ears. Der Fußball in Germany is here. Und natürlich, TalkSport Bet has got a tasty tournament load of top offers to check out, including
Scotland versus Hungary. Scotland to win and McTominay to score. And be carded. Latest price 14 to 1. Broadcast boosted price 16 to 1.
TalkSport Bet, back of das net broadcaster. Bring it on, bookie.
Terms and conditions apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
If you bought a timeshare, did you really get what you expected? Or were you sold a dream that's now a nightmare? With high maintenance fees, loss of exclusivity, and limited availability, timeshare ownership for many is now just a liability. MyTimeshareClaim.co.uk has helped thousands of owners who are missold exit their contract and receive compensation. For advice and to find out more about your options, text timeshare to 78900.
Get match ready with Clubcard prices. Like 2 for £8 on selected Fire Pit barbecue products. With Tesco Clubcard, everyone can feel the to lower prices. Tesco, every little helps. Majority of larger stores ends 22nd of September. Excludes Northern Ireland Clubcard work required.
What will this year's general election mean for Britain? What do the parties have in mind for your children's education? How will their policies affect the housing market, hospital waiting lists, the taxes you pay, or even the environment you live in? At The Times, Sunday Times and Times Radio, we know that what happens in Westminster has a real impact on your life. Visit thetimes.com. From Westminster to your world.
Satisfy your appetite for a truly mouth-watering tournament of football. Euro Game Day Live, delivered by TalkSport with Burger King. Post-match action doesn't get any tastier than a Gourmet King's Barbecue Steakhouse Angus Burger. The unbeatable partnership of a flame-grilled burger and crispy fries. And every epic winner tastes better with a classic Whopper. Euro Game Day Live, delivered by TalkSport with Burger King. Total food satisfaction delivered to your door. That's food fulfillment.
Euro Game Day Live on TalkSport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus, always drink responsibly.
Right, that's Funky Beth. You're listening to the Euro Game Day here, live on TalkSport, presented by Burger King. Bring home the ultimate food satisfaction. Get your favourites delivered now. So Funky Beth for the Euro Game Day. Why not? Still to come, of course, We're going to keep talking about that rivalry between England and Scotland and whether or not you would be supporting Scotland tonight as they take on Hungary.
Come on, Hungary.
A much-needed win of a game, of course, will be on TalkSport later this evening.
Graham Souness don't walk in here.
Listen, Darren, I'm not wanting to win. It's not me. I want you to win. Of course, we were just listening to Harry Kane on his press conference, which is still ongoing, and his comments that were made. Also, there was talk about the meeting being called between him and the players. Apparently, that didn't happen. Interesting that he said he denied that happening.
It should happen. Look, whether it's happened or not, and it's got out there, it's interesting to see that someone has clearly put this out there, that there's been the players were summoned by Harry Kane in this emergency
summoned
meeting.
by Lord Kane.
That these things happen. It might not have been the whole 26, might have been just a group of the senior players, just to try and get the team going again. But look, as I said before the break, I think he speaks really well, Harry Kane. I think he always has done.
You know what, it's as simple as this. Before we go back to the calls, 03717 223344. This is how I feel about England, right? Yeah, no, I'm not panicking because I know we're going to get through the group. The problem for me is these tournaments come around every 2 to 4 years, okay? And some of my great memories of watching England are those moments against Holland, 4-1. I can remember the game, like the whole 90 minutes, like it was yesterday. Yeah? Probably one of England's best performances, right? Those moments stick with you forever. Like you mentioned, my son's 7 now. I'm sitting there watching games with him, and I'm getting served up this rubbish. And you know what? We had a great message here about the fact that these guys are playing with quality players around them. Hi guys, regarding the debate about why our players can't replicate club form for country, the answer is always mixed. Nothing to do with the systems or positions, but for their clubs they play with much better players. For example, Foden plays alongside De Bruyne and Haaland, Rodri, etc. They all create more and make the game easy for him to slot into. We overrate our players and then wonder why they don't replicate club form for country. Asked to run a game without better players around you is hard. Our players are good, but not as good as the world's best. You know what? I'm sure that's from my dad. My dad said the exact same thing in the week.
It's a great message, and it's true, because you are playing with different players, and you know the players week in, week out. For many years you've played with these players, and look, you were right before the break. You said you look at Germany, you look at Portugal, Spain, Netherlands, France, all looking good, all looking really good, but it essentially doesn't really matter at the moment. Now, we criticise the English players, of course, in the English team and Gareth Southgate, but it's what happens at the latter stages. And look, Harry Kane said it, just get out the group. Get out the group and get to the knockout stages. If you lose in the round of 16, fair enough, criticise all you want. Losing the quarter time, criticise. But Germany, Portugal, Spain, whoever it may be, they might crumble in those. They might start having their bad performances, and England start having their unbelievable performances. So just get out the group, don't panic, and then whatever happens in the knockout stage is when you can start criticising or saying, actually, we were wrong, England are starting to perform.
Yeah, well, to be fair, I'm not throwing it out there thinking it's going to happen, but if you look at the World Cup that Argentina won, their group stage was awful.
Exactly.
So it's tournament football, you can grow into it.
100% tournament football. Get out the group. That's the easiest but hardest thing to do. And then after that, anything can happen. You could draw every single game till the final in the knockout stage and still win the tournament, remember, on the penalty shootout. So just get out the group and who knows.
Let's head over to Russ, who's a Chelsea fan, joins us on the show on 03717 223344. Good afternoon even, Russell.
Hey, Russ.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon, guys. Just wanted to make a comment. Obviously, I'm going to be being a Chelsea fan. Why no one has mentioned Cole Palmer, one of the best young players all last season for an underperforming Chelsea, man of the matches, player of the year, top goal and assist scorer out of all the England. He hasn't played even 2 games, and in my opinion, with a slight different formation, few players like Foden, Alexander-Arnold completely wrong position, either right
they are. And then you've got Gordon, not the other one, all his backups, and the second option is those two that work out. But that's the kind of formation of players that I would have played for today.
What do you consider Will Walker?
It's a valid argument, Russ, and I agree with you. Even if it's not starting, he's not ever really looked upon to make an impact on the substitutes bench. You've seen the camera pan to him, and he's just looking there, and he looks a little bit frustrated as to why he's not given an opportunity. Do you think Gareth Southgate trusts his defensive responsibility? We know what Gareth Southgate likes. He likes his players to well, first and foremost defend by all accounts. But do you think he trusts him that way?
Well, I get what you're saying, because Gareth Southgate is naturally was a defender, and so he's more defensive minded. Unlike, for example, Mancini, he was more attacking because he was an attacking midfielder. But if you look at Cole Palmer, he has had to do defending for Chelsea as well as attacking. Yeah. So he can defend if he needs to. He will work back to the team if necessary. But frankly, the two performances England have shown me, if we didn't have the easy, homogeneous group at the whole tournament, we would have been out already by now, in my opinion. Yeah. And that's upsetting to say, because I'm very passionate, and so I'm half Italian. I'm a 50-50, but I did want England to win in that final because I think they deserved it. But unfortunately, they bottled it, and the stronger team in the end just pushed them out at a 9 penalty. And it's just frustrating to see that England players, they do get their heads too easy. And I do agree the media has not helped because they're very heavy on the British side of football. But they're good players, and they just need to get better formation. Something used to just a little bit of people are playing B or C and not stick to what he's been doing, because eventually it gets worked out and people just say, oh, we're doing the same again and this is how we're going to beat them.
Absolutely, completely agree. Brilliant call there from Russell. You're listening to Eurogame Day Live here on TalkSport, presented by Carling, the UK's #1 lager, 18+. Please drink responsibly. Keep those calls coming in, 03717 223344. You're listening to TalkSport.
Eurogame Day Live, delivered by TalkSport with Burger King. Save big with the $4.99 King Box. It's the ultimate match day lineup, featuring a barbecue double melt burger, chili cheese bites, fries, and a drink.
I genuinely think England could do it this Euros. Not sure, not Emily. Although we did make the final last time. And we've got the best player in Spain, and Germany, and England. It's coming on! Ah, yeah, beauty! It's the Euros, and England have a super chance of going all the way. And that's not all that's super this Euros. With Paddy's Super Sub, your bet now rolls over to the new player coming on. Paddy Power. Valid on selected leagues and markets only. Pre-match and in-play bets on qualifying player outcome selections only. T's and C's and exclusions apply. 18+. BeGambleAware.org.
Play Set for Life, and you could. £10,000 every month for 30 years. Set for Life. Play now on the National Lottery app. Terms, rules and procedures apply. Players must be 18 or over.
Open number 5, please.
Sure, and if you're a BP Me Rewards member, you get double points on your fuel and shopping.
Oh, I forgot something. I'll have one of these, 2 of these. We're going to need a bigger basket.
With double BP Rewards points, you'll find yourself needing just about everything. So head to BP's all on-the-go shuttle lanes. Fill up your tank and your basket so you can get those rewards double quick. BP, here for all of life's journeys. T's and C's apply. Available at participating dealer-owned BP stores only. For details, see ppbrewards.co.uk/debit.
Jeder Spiel, jedes Tor, jeder goldene Moment.
Official broadcast partner of UEFA Euro 2024 Germany.
Euro Game Day Live
on TalkSport.
Good afternoon, you listen to Eurogame Day Live here on TalkSport, presented by Burger King. Bring home the ultimate food satisfaction. Get your favourites delivered now. I feel hungry, keep talking about Burger King. Right, let's go back over to Fern Buckley, who's got the latest from the Spanish Grand Prix.
Well, Verstappen back into the lead, with all the drivers having changed tyres now, majority of them on mediums, but just have a right scuffle with Lando Norris and George Russell, swapping second and third place multiple times. How they managed to keep it under control, not end up in a crash, is absolutely beyond me. But Lando into second place. He does have the 2 Mercedes just behind him within half a second as well. It's been interesting to see how the Mercedes have kind of bounced back and found themselves in these podium positions over over the last couple of weeks or so. There's 31 laps to go, so we're going to find out who is going to be making that top spot.
Brilliant, thank you for that. We have updates throughout the show on the F1.
Stop it now, couldn't they? Yeah. So Verstappen's won.
Earlier, we brought you the start of the Harry Kane press conference, and our very own England correspondent, Faye Carruthers, asked Harry this.
There have been a couple of reports around that you called a player summit on Friday morning after the game. Can you confirm if that's the case, and what was the purpose of it?
No, that didn't happen, so I'm not sure where that's come from. I think, again, probably just people trying to maybe create something out of nothing really. The day after the game was, just a small debrief that we always do from the manager, and then it was just a family day. We had 7 hours with the family, which I'm not sure the lads were quite happy about after a few hours. It was pretty hectic, to be fair. So we might cut that down in the future, but no, that's what it was. And I think it was an important day just to kind of switch the minds off. We've done well in the tournament so far, 4 points after 2 games, but in this sort of environment, you need a chance just to switch off, and that's what that day was for.
England captain there and striker Harry Kane.
Brutal from Kane, wasn't it? Yeah. 7 hours was too long with Burnley.
Get him on. But you know what? Harry is the kind of person that goes into sort of a focus mode, 100%. And maybe didn't want the focus to be disrupted.
And look, with the answer that he gave there to Faye about the players meeting, it could have happened. And they may have all agreed that we don't want this to get out. Anyone's asked a question, no, it didn't happen. It may have done. A small debrief from the manager. Afterwards, the manager may have left and they may have sat around for 5 minutes just to have a chat. And that's good, that's refreshing. And if that did happen, brilliant. If it didn't, that someone is trying to damage the team in a little bit to a certain degree by putting these rumours out there.
Yeah. Well, the only way they can change it all is, of course, in that next game, and give us a performance, and they owe us a performance, I feel.
Yeah, yes. Look, it's so difficult. Yes and no. Look, you could perform terribly and still win 1-0 against Slovenia, still win 2-0. You could perform unbelievably and win 10-0, and everyone goes, "Oh my God, we're going to win the Euros." It's just about, and as he said, and as a supporter, I'm fully behind what you just said in terms of yes, we deserve a performance, and the players we have, we need to go out and show that we're ready, like Germany, like Spain, like Portugal. But as a player, if I look at my player mode, it's just about winning. It's just about going through the group.
But we didn't win the last game.
We didn't, and I agree, and that's disappointing. It wasn't a good performance, and we drew. We could do exactly the same and draw and still win the group. And then you go into the knockout stages, and that's the time you need to start performing, the knockout stages. This one here is essentially, like Harry Kane said, you're just feeling your opponent like a boxing match, and yeah, it's been disappointing. We know that it's been flat. Everyone looks tired, and everyone's missing their home and family by all accounts. But it's the knockout stages where it really starts to get important.
Absolutely. 03717 22 344. Let's head over quickly to Jay, the Chelsea fan. Good afternoon, Jay.
Yeah, good afternoon, boys. How's it all going? First and foremost, just a quick one. I think we just need to relax, boys. I think, come on, stop panicking. I think they got 4 points out of 2 games. It's not ideal.
I just think it's the performances, Jay, isn't it? It's that lack of performance that we've seen from England, and it feels like, especially after that Italian game, where after 3 minutes we're on cloud 9 and we just didn't capitalise on it. It just feels like we've been here before, maybe.
I think the issue is, as soon as they get a goal, they sit back, and I think it's very strange with Southgate, his approach at the minute with using Trent in that defensive midfield, because that's what it is, defensive midfield position. He hasn't got the runners up the right-hand side. For me, he needs to use Gordon left wing, keep Harry Kane up top, get Saka up there as well, use Foden in his number 10 position like he does play for Man City, kind of unleash the beast a little bit there, if I'm honest, boys. Get Jude Bellingham playing in that number 8 role. He's done it for Real Madrid. I don't get it. I don't get why Southgate's been in the job for 7 to 8 years. He still doesn't understand his best 11, and we haven't got a system that works.
Yeah, I don't think he helps himself, Jay, to be honest, does he, in terms of his post-match interview when he said they have replaced Calvin Phillips. Let me ask you a question quickly.
I mean, that's a very strange comment to make, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, the geezer hasn't started at all in the World Cup. I mean, what did he do?
for their club level. Yet he plays a right back at centre midfield. So I don't understand what he's trying to say in terms of we've not replaced Calvin Phillips. You've not even tried to.
I know we seem to have the answers, but Gareth Southgate.
Let me ask you a quick question. I know we've got to go to a break, but do you think France have played particularly well?
Well, some of their play's been good, but their finishing's wonderful.
But do you think France have a chance of winning the tournament?
Yeah.
Exactly. I don't think they've been particularly good. A 1-0 win against Austria and then 0-0 against the Netherlands, which essentially they should have lost that if it weren't for the English officials. They've not done particularly well, yet they're still favourites in my opinion.
Yeah, true. The general consensus seems to be that England have a lot to do to win the Euros this summer, but who has impressed you the most? That's what we'll be discussing next. This is Euro Game Day here on TalkSport.
Euro Game Day live on TalkSport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus, always drink responsibly. Euro Game Day live, delivered by TalkSport with Burger King. Get the ultimate food satisfaction this half-time with the flame-grilled bacon double cheeseburger XL. Order now on the Burger King app.
At Betfred, we want to support all our customers in keeping their gambling fun.
My nephew bets with his mates and they do their accas and everything together. In his WhatsApp group, they all know how much the bet is.
You can all keep an eye on each other that nobody's going silly like that.
Similar to us, but I actually go into a shop and we all spend the same. That's the rule.
Betting socially is just one of the ways that you can gamble safely.
What do you stick to?
Five
for each.
Yeah. 25 years I've had that five.
How do you keep it fun? Gamble safely with Betfred.
Do you belong here? Next to me, on an anti-poaching operation, 2 days drive from anywhere. What's your gut say? Want to change the radio station?
In school this week.
Or jump in and keep us company? Still listening? You belong here. Army, recruiting now. Search Army Jobs.
It's the most wonderful time of the year. On the beach, on the beach, on the beach.
Booking geniuses, save your summer. Get a wiggle on and book yourself a bargain with On the Beach. Big budget or small, we've got a mega holiday for all. Should have been a rapper. On the Beach, book like a genius, holiday like a fool.
ATO protected.
On the beach.
It's hard to see the screen in the pub. So watch the match at home with 2 Stone-baked pizzas and 4 Budweisers. Now £5 for members at Co-op. Available online or in-store. Non-members £6 and 16th of July. Selected products and stores excludes independent cooperatives. Court membership required subject to availability. 18 plus. Drink responsibly.
Satisfy your appetite for a truly mouth-watering tournament of football. Euro Game Day Live, delivered by TalkSport with Burger King. Post-match action doesn't get any tastier than a Gourmet King's Barbecue Steakhouse Angus burger. The unbeatable partnership of a flame-grilled burger and crispy fries. And every epic winner tastes better with a classic Whopper. Euro Game Day Live, delivered by TalkSport with Burger King. Total food satisfaction delivered to your door. That's food fulfillment. Euro Game Day Live on TalkSport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus, always drink responsibly.
On 1080i and 1053 medium wave, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker.
Official broadcaster of UEFA Euro 2024 Germany. Talk Sport. Talk Sport.
Good afternoon with your sports headlines. I'm Steve Forbes. Harry Kane's denied holding an emergency players meeting following England's lacklustre draw with Denmark.
Not sure where that's come from. I think, again, probably just people trying to maybe create something out of nothing really. The day after the game was, just a small debrief that we always do from the manager, and then it was just a family day.
Peter Bing claimed he'd summoned all 26 to hash out their differences ahead of Tuesday's final group match against Slovenia. The Sunday edition's Henry Winters says it's not the players' fault they're underperforming.
You know what my views on the manager is. I still come back to this, and I've said this to you a few times, that we've got a Champions League squad, but it's a Europa League manager.
Now, there's certainly no debate when it comes to club over country for John McGinn. He's told us making history with Scotland at the Euros would surpass reaching the Champions League.
I'm really proud of what we've achieved with Villa. Obviously getting in the Champions League, which is going to be incredible, but I think getting through the group stages with Scotland would certainly eclipse that.
He could be part of the first Scottish team to reach the knockout stages with a win against Hungary later, live here on TalkSport. TalkSport understands Michael Olise's move to Bayern Munich has been completed, beating the likes of Chelsea and Manchester United to the winger. Alan Hansen has been discharged from hospital. The Liverpool and Scotland legend was admitted on June the 9th when he was described as being seriously ill. And it looks like Andy Murray won't get a Wimbledon swan song after the ATP Tour hastily announced he'll miss the tournament. The former world number one had surgery on a spinal cyst yesterday. The Tour took to social media to say he'll miss SW19, but have since deleted their post.
TalkSport News.
A power cut is causing a catalogue of problems at Manchester Airport. All flights out of Terminals 1 and 2 have been cancelled, arrivals are being diverted, and there are issues with baggage carousels. And it's understood that gambling regulators investigating many more people than have been accused of betting on the date of the general election. 4 with links to the Tories are already under scrutiny, as well as one of Rishi Sunak's police protection officers.
TalkSport Weather.
Dry and warm with sunshine for many today.
TalkSport, official broadcaster of UEFA Euro 2024, Germany.
Live commentary of every game.
Achtung, baby! Euro Game Day live
on TalkSport.
Good afternoon, you're listening to Euro Game Day Live with me, Majestic, and former Crystal Palace midfielder Darren Ambrose. Shortly we'll be looking at the latest news from the Premier League with Michael Olise on the move to Bayern Munich, but who's going to replace him at Crystal Palace? Can you replace him? Plus, we'll be crossing Bridgetown ahead of England's T20 World Cup Super 8 game against the United States of America. We'll look ahead once again to tonight's massive game for Scotland. This is Euro Game Day Live here on TalkSport. Tell you what, show's flying. Does. Seem a little tired.
Does.
Need a little massage?
Yeah, I need a little massage. Just do my feet.
What, until you fall asleep?
Yeah, and then just tuck me in.
Can't believe. For those that don't know what I'm talking about, it was just have you seen the clip of Wayne Rooney talking about what happened in England camps?
It was Frank Lampard and John Terry.
He is absolutely baited them up, which is the usual term. Or,
imagine that. I'd be ringing him up now going, why did you say that?
Put them on blast, as they say in the rap world. Yeah, imagine.
So essentially they had the Chelsea masseur come away with them with England, go to their room, give them a massage.
All I'm thinking of is the in-betweeners and Mr. Kennedy coming in the room. You've had a long day, boys. A long day, Neil.
Massage their feet, tuck them in, and then walk out.
I'll tell you what, Wayne Rooney, he's not going to be invited to the Christmas party with John Terry and Lampard anytime soon, because I cannot get the image of those two. And I'll tell you now, John Terry would have been in Chelsea pyjamas.
Oh, for
full
sure.
kit.
Chelsea bedding.
Chelsea bedding. Full pyjamas. No wonder we won nothing. Oh, let's hopefully someone's rubbing someone's toes in England camp, made them a bit better. Now let's take a look back at yesterday's action and pick our delivery of the day. Thanks to Burger King.
Delivery of the day on TalkSport with Burger King. Satisfy your burger craving with the ultimate flame-grilled experience delivered to your door.
That's right, we're looking back at the delivery of the day. What, of course, it has to be one thing and one thing only. Delivered on a plate, just like your Burger King. What was it?
Unbelievable assist by Cristiano Ronaldo. Now, you have a theory on this, but just let me say, if this was Messi, now I'm not going into this debate of Messi and Ronaldo, but Ronaldo's the selfish one by all accounts, that everyone says he only cares about himself. He was in. Look, what can Ronaldo do? What is Ronaldo best at? Scoring goals. He was one-on-one. He looked to the side, see his mate, Bruno Fernandes, who everyone says, oh, they haven't got a good relationship. See his mate, said, there you go, mate, have a tap in. I've still got no goals in this tournament. And now you've got one. 3-0, game over. And as Martinez said at the end, they should be showing that clip all around the academies in Portugal.
And I'm completely with you there. I love Ronaldo. He's the GOAT, yeah?
Yep.
But I love the fact that it is all about him. Even in that moment of selflessness, that assist there makes Cristiano Ronaldo the joint highest assist maker alongside Karol Poborski in European Championship history. That is his 8th in all European Championships.
So you think he's running in one-on-one, and he's thinking, if I pass this, I get another record.
Yeah, 100%. He literally looked at the goal, thought, I can score this. I've not scored yet, but I am the all-time record goal scorer anyway.
Yeah.
Bang, there you go. Name's in history again.
Do you think he wanted to do the Sue celebration?
Listen, honestly, I think he did the Sue inside, literally. You know when like Bruno Cano did it for a Sue?
I tell you what, that we're never going to know ever. But that would be incredible if that's the reason why he passed that, knowing that if I get this, I'm joint top of assist of all time. It'll be interesting to see next game if he goes 1-1, whether he wants to become get his first goal or he wants to become the all-time leading without joint with Pravorsky. It'll be interesting to see what he does there. But look, I thought it was brilliant. I thought in a time where everyone says Ronaldo's finished, he got criticised in the first game. By the way, I think Cristiano Ronaldo looks sharp. I think he looks sharper now than he did at Manchester United in the last year. I think he looks really good. So
we'll talk about that some more, but as he sues his way into the history books, that was our delivery of the day pick in association with Burger King.
Delivery of the day on Talk Sport with Burger King. Satisfy your burger craving with the ultimate flame grilled experience delivered to your door.
Brilliant. Before we go any further during the show, just reading here online, etc. Ex-Liverpool star Alan Hansen leaves hospital after a serious illness. That's fantastic news.
Brilliant news. Absolutely brilliant. I was keeping track of this, and obviously Graham Souness was keeping us all updated and having spoken to his good friend over the phone. So yeah, it's really, really good news.
Well, he would have been criticising you on TV when you were playing.
100%, yeah.
For me, growing up as a fan, watching him in the cars, it's all bad, yo. That's always dead.
Honestly,
that's bad.
Now,
I love that.
My debut for Charlton, I got sent off away at Sunderland, and it was a bad challenge.
What was that about? The new boy Ambrose comes in, red card.
I thought I got away with it. There was 4 red cards that day, and they'd gone through every game. They even showed the Charlton Sunderland game, didn't show it, and then
at the end, he just pulled it.
At the end of the show, they went, right, we've seen 3 red cards today, and I can't do his voice, but he said, but this is the worst of the lot.
I'm really proud of myself, man.
And they slowed it down, and
But yeah, great news. Alan Hansen has been released from hospital, the Liverpool legend, and sending him and his family best wishes right now. Right, let's talk about the Euros. Which team has been giving you the standout performance at Euro 2024? Germany, Spain, Portugal, the 3 nations to have won both of their group games. Now, every side's played twice. Which teams have impressed the most?
Well, Germany, of course, after the game. You've got to look at the Germany performances, though, and say who were they against. And that sounds harsh. They played Scotland, absolutely annihilated them, but will they be the same team coming into the latter stages? Probably, especially with the home support. I think they've been extremely good. I think Spain have looked strong as well. Netherlands.
Nico Williams, how good was he the other night?
Really, really good. Look,
see that fearlessness.
This is what we're saying about the previous tournaments, where those teams we're talking about weren't quite there. We always said they're going to come back stronger, and Spain seem to have definitely done that. Netherlands and France. I've not been impressed with them at the moment. Similar to England, I think they've looked a little bit flat.
The other night with Griezmann and up top was just.
Yeah, I know. And Mbappe's obviously a big miss. They decided not to bring him on, so they've given him another game rest. They'll go through, of course. They'll probably win the group. I think Netherlands should have obviously won that game. Romania, I think, have impressed me. You know what? That Group E is the one everyone's looking at. They're all on 3 points, all play 2. They're all identical. Portugal, again, look really, really strong. You know the one team I feel sorry for, though? Georgia. Honestly, I was really impressed with Georgia against Turkey. Now, when you talk about minnows of the tournaments, there's one right there. That is the minnows of the tournament. Turkey, I thought they played extremely well. Unlucky that it was 3-1. Obviously, the goalie went up at the last minute and they broke and scored. But yeah, the game yesterday, they had the chance right at the end, last kick of the game, put it over to win against Czech Republic. I think they've been really, really good. But they're going to go out at the bottom of the group because they play Portugal next, and I think Portugal will turn them over. But I feel sorry for them, but there's some strong teams in this, and it amplifies that England need to start performing if they're going to compete with some of these big teams.
Agreed. The former Dutch coach, the Dutch international, René Mullenstein, T's opinion on X about international football being the purest form of football that exists. As club football is defined by money and thus is false. I love international football.
I prefer watching Spurs. I prefer watching my club over country all day. I understand what he's saying because it isn't based upon money, etc. But I don't know. I just don't think anything could beat the joy when your team win, which don't happen quite often at the moment with us, mate, to be honest, with Spurs.
But you know what? I think our opinion might be swayed if, for example, we were playing 1996. We were talking in 1996 and after you'd seen England beat the Netherlands. Under Gareth Southgate, when can you think of an incredible England performance that's blown you away? I can't give you one. I can't give you one.
No.
You know, like, that stand up. Like, you know, what's crazy to think? Even Glenn Hoddle, I'll go to the 0-0 in Turin. Like, when we got to the World Cup 98, as a performance, what was needed on the night. You know, I think performances, you know, okay, on paper and records, you know, the numbers won't lie. It will show you who you beat and whatever.
Yeah.
But the moments and the performances that we've seen in previous England races, like obviously England 5-1 with Schwen when we beat Germany, when we beat the Netherlands, I mentioned again. It's just, how many of those performances have we seen?
We haven't, and I was watching a clip of our very own Rory Jennings the other day.
Yeah, I saw that.
And he was speaking. He spoke really well about who they've beaten, who they haven't beaten, and I think he said 24 teams Gareth Southgate's been in charge, and they've played 24 games against top 10 ranking countries, and they've only won 4 out of the 24, and that just goes to show that when you come up against a team like France, like Spain, like Italy, like whoever it may be, Portugal, more often than not you lose. And even the Germany game, I think it was the last Euros, was it, that we beat Germany in the knockout stages? It weren't the same team. It weren't the Germany of now. That would be a different result now. So he spoke really well in that occasion, Rory.
Come on.
That occasion, that sounded a bit harsh, yeah.
Come on, Gareth and the boys. We're England fans. We're going to get behind you. Just give us. It's realistically Gareth Southgate's last hurrah as England manager. It feels that, it looks like that. Even if win or lose, right? Gareth, go out. Be a hero.
Do you think, though, and we've had a message in from Daniel, the Liverpool supporter, and it says if Italy or Spain, if they muddled through with 4 points the way we have, then the English rep was saying that although it weren't pretty by Italy or Spain, it shows how they can just grind out results, and that's. I kind of agree with that, and I've said this before. The English press, English supporters, to a certain extent, they can't seem to deal with ugly performances, whether it's a win or a draw. We haven't lost. We're still 4 points top of the group, but it's been ugly. It's been horrible. I can't deal with that.
I think the opposition plays a part. Now, Denmark are no, you know, minnows in the competition.
Well, Serbia aren't really. If you think of it, some of the players they've got. Yeah. I had a debate a long time ago, and I said England should comfortably beat Serbia, and a gentleman on X come back and went through all the players that they've got, and I'd still back up what I say. England should comfortably beat Serbia, but they're not. They're no mugs.
No.
They're no minnows.
No, I completely agree. Keep those calls coming in. 03717223344. Let's head over to Fern Buckley, who's got the latest from the Spanish Grand Prix.
Well, Verstappen back into the lead. It was Lando Norris, then it went to Charles Leclerc for a hot minute until they came in with some new soft tyres. We've had so many names in the mix as race leaders today, and I know we joke about it and say it's probably going to be Max, but at this rate, I am not too sure. As it stands, though, Verstappen in the front with Norris behind, and into third place mere moments ago, Lewis Hamilton gaining on his own teammate to get into the podium positions. This is dramatic, and there's still 12 laps to go.
Thank you very much, Fern. We have the updates throughout the show. Do get involved in the show if you're on the way home from a kids' football tournament. Lots of football tournaments going on at the moment, Daz. I know your young ones are very heavily involved in sport. So I'm going to give a shout out. Can you do a shout out, please? Girls Pro Under-8 Lions for winning the Under-8 Cup today at the Ickenham Tournament, and the Girls Pro Under-9 Tigers, who also won the Under-9 Ickenham Tournament Cup. We're listening now, driving back from another tournament.
Love it.
That's my sister, my niece.
Is it?
Scored 8 goals today.
Ah, brilliant.
Did very well. Big shout out to Paige on the Barrister at National Radio. I call her Paigey Poo. So good luck to everyone who's on the way to a tournament as well. I do love the old tournaments all day in the sun and that.
I used to love that as a player as well.
Did you?
And I like it better as a parent.
Yeah.
As a parent watching my kids enjoy it.
I'm not so sure I feel like that today. You're listening to the Euro Game Day live on TalkSport, presented by Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus. Please drink responsibly. Next, we'll be looking ahead to England's T20 World Cup game against the United States.
Euro Game Day Live on TalkSport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus, always drink responsibly.
Pump number 5, please.
Sure, and if you're a BP Me Rewards member, you get double points on your fuel and shopping.
Oh, I forgot something. I'll have one of these, 2 of these. We're going to need a bigger basket.
With double BP Me Rewards points, you'll find yourself needing just about everything. So head to BP Saul on the Go Chapter Lanes. Fill up your tank and your basket so you can get those rewards double quick. BP, here for all of life's gems. T's and C's apply. Available at participating dealer-owned BP stores only. For details, see bpmerewards.co.uk/double points.
Euro Game Day Live on TalkSport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus, always drink responsibly.
We're BetMGM Sports and Casino. We know things aren't always golden. That's why we offer you the tools to keep your play safe. Set time out to always ensure you take a break when you feel like you need it. Set reality checks so you know exactly how long you've been playing. And set deposit limits to help control what you spend. Stay golden with BetMGM. Play responsibly.
18 plus.
At Vodafone, you can get your hands on big deals this summer, including the epic Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra with Galaxy AI, where you can save a massive £704 when you claim £200 cashback. But hurry, this deal ends 25th of June. Vodafone, the nation's network.
Saving based on 8 gig plan over 36 months and device promotions. Credit checks and terms apply. Claim verification at vodafone.co.uk/network.
Getting a car is all about choices. At Lookers, you choose from over 30 manufacturers and over 6,000 vehicles online. Choose to buy completely online or completely in person, or even a mixture of both. It's up to you. Choose to collect in store or have it delivered to your door. Whatever you want, however you want it, you choose. Lookers, a good deal, better. Visit lookers.co.uk. If you bought a timeshare, did you really get what you expected? Or were you sold a dream that's now a nightmare? With high maintenance fees, loss of exclusivity, and limited availability, timeshare ownership for many is now just a liability. MyTimeshareClaim.co.uk has helped thousands of owners who are missold exit their contract and receive compensation. For advice and to find out more about your options, text timeshare to 78900.
As the biggest teams in Europe go head-to-head this summer, TalkSport and Carling have come together to make sure the UK is match-ready for the big games. From expert pub pundits to on-the-sofa supporters, get your mates together anywhere and enjoy all the unbeatable football action.
Super entertainment. It is game on.
Make sure you're well on side and listen to Euro Game Day Live on TalkSport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus, always drink responsibly. Euro Game Day Live, delivered by TalkSport with Burger King. Save big with the $4.99 King Box. It's the ultimate matchday lineup, featuring a barbecue double L burger, chili cheese bites, fries, and a drink. Euro 2024, Germany.
Soccer punch your summer.
And it's got in.
Tonight from 8. Uninterrupted, on location commentary of Switzerland versus Deutschland.
Goal for Germany.
On TalkSport 2.
Good afternoon, you're listening to the Euro Game Day Live here on TalkSport, presented by Burger King. Bring home the ultimate food satisfaction. Your favourites delivered. Right now, you're listening to me, Majestic, and former Crystal Palace midfielder Dan Ambrose, aka Imagine Daz, back together again.
Back on your airwaves.
I don't think I've been on air for about 6 weeks. I've been so busy festival season.
Yeah,
so
always busy.
Oh, well, I'm loving it,
I
enjoying
love
it.
the travel vlogs you do. I think they're brilliant.
Well, I'm losing luggage.
And you and Hax are great together, by the
Big
way.
up the Hax man.
You and Hax.
The angry Scotsman. Do like Hax indeed. Let's turn our attention to the T20 cricket, and we've been joined by the TalkSport cricket editor, John Norman. How are we, John?
Yeah, we're good. How are you guys?
Very well, quickly, John, before we go into this. When Scotland are playing, do you want Scotland to lose the football?
I'm quarter Scottish, so no.
There we go.
So am I.
But Darren's quarter Scottish, so he still wants them to lose.
Well, I mean, if they're playing England, I want England to win.
Yeah.
But no, I have an affiliation to Scotland.
There you go.
So, you know, it's in my name, my gran and all that. So.
That's understandable.
Yeah, there it is.
To be fair, I've got roots as well.
Yeah.
The Christie name, i.e. the way it's spelled, well, I'm Scottish. So, yeah, let's get into the cricket, John. What are the chances of England qualifying for the semi-finals?
You know, Scotland could have knocked England out of the cricket as well. Unbelievably. I mean, they actually played earlier on in the tournament, and if it wasn't for the rain in Barbados, and we'll come back to that in a second, then they could have beaten England. And if they had done, they would have knocked them out. So I wouldn't have been supporting them then, that's for sure. But no, here we are, and England are just walking out alongside USA. First time these two teams have ever played cricket against each other, which actually is a surprise, it isn't, right? We're kind of used to England playing the USA in football now, but we never used to be growing up. They played in rugby, and this is the first time they played in cricket. And look, USA technically can still make it to the semi-finals, but they need some pretty extraordinary results in this match, and also the one taking place later between South Africa and West Indies. So they're effectively out. But if they were to knock, or rather beat England today, and they did beat Pakistan earlier in the tournament, then they would almost certainly knock England out. So there's plenty riding on this. England have come into this game, bearing in mind they could have been knocked out by Scotland, could have been knocked out by the weather. They were beaten comfortably by Australia. They just lost to South Africa. But somehow, if they win today and they win big, they will be the first team to make it through to the semi-finals. So I'm not quite sure how that is, but that's how it is. So we're just about to get underway. England have made one change. Mark Wood sits this one out. Chris Jordan comes in. Chris Jordan, born in Barbados, grew up there alongside Jofra Archer. Phil Salt, actually, the opener, he lived in Barbados for 5 years as well. So they know the conditions. They play in Barbados probably more than they play at some grounds in England. So it's all there for them. It's just a question of going out there and beating a team that most people expect them to do. One eye, though, on the weather. I mentioned that at the start. There is showers forecast. So hopefully that doesn't come in. Because if England were to lose, or this game was not to happen because of the weather, then if the West Indies beat South Africa later today, England will be knocked out. So a lot riding on this. It's England who have won the toss. They are going to have a bowl first, and the action gets underway in about 6 minutes' time.
John, you mentioned a lot of ifs and maybes and what ifs. Is the format of this competition a bit confusing?
The format of this competition is all over the place. I mean, it is crazy to try and get your head around. But what makes it even more difficult is, if you're following it in England, essentially you're sleeping through half of it. You know, it's almost like having a Football World Cup in Australia and also in England, right? It's like, you're there, you're in it. 3:30 for a game of cricket, I'm invested. And then the next game is at 1:30 in the morning. So it's a weird structure to the tournament anyway, taking place over 3 different time zones in about 9 different countries across the Caribbean and the United States, on both coasts of the United States. And as I say, I mean, there's a group stage, there's another group stage, and then there's the semi-finals and the final. We'll all understand it once it gets to the semi-finals.
Brilliant stuff. Thank you very much, John Norman, talking all things Team 20 there. Let's head back over to Fern Buckley with the latest from the F1 from the Spanish Grand Prix.
Well, everything's still pretty much the same as it was before. Verstappen in the lead, executing his job perfectly, keeping his distance between himself and Lando Norris in second. Hamilton still in third, keeping off his teammate George Russell, who's just 3 seconds behind him right now. But with 5 laps to go, I can't see anything massively changing. The drama has kind of settled down a little bit, but I won't speak too soon because we know what can happen in these races, don't we?
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Fran. Of course, throughout the show, we'll have the F1 updates from the Spanish Grand Prix. You're listening to Euro Game Day live at TalkSport, presented by Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus. Please drink responsibly. Despite being in the middle of the Euros, the transfer window is very much open, and there's plenty of stories involving Premier League side. We'll be talking about that next here on TalkSport.
Euro Game Day live on TalkSport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus. Always drink responsibly.
Pump number 5, please.
Sure, and if you're a BP Me Rewards member, you get double points on your fuel and shopping.
Oh, I forgot something. I'll have one of these, 2 of these. We're going to need a bigger basket.
With double BP Me Rewards points, you'll find yourself needing just about everything. So head to BP Soul on the Go charter lanes. Fill up your tank and your basket so you can get those rewards double quick. BP, here for all of life's gems. T's and C's apply. Available at participating dealer-owned BP stores only. For details, see bpmerewards.co.uk/double points.
Full food satisfaction. Order your Burger King delivery now.
We're BetMGM, and we know how to put on a show. This is the European
price boost and daily specials. Plus, new customers bet £10 and get £60 in free bets. Tournament football just got going. BetMGM, it's showtime.
New customers only. Wagering requirements and conditions apply. 18 plus. Please gamble responsibly.
Evening, Money Super 7. Ready for your starring roles?
Always ready, boss. What's today's mission?
We're here to reward people who've saved money with us.
What are we giving them?
A year of free days out at thousands of venues. And when they keep on saving with us, we'll keep on rewarding them again and again.
Sounds amazing.
It is. Now, let's get moving. The curtain's about to go up.
The Super Save Club from Money Supermarket. It's seriously rewarding. Selected products, qualifying purchase with an account. Claim 3 days out via app. Rewards include prepaid MasterCard or gift cards. 18 plus UK only. See site for T's and C's.
Put your three-lines knowledge to the ultimate test with the all-new TalkSport Football Trivia Board Game, England Edition. Use your on-target trivia skills to take on all challengers and score the ultimate board game bragging rights just in time for the summer of football. Featuring hundreds of weird and wonderful questions about the England men's football team. The TalkSport Football Trivia Board Game, England Edition. Available now at shop.talksport.com.
This Euros, The Sun is bringing you all the gossip, goals and giants of the game. Get insights and analysis from Harry, should have been England manager, Redknapp, Jack, the maestro, Wilshere, Gordon, no nonsense, Strachan, and Jurgen, the winner, Klinsmann. You won't want to miss it. Don't miss out, only in The Sun.
European Championships, who do you fancy? Gotta be England. Hey, what you got there?
Bet UK got 3 free bets to use across the tournament.
Nice.
Yeah, I just signed up to Bet UK and I got £30 in free bets with a bet a tenner.
Bet UK? Love that. You'll pick the golden boot though. Oh, come on. Head to Bet UK, bet £10 and get £30 in free bets. Bet UK. It's for the UK bets.
New customers only, £10 minimum bet. Minimum odds and T&Cs apply. 18 plus, please gamble responsibly.
Satisfy your appetite for a truly mouth-watering tournament of football. Euro Game Day Live, delivered by TalkSport with Burger King. Post-match action doesn't get any tastier than a Gourmet King's Barbecue Steakhouse Angus Burger. The unbeatable partnership of a flame-grilled burger and crispy fries. And every epic winner tastes better with a classic Whopper. Euro Game Day Live, delivered by TalkSport with Burger King. Total food satisfaction delivered to your door. That's food fulfillment. Euro Game Day Live on TalkSport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus, always drink responsibly.
Talkensporten und Talkensporten 2.
Licensed broadcaster of UEFA Euro 2024 Germany.
Full match commentary of today's games. Scotland versus Hungary
on TalkSport.
What a goal! Switzerland versus Deutschland
on TalkSport 2.
Goal for Germany! Kick-off 8 p.m. Absolutely first class. Sounds like summer. Feels like football.
UEFA Euro 2024 Germany.
Energizing ball by ball, kick by kick coverage at the same time on TalkSport and TalkSport 2. He's done it again! Ist mein Tor!
Good afternoon, you're listening to Euro Game Day Live here on TalkSport, presented by Burger King. Bring home the ultimate food satisfaction. Get your favourites delivered now. And we're making a campaign, me and Daz, to bring back the Sweet Chili Chicken Royale.
Yeah.
Bring that back to the menu.
What about the chips, Burger King chips?
Top tier.
You say they're top tier?
Well, top tier, like as in the fast food chains.
What, Burger King or McDonald's?
What, chips?
Yeah.
Burger King all day.
Yeah, I agree.
But the only one that trumps them.
Five Guys.
This is how you know I'm a fat man. Five Guys.
Five Guys. 100%. They are amazing.
And they give you loads.
You get a bag and they just...
Do you want regular or large? I'm going to go regular because you fill up the whole bag with chips.
Oh, it's brilliant.
I'm making that worse, and I've probably had about 1 Five Guys in the last 7 months.
Here's a question for you. I go into Five Guys with... So I've got 5 kids and a missus, so there's 7 of us. You've got 2 kids?
I've got 2, yeah.
Do you get 4 refillable drinks?
I like where you're going with this.
Because I only get 2.
And then share it around.
Yeah. Just share it around.
No, but I've got post-flight trauma with shared drinks, so I'll tell you that.
Oh, really? I want to hear it now.
It involves me getting dumped for sharing and drinking Nando's. You know what I mean? Instead of getting 2, I'm like, it's a refillable, so like you can have one allowed.
I have no issues with that whatsoever. No issues.
My now wife.
Refillable.
My now wife.
I only get 1, by the way. And then when the chips are out, that big cup they put in, fill that up.
All the chips in the trays from Dan Ambrose there. do you know what else is great about that, quickly?
Go on.
Is that they've got still Fanta.
Yes.
Because when McDonald's got rid of still Fanta, that was a faux pas from you.
You're right.
Still Fanta on a hot day with cold ice.
Lovely.
Fantastic. Right, let's talk about some of the big news and rumours away from the Euros. Starting, of course, with your former club. What's happening?
Yes, Michael Olise looks to be on his way to Bayern Munich. I think that's done. I did reach out to one of my sources, I'm going to say sources, at Crystal Palace, who says they have a replacement in mind and potentially could be better than Michael Olise in the long run. So it'll be interesting. Look,
the Olise as a partnership's over.
Yeah, it is over. It's right. This move here for me is right for everyone concerned, I feel. Look, he had a £60 million release clause. I was led to believe it was only Champions League sides that could release that, which Bayern Munich are. So it's I think Reading get about £7-8 million of that, which is brilliant for them. They need that. That's outstanding for them. And he's not staying in the Premier League, which I think Crystal Palace supporters, although they'll be disappointed with him moving on, I think it's a bonus that it's not in the Premier League. You won't be coming up against them next season. So, look, I would have loved to have seen him stay another year, learn a little bit more of his trade, but you know what football's like when these big giants of clubs come calling, and he's good enough. He's good enough to play in the Champions League, and look, they've got to try and keep hold of Eze now. He's going to have suitors. He's going to have interest. Of course, he is. He's an outstanding player, but if you're a Crystal Palace supporter, I think that's enough. Olise, and if you've got a replacement, and that you have to trust Dougie Freedman and the powers that be. He's got an eye for a player, Dougie Freedman. Adam Wharton, 18 million. Yeah. Come on, Eze.
He's not done too bad, has
Eze was what, 20 odd million?
I think the recruitment of Palace has been pretty good of recent time.
16 to 18 million, I think Olise I could be wrong. It might have been lower than that, but to walk away with essentially 50 million after the Reading get their son. It's good business. It's disappointing, but it's good business, and he'll do well, Olise.
Another one of your former teammates, Craig Bellamy, he's reportedly a contender to be the new Wells manager after the letting go of Rob Page. What do you make of that? I think he's the man for the job, personally.
Yes, I agree. I played with Craig at Newcastle, and he was a fiery character, to say the least. It was...
You don't threaten someone with a
sometimes, as a young player, it was sometimes difficult to play with him because he demanded the very, very best, and I can only see that.
Have you had much contact with him in recent years?
No.
Okay, because I think he's probably the type of individual that's really grown.
Yeah, it looks that way. Look, he's had his demons, we know that, and as you said, with the situation with Risa and Liverpool and the other things that's happened, but he was a fiery character, and he really was, and sometimes...
He was a winner.
If I gave the ball away, I'd be thinking, oh my God, but I can see it now that he's a winner, demanded the very, very best. And if he didn't think he was a good enough player, he wouldn't have been moaning at you anyway. So I can see that now. I'm away from it. I think this job is crying out for Craig Bellamy. I really do. To go in there, he's clearly done a good job alongside Vincent Kompany as well, and there was a chance that he was going to go out to Bayern Munich as his number 2 there. He decided against that, looking like he was going to take the Burnley job, but this one has come about, and he's a proud Welshman. That's one thing you can say about Craig Bellamy, and his knowledge of the game is fantastic, and I think he'll do a great job if he got given the opportunity.
Well, Craig Bellamy and your former club, Newcastle, are reportedly closing in on signing Everton striker Dominic Calvert-Lewin, with the Toffees reportedly holding out for 25 mil. Newcastle are also considering selling Callum Wilson. Now, I don't understand that personally as a football fan, not a Newcastle fan. Like, both of them are injured quite a lot. Both quite similar-ish players, I would say. Or would you disagree with that in terms of, like, what, you know, they're good at bullying, good in the air?
I think Callum Wilson offers you a little bit more than Dominic Calvert-Lewin. I think in terms
of... Do you know what? I would agree with that.
Yeah, like the pace that he can have going in behind, he can hold it up, he's good in the air as well. Calvert-Lewin's probably a little bit better in the air, he's a lot taller, but I really like Callum Wilson. He's an out-and-out goal scorer, but the argument is, as you said, with both of these, they can't stay fit, and 25 million in the grand scheme of things, and it's crazy to say in today's current climate, but it's not that much for a centre forward.
Yeah, and to be fair, if they're going to keep hold of Isak, then it's not a problem.
Absolutely. So
Isak's the main man, isn't he?
If you can keep Dominic Calvert-Lewin fit, yes, he will offer you something, and as you said, with Isak there as well, and You only have to put crosses in, and he's going to get on the end of it.
I wonder where Callum Wilson would go.
Yeah, I was thinking this when I see the story come out, and I really don't know. I really don't know. I think there'll be suitors for sure in the Premier League. I think Crystal Palace, a team like Crystal Palace could do something. He's 32, so he's not getting any younger. No. So the next move is probably his final move, but he may decide to go abroad.
How about this one? Ivan Toney moves to somewhere in the Premier League. He goes Brentford.
Yeah, perhaps, yeah. But look, Saudi Arabia will be sniffing around, I'm sure.
A lot of money there for sure. West Ham and Newcastle had bids for Wolves centre-backs. Max Gilman rejected. West Ham bid 25 million, while Newcastle offered midfielder Elliot Anderson plus an undisclosed fee. Wolves are believed to be willing to consider offers in excess of 45 mil. Now, I think that's not a bad price, to be fair.
I really like Max Gilman. Yeah. I really do. I think he's a great defender, first and foremost. I think he's technically good as well. So yeah, doesn't surprise me that clubs are going to be asking for him. What was the price, did you say there?
45 mil is what they want.
I mean, it's crazy to say that you're just brandishing around figures like 45 million, and actually that's not bad. But that's the way football is at the moment. So, I mean, I'll take him at Spurs. I'll take him at Spurs, 45 million. I mean, Levy will probably offer him 2 million a bag of crisps or something. But
27, 45 mil.
Is that how old he is? I thought he was younger than that.
So did I. I only when I just looked up.
Yeah, honestly, I thought he was younger than that. But look, he's a good player. He's a good player. 45 million.
But
the one 4
thing
or 5 years out of
the
him.
one thing you can guarantee when you bring in someone like that is that he knows the Premier League.
Yeah, yeah.
And a lot of teams, you know, sometimes you gamble on the European kind of takes them a season to adjust. We've seen it even with Spurs with a few of the players that we brought in when we had the likes of Sarr and people like that. It's taking them a season, maybe a season half to sort of get with the pace of the Premier League. So
he's almost ever present. Last 2 seasons he's missed 1 Premier League game, so he stays fit.
This is interesting as well. Juventus said they've reached an agreement with Aston Villa over a deal for Douglas Luiz. The signing of the 23-year-old midfielder will see Juve's Enzo Baranci, and I'm probably saying this all wrong by the way, and Samuel Illing Jr. move in the opposite direction to Villa Park. Juventus are reported to be paying around 50 million euros for Luiz, while the club said they will receive 22 million euros from Villa for the 2 players going the other way, plus a further 3 million euros linked to bonuses. What do you make of that?
When you're getting 2 players for the one and some finances as well, it's a strange one because I really like him as a player, Douglas Luiz. I
thought he was really settled at Villa.
Yeah, he looks settled. He's a goal scorer as well, and he scores important goals, and he digs them out of holes sometimes. But look, if a player, it seems in this case, might be looking to get away from Aston Villa, and if you're going to get a couple of good players coming back, then yeah, why not?
Absolutely. What disappoints me in all of this latest news and transfer rumours is I can't see anything about Spurs.
Yeah, it's frustrating, and I wake up every morning, look at the rumour mill and stuff, and see, are we linked with anyone? No, we're not linked with anyone. Conor Gallagher every now and then comes into mind, and I know the Same Old Spurs podcast put that out the other day, and a lot of the replies, and correct me if I'm wrong, were kind of against it, really.
Well, you mentioned the Same Old Spurs podcast. Gaza, Anthony, who I do it with, he has likened Conor Gallagher to the Harry Winks. Yeah. He says this is a £60 million Harry Winks. I think.
Is he much better than Højbjerg? I don't think so.
Do you know what? Højbjerg the other night against England was phenomenal.
I agree.
And I see that in him, the leader that's in him, and he plays a little further up for Denmark, and I think he's really good there.
He gets a lot of stick. He has got a lot of stick for
unnecessary stick. And I love him.
I think he's a good player, and I think he performs when he needs to. He's passionate as well. We've seen some of the celebrations when he clears one off the line. He loves it, and like you said, they play him a little bit further forward, and I think that could suit him quite well. Another one that Eze. I know I'm associated with Palace, but there's an opportunity to get him at Spurs.
For me, that's the dream. Like, if we're going to play football the way Ange wants to play it, you need people on those wings that aren't afraid.
Agreed.
And I love Doku, for example.
Yeah.
Do you know who I'd even say?
What?
Jack Grealish.
Yeah.
You know, like someone who's just not afraid. Imagine him linking up with Maddison, right? Just the connection and the chemistry there, right? And also, you look how well Arsenal have done over the recent seasons.
Yeah.
When they brought Zinchenko and Jesus from Manchester City, for me that was a real pivotal turning point in this sort of process that we've been talking about. Because they've gone and bought proven winners from the Premier League. Now, I think Jack Grealish has won a treble at Manchester City. He's done it all. Proven winner. Got a bit about him. He's not going to play much now because of COVID.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, you had Jack Grealish and Maddison in the same team. Our kit will be sponsored by Louis Vuitton or something.
Beach. They'll all be wearing out Beach.
Pre-season trip at Beach.
Yeah. Wayne will ring and say, big Ed, can we change the kit?
But I agree though. Spurs need players, and it's frustrating waking up every day and not seeing anyone linked.
Spursy. Let's head back over to the Formula One as Fernbach gets the latest from the Spanish Grand Prix.
Well, I'm not sure why I suggested this might not happen, but Max Verstappen wins the Spanish Grand Prix for the third consecutive year, his 7th win this season. He did look a bit shaky for a while, losing the top spot to Lando Norris and George Russell a number of times, but when he was in charge, he proved his dominance as ever, especially over Norris, who started the race on pole. He tried everything possible to take the victory from McLaren, but it wasn't meant to be, crossing the line in 2nd place and getting driver of the day for his efforts. And hey, here's one for the Mercedes fans, a return to the podium for Lewis Hamilton. Not seen him there since October last year, but he gets his first of the season as he pulls in 3rd. Those 66 laps in Barcelona did not disappoint.
Brilliant stuff. Thank you very much, Fern. Now let's head over to the T20 World Cup where John Norman has the latest on England against USA.
18-1 USA, asked to bat first by England, who need to win comfortably to guarantee themselves a place in the semi-final stages. But the one wicket to fall, that of Gauss, who was caught on the boundary at square leg. One ball after hitting Reece Topley for a 6. He went for 8, and Nitish has just, or rather Taylor has just hit a ball just fraction over Chris Jordan at mid-on for another boundary. Topley with 2 overs, Archer with 1, and USA have got us going. In Barbados, 3 overs in, 18-1.
Thank you very much, John. We've got a message here from the Leicester City fans. Said, lads, by the way, I'd rather have Harry Winks over Gallagher any day of the week. Harry Winks has been exceptional for us. Great player. I know the Leicester fans love Harry Winks.
I watched him at Portman Road when they come to Ipswich, and he was fantastic.
Was he?
Yeah, he really was. And obviously the reverse game was on TV as well. And every time I've seen Leicester play, he's in the heart of everything good.
I think when, it's been like when Oliver Skip went to Norwich. I think when those boys go to places where they're comfortable and they can be the main guys, I think that's where their 11 is, for example.
I agree.
And I think they're good footballers. I just think, for example, with the aspirations and ambition of Spurs as a club and a team.
As soon as you get not a tag, but as soon as you get a little bit of criticism from supporters, and Højbjerg is exactly the same. No matter what you do, you have one bad performance and it's straight on their back again, and that's kind of what happened.
We've started something as well about the old chips. Now, boys, Wendy's chips are 10 out of 10.
Wendy's?
Wendy's had a Wendy's chip before?
No, I haven't. Wendy's Wendy's been put in Cambridge.
Has it really?
That's the closest one to me, so I'm going to have to try them.
I like this as well, lads. I can't believe the crinkle cut chips from Shake Shack didn't get a mention. Next level. Do you know, I'm not really had a Shake Shack.
No, I haven't.
But the crinkle cut chips, if we're going to talk crinkle cut chips, you know Leon, the fast food place?
Yeah, lovely.
They're
lovely.
You
know what?
Same vibe there.
Not living down in London, I live up in Suffolk. We don't have many of these restaurants up there. I think we've only just got Slim Chickens up there, to be honest. I might have that. Later. Like Burger King.
Well, we talked about Burger King all show, yeah.
If only we had longer, we could just get out what best chips are there. Look at how quick we've got 15 minutes. What's your favourite chips?
Favourite chip? Chip shop chip. No salt.
Chip shop chip. I can't say
Chip shop chips.
Yeah, I can't say it.
Right, keep getting involved. You listen to Euro Game Day. More than football's chips as well. On TalkSport, presented by Carling, the UK's #1 lager 18+. Please drink responsibly. Skål fans. Today's the Nate. Come on, have your final say on tonight's game. 03717 22 This is TalkSport.
Euro Game Day live on TalkSport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18+, always drink responsibly.
Pump number 5, please.
Sure, and if you're a BP Me Rewards member, you get double points on your fuel and shopping.
Oh, I forgot something. I'll have one of these, 2 of these. We're going to need a bigger basket.
With double BP Me Rewards points, you'll find yourself needing just about everything. So head to BP Saul on the Go charter lanes. Fill up your tank and your basket so you can get those rewards double quick. BP, here for all of life's journeys. T's and C's apply. Available at participating dealer-owned BP stores only. For details, see bpmerewards.co.uk/double points. Put your pre-lounge knowledge to the ultimate test with the all-new TalkSport Football Trivia board game, England edition.
Oh, we have the goal!
Use your on-target trivia skills to take on all challengers and score the ultimate board game bragging rights just in time for the summer of football. Featuring hundreds of weird and wonderful questions about the England men's football team. The TalkSport Football Trivia Board Game England Edition. Available now at shop.talksport.com.
Do you belong here? Next to me, about to jump into the sea on an army coast-steering expedition. What's your gut saying? Walk away from the edge? Or jump in and join a team that will be by your side for life? Still listening? You belong here. Army, recruiting now. Search Army jobs.
Here she is, the three-time world champion. What has she got in store for us today? Things are starting to heat up. Here she goes.
Triple builders, double stir, I don't believe it. And a chocolate digestive to finish it off. A thing of beauty. You have to say, the judges are gonna love this one.
British Gas, powering home fans during this summer of sport.
Where can you get the latest breaking sports news delivered with the laser-like accuracy of Michael Van Gogh? 1 hour and 8 linear passion and opinions debated with the confident dexterity of Virgil van Dijk.
The Liverpool fans celebrate.
Answer on the radio show that's got the nation's sports fans buzzing like a Van de Graaff generator. Early breakfast with Shabana Hearn. Weekday mornings from 5 on Talk Sport with Adrian Flux Van Insurance. Insurance for the individual. Search Adrian Flux Van Insurance to find out more.
Euro Game Day Live, delivered by TalkSport with Burger King. What's better than a last-minute winner? A crispy chicken royale delivered straight to your door.
It's Destination Deutschland.
UEFA Euro 2024 Germany.
A goal to celebrate.
The biggest prize in European football is up for grabs once again. Euro Game Day Live
on TalkSport.
Good afternoon, you listen to Eurogame Day Live here on TalkSport as the Battle of the Chips rage on. But we are, of course, presented by Burger King, home of the ultimate food and chips satisfaction. Get your favourites delivered now. Right, let's look ahead to Scotland against Hungary. Again, all thanks to Burger King.
Big match preview on TalkSport with Burger King. Bring home the ultimate food satisfaction. Get your favourites delivered now.
That's right, we are looking ahead to the Scotland game against Hungary this evening. 8 o'clock, of course, here on TalkSport. What are we making of that?
I think Hungary are going to win, I don't know why. It's not that I want them to win, because we've already spoken to about that, we've already had a debate, but I just don't think they're under enough pressure, Scotland. I don't think, we've spoken to a few of the supporters, the fan base phoned up and talking about the rivalries, and Shaban said, yeah, Steve Clarke's under a bit of pressure. Some of the callers we've had is like, no, he's not, what he's done. I don't know if you agree with me, there's not really much pressure. If they lose, it's, we got to the tournament, it was good, we had fun while it lasted. I think it will be a great atmosphere. It always is with the Titan Army. I think when you hear that Flower of Scotland being sung out, I think it gets everyone going. But the Hungary need to win as well.
It's prerogative of the people go. Let's get Alistair, who's a Partick Thistle fan, who joins us on Partick Thistle, on the show. How are we, Alistair?
Hi, Alistair.
Hi, how you doing? You alright, guys?
As you can tell, it's been a long show when I call it Partick Thistle, Patrick Thistle. A quick one, the England-Scotland debate. How do you feel about that? Do you have a bit of rivalry towards England?
No, I've lived in England for the 30 years now. I'm kicking retirement age.
Oh, wow.
So I do like watching England, and I just laugh when Scotland come on. I gave up on them in 1978.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I waved goodbye to them at Prestwick Airport when I was 10 years old. So, and you know the scores that happened there.
Yeah.
I think Hungary are going to absolutely pump Scotland tonight.
Wow. So you're now a fully fledged England fan then?
No, I just don't like Stevie Clarke.
Oh, well, how come? We've had a few callers, I don't know if you've been hearing, saying that he's not under pressure, what he's done for the country, and he's galvanised it. What do you think?
Yeah, well, he rolled into the Euros on the back of qualification in a Rolls Royce, and he's about to go out and Del Boy Trotter's three-wheeler.
I think I'd prefer the three-wheeler, to be honest.
Yeah, features that the UK national teams have at the moment, because they won't take a chance, they won't take a risk. I phoned last week and spoke to Gabby about Harry Kane shouldn't be on the park. Yeah, I think I'm on 20 minutes to go. But the plethora of young players that Southgate's got about him that he's not playing is unbelievable. And to score a goal and then park a bus is just, my heart goes out to the guys that have spent thousands to get out there to watch.
Yeah,
You know?
it's a dreadful watch, Alistair, you're right. And to be fair, that is a great use of terminology, the vanilla thing. And we've said that there's memes going around. Gareth Southgate wears a high-vis vest to go in the loft, or he wears goggles in the bath. It does feel very precautious. In terms of Scotland, who would you like as the Scotland manager? I know you waved goodbye to them, but in a parallel universe,
what would bring you back? What would bring you back to Scotland?
What would bring me back? Soonest and McCoy's.
What, double act?
Yeah. Jack and Victor.
Don't tell them. We have them here on Talk Sport. We need them here.
Yeah, no, well, I spoke to him a couple of weeks ago as well. But I think then to get us to the next World Cup, because we can't go sourcing another 30 votes scenario or things like that. But I think England, when Mr. Southgate puts his resignation in maybe next week, England's next manager is sitting in Germany or Portugal, and you know the names there. Mr. Klopp and Mr. Mourinho.
Do you know, I'm going to throw a third one into the mix there. Pochettino.
No, he couldn't organise that.
Go on, steady.
The way that, you know, Chelsea finishes.
I just think an Argentinian managing England just go down too well.
I did forget about that part.
That's the only thing. Mourinho, though, that's a great shout. I've said this for a long time. Who would you want to go into a tournament with? Mourinho.
Yeah, and both of those player managers have won everything except the World Cup.
Yeah, absolutely. Brilliant, cool. Thank you very much, Alistair. He wants to come soon.
He's right. I know he's talking about Scotland there, but he's right in terms of Mourinho. And I've said this before and got a little bit of stick because what he'll do to the country and who cares? Who cares what he'll do to some of these players? Like, if he wins as a trophy, I don't care who he drops, who he picks. He can bring Frank Lampard back out of retirement if he wants, as long as he wins us a tournament.
Will he have his toes massaged?
Yeah, of course he would. When the masseur's going with him, have his toes massaged. Him and John Terry.
Do you know what? It's going to be a great watch later on today. And you know, one thing that you can guarantee is that, like we've mentioned before, regardless of all the rubber, that the Tartan Army are going to be in full voice.
Yeah, they will.
And I'll tell you what, you've been a professional footballer. How much does that galvanise you when you look to the stands and you're hearing them rooting for you?
So much. John McGinn's even said it in his press conference that they deserve it. That what they've given them in this tournament makes them proud to be Scottish, and it makes them want to give them back memories. And the only way you can do that is by going and win the game. I think all they'll ask, same as all English supporters ask, is you go out and you give 100% for your country, for the badge, and if it doesn't work out, so be it. You've given everything that you could possibly give on that pitch, and having supporters like that. And it must be said, I think the England supporters have been fantastic as well over there. I think the atmosphere of the English games have been great. It makes you look around and think, we have to give back to these supporters that spent thousands of their hard-earned money to travel out to Germany to watch this performance. And in terms of the England one, these dire performances, and yet they do. As a supporter, I've said before, they owe us a performance.
Well, that'll be interesting. But of course, as I say, all eyes are on Scotland this evening. The Scotland War Craze. Come on, Scotland! Is what they'll be saying. Of course, as I said, that's going to be on TalkSport later on this evening, and of course on TalkSport 2, commentary from Kevin Hatchett and former England defender Alvin Martin as Switzerland take on Germany. And that will be interesting as well, because I tell you what, if the Germans can manage to go and give Switzerland a big thrashing, and Scotland turn up and score a few goals, you might be finishing second in the group, Scotland.
Second place is still up for grabs, depending, as you said, what happens with Germany and Switzerland. But first and foremost, Scotland has to get the job done for them.
Right, Scotland, you've heard it. You've heard from some people that love you and some people that dislike you. It's in your hands. It's time to go and do it. Right, that was a look ahead to tonight's action in association with Burger King.
Big match preview on TalkSport with Burger King. Bring home the ultimate food satisfaction. Get your favourites delivered now.
Right, what are the odds on that me and you probably going to go for a Burger King?
That's absolute starving.
Brilliant. Daz, listen, it's always a pleasure. Imagine Daz come together.
Mate, it's like we've never been away.
I know, let's hope we can get some more together in before the season starts for sure. A big show coming up next, of course, as we're going to be listening to Euro Game Day Live with Adrian Durham and Darren Ben. But from me, Madge and him, Daz, thank you very much. Speak TalkSport.
Euro Game Day Live, delivered by TalkSport with Burger King. What's better than a last-minute winner? A crispy chicken royale delivered straight to your door. King delivery now.
All eyes on Germany this summer. Come on, England! Come on, return army!
I fancy us to win it this year, you know. We'll never hear the end of it if we do.
With free bets, offers and price boosts, bet friend this tournament and get an offer on every game. Love football? Bet Fred. And remember, one offer per match between the 14th of June to the 14th of July. Offers may vary. European Championships only. T&Cs apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
Do you belong here? Next to me on an anti-poaching operation. 2 days driving from anywhere. What's your gut say? Want to change the radio station? Or jump in and keep us company? Still listening? You belong here. Army. Recruiting now. Search Army jobs.
That's not simple. That's not simple. Now that's simple. Hastings Direct Car Insurance is simple, because when life is this complicated, finding a great deal shouldn't be. Great cover, great price, and a great app makes us one of the UK's top choices when comparing car insurance online. Hastings Direct. Simplicity is the best policy. For verification, see hastingsdirect.com/verify.
At BN Steel, whatever the project, we've got it covered. Download the all-new BN Steel app for easy access to our extensive range of steel products, composite cladding, tools and workwear. Get app-only discounts and view our latest products, from stylish exterior paneling to industrial safety systems. Plus, use code TS10 to get an additional 10% off on our steel range via the app. BN Steel, more than steel. Download the app today or visit bnsteel.co.uk.
Satisfy your appetite for a truly mouth-watering tournament of football. Euro Game Day Live, delivered by TalkSport with Burger King. Post-match action doesn't get any tastier than a Gourmet King's Barbecue Steakhouse Angus Burger. The unbeatable partnership of a flame-grilled burger and crispy fries. And every epic winner tastes better with a classic Whopper. Euro Game Day Live, delivered by TalkSport with Burger King. Food satisfaction delivered to your door. That's food filming.
Euro Game Day Live on TalkSport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus, always drink responsibly. On 1089 and 1053 medium wave. On Giga TV, online and on your smart speaker.
Official broadcaster of UEFA Euro 2024, Germany. TalkSport.
Talk Sport.
Good afternoon, I'm Steve Forbes. Harry Kane's crisis management didn't happen, according to the England captain, after reports he held a player-only meeting following the draw against Denmark. Kane feels the team is in a good place despite under-par performances.
Before the tournament, if you'd have said, where we are now, you pretty much be qualified after 2 games, we would have took it for sure. But I think we can be honest with ourselves that we haven't played the way we wanted to play. I think the good sign is that we've still picked up results whilst doing that.
But the Sunday edition's Henry Winter says England are individuals failing to play as a team.
Best player in Spain, best player in the Bundesliga, best Phil Foden, best player voted him Footballer of the Year. In this system, with this atmosphere in the camp at the moment, they're not delivering.
John McGinn's told us the Tartan Army have done their part in Germany. Now it's time for Scotland to give them a memory they'll never forget. A win over Hungary later, live on TalkSport, would likely see Scotland into the last 16 for the first time ever. These supporters have told TalkSport how confident they're feeling.
A win, easy win. I had no fears, but there's no doubt about it. I think we're going to make history today.
I'm not really expecting a win, but I hope for a win. I believe that we can.
Andy Murray's hopes of a Wimbledon farewell look to be over for good, we think. The ATP Tour posted the 2-time champion is out of the tournament following surgery to remove a spinal cyst, but have now removed it. It's victory number 7 for Max Verstappen this season as he's won the Spanish Grand Prix, the world champion, who started second on the grid, held off McLaren's Lando Norris by 2 seconds in Barcelona. And England have a much-needed second USA wicket in Barbados. Here's TalkSport's John Norman.
50 for 2, 7 overs in. Sam Curran with the dismissal of Stephen Taylor, cutting the ball straight to Moeen Ali, who dives well to his left at point 12. Nitish Kumar's having a bit of fun, 24 from 16. England need to win, and they need to win comfortably to make sure they make it through to the semi-finals. 7 overs in, asked to bat first. USA 50 for 2.
TalkSport News.
Manchester Airport has apologised after cancelling every departure from 2 terminals. It's down to a major power cut, which has led to huge queues and disrupted baggage processing. And the Gambling Commission's understood to be widening its investigation beyond the 4 Tories accused of betting on the election day.
TalkSport Weather.
Dry and warm with sunshine for many today.
TalkSport. Der Fußball from Deutschland.
What a moment!
Licensed broadcaster of UEFA Euro 2024 Germany. Euro Game Day Live with Adrian Durham on TalkSport. Game on!
TalkSport live from Dusseldorf ahead of Scotland's big night. It's me and TalkSport Drive King Darren Bent for the next 3 hours from a sports bar in this football mad city, this Euros mad city. Fans from all nations are basing themselves here. It's absolutely buzzing with football. We're going to look back on the tournament so far. We'll be welcoming all sorts of guests to the show. We'll talk a lot of England and a lot of Scotland. It's Euro Game Day Live from Dusseldorf on TalkSport.
This is what Euro 2024 is all about.
The Albanian side never giving up.
And are the golden generation about to go home early?
It's a first defeat outside of penalties at the Euros for Italy since 2016. They still have work to do for qualifying.
I told you, they're too cool, these Italians, to feel pressure. With both sides level on 4 points at the top of the group. Netherlands 0, France 0.
This is tough competition, you know. You need to have fun in that.
What a simple goal for Austria!
We want to win it, of course. They're a strong opponent, I know that.
Weghorst! He's done it again! It's a positive result for England in that it keeps them top of the group. Not a positive performance. Belgium, Romania, Slovakia and Ukraine will head into the final night of Group E, level on points.
It is history for Georgia. Their first ever point at a major international tournament. Oh, what a goal!
A little bit a kind of derby.
Kerry says he's on it. Oh my goodness me! That is a finish of pure quality and class.
Hungary have no points from their opening 2 games, and their Euros looks threatened.
Scotland lead! Listen to the roar!
Just give us something to believe in, I swear, come on!
That's what it means to everybody. We're getting to the point in the tournament where we know we have to win the game to progress to the next round, and that's what we're into.
And you heard every twist and turn live on TalkSport.
Yeah, it's good to have you with me. Before we get on to the Euros, right, I've got to point out, we're in a bar, sports bar in Dusseldorf, where they all support Fortuna Dusseldorf, obviously the local team. And which English club are twin with Fortuna Dusseldorf?
Of course, the biggest town in Suffolk.
Biggest town in Ipswich.
Ipswich Town, of course.
Ipswich down, not down.
The mighty Tractor Boys.
Okay,
My
yeah.
dad. Premier League Tractor Boys are.
How much of a coincidence is that? I didn't know that until we arrived. It's absolutely extraordinary.
So that's surprised me. There's not much you don't know. So the fact you did know that has shocked me. That.
Well, I know it now. That's the point. So you're going to be feeling right at home on the German Ipswich.
Yeah, it's been so far. It's been quite nice. I mean, I met an Ipswich Town fan yesterday. Surprised, I come up the airport. He's like, Darren, how you doing? I was like, you know about you? Down here he was. He's like, oh, I support Ipswich as well. Growing up, he was my hero and all that. I was like, oh, thanks, man.
No, that's sweet. Little selfie going on, was it?
Yeah, of course.
Andy has asked me about trainers, sneakers. Okay. How many did you bring out?
6 pairs.
6 pairs.
Yeah.
And how many have you bought since you've been here?
Only a couple.
Only 2 pairs?
Yeah, 2 pairs. And I didn't know the shop was there. I went past them, went in there, don't get me wrong, I tried on a fair few, and they didn't have my size. So it would have been a few more than just the 2, but no, I've kept it low-key.
Okay, but so only 8 pairs to take over. You'll be wearing one of them, so You've got big suitcases out here.
Massive. Do
It's
you know what
not
it
a
was?
euphemism.
Because, again, if Alex was here, he'd go, yeah, because that's his first time at a major tournament ever.
Has he gone with that one?
Yeah, always. Every time I see him, I haven't been to a major tournament before, but this is my first one in terms of working, which has been fantastic. And I weren't sure what to bring. People were saying, oh, you need loads of suitcases. I've been here for over a month. So I was like, I do. So I've got my 2 massive suitcases. So I think I've overcooked it all.
But there's room for the sneakers, and that's the main thing.
They were getting home somehow, and even if I have to shop them in my hand luggage, they're getting home somehow.
Where you started in Berlin?
Yeah.
Right, okay, so where have you been in Dortmund last night? You're in Dusseldorf today?
Yeah, so I started in Berlin, then I went to Hamburg.
Right.
Then from Hamburg to Stuttgart.
Right.
Stuttgart back to Berlin. Berlin to Dortmund. And now Dortmund to Dusseldorf.
Fantastic.
And even though it's been a lot of travelling, I have absolutely loved every minute of it. I mean, football, I even took myself last night on my own to watch Portugal versus Turkey.
Did you?
Yeah, use my pass.
Fantastic, yeah.
What an atmosphere, by the way. Wow. But yeah, this whole tournament for me has been so special. As I said, it's my first, and I've loved every minute of it.
We're going to be doing the best of the tournament with goals, games, players, etc. We'll do that much later. We'll do it with Stuart Pearce and Jim Proudfoot. They're going to join us. Our England commentary team, they're going to join us a little bit later on. So we'll do it with them and get their views as well. But I've been, the footballer thing overall generally has been very, very impressive. And we're getting to that drama point now. Scotland tonight is absolutely gigantic. We're going to speak to our Scotland correspondent Siobhan Hearn very soon, but it's huge. And the big thing was they gave themselves a chance with that last result, the draw against the Swiss.
Do you know what? I wrote them off against Switzerland because of how Switzerland played in their first game. I thought against Hungary, I thought, you know what? Right. There's no way Scotland are getting anything out of this. And fair play to them. They pushed, they worked really hard. I mean, what really got me about that game was actually before the game, the national anthem. Like, listen, I'm not Scottish by any stretch of imagination, but I had hairs on the back of my neck standing up. The way that their fans were screaming, the players, the passion, I was like, wow, like, this is incredible. And they went out there, they put a performance in. I know they didn't get the result, but they've given themselves a fighting chance, because after that German performance, I thought, these are just making up the numbers, and they're certainly not doing that.
No, and with the anthem, you're right, incredibly passionate. I was at the Munich game, where they obviously got battered by Germany, but the anthem was very, very special. Even the English-born players are belting out the national anthem, so they're on message. But I think you could say, oh, it's a little bit fake, but listen, you don't know how Scottish they feel they are with their parentage, grandparentage, whatever it might be, so you can't take that for granted until you know exactly what's going on. But to be honest with you, I don't really care. No rules have been broken. They're allowed to play for Scotland. They go and play for Scotland. And if they really feel that belting out the national anthem will give them an extra 0.5%, then absolutely you've got to go for it, haven't you?
I've not got no problem with it whatsoever. If they're there to represent Scotland, then if that's like the uniform they're wearing, the kit they're wearing, then why shouldn't they do that? And as I said, the passion was coming through the TV, that booming out. I mean, we always see Scottish fans at major tournaments, whatever game, belting out the national anthem, but seeing the players as well, even I was like, wow.
Well, Scotland have got Hungary, who are at the bottom of the table at the moment, haven't got a point. Scotland, if you look at the fourth place teams at the moment, they are bottom of that list of that table of fourth place teams, and only the top 4 third place teams rather go through. So Scotland absolutely need something. I don't think a draw is going to be enough for them tonight, but I think they've got to go for the win, and they've got to hope that's enough, bearing in mind what the others are going to do as well.
Do you know what it is? And okay, if you'd have asked Scotland, they probably would have said to be in this position, having Hungary the last game of the group stages. I know you can't be too arrogant and go, no, we could beat them, but surely you wouldn't want Germany on the last one, you wouldn't want Switzerland, they're 2 good sides. I think out of the 4, and fair play, they've all got their own merit, Hungary would have been the team Scotland would have gone. If we've got to win that game to have an unbelievable opportunity of getting through to the knockout stages, then that's the way it's got to be. So they've given themselves that opportunity, but now they've got to go and take it.
Yeah, absolutely right. We're going to talk a lot of England, but underwhelming so far.
Yeah.
Could be the view, but they're top of their group with 4 points. So maybe they're building up to peaking at the right time.
I hope so. That's the only thing I would say as well, is that yes, we haven't played well. 4 points on the board is good, right? Yes, we haven't played well. We're underwhelmed in terms of the performance, but you don't want to pile on. Like, I almost feel like some people, not everyone, but some people almost take satisfaction more so when England are struggling. Why that is, I don't know, because we're all in it together. We want England to do well, we want us to win. But it just feels like certain people come out of certain areas where they don't really say much, but then all of a sudden England start losing, and then they start chirping up. So that's why I think, just relax. I know the performances haven't been good. Gareth's tried certain things. We've all been asking Gareth for so long, can you change up, try something? He tried Trent in midfield. Up until this point, it probably hasn't worked yet. But unless he's trying something different, he's not took Jordan Henderson, which I didn't agree with, but he's not taking him. Maguire's not there. He's made different decisions that we've not seen Gareth do before, and yet people are still like, he ain't got a clue. So he can't win, really.
Yeah, and there is a view. I was in the press conference before the first game, and there's a view. One of the foreign journalists asked Gareth, he said, listen, if you win this tournament, people will say, well, you should have won others before it. If you don't win this tournament, they'll say, you should have won the tournament. So do you feel like you can't win? And he kind of chuckled to himself and said, this is the nature of the job. I've had 8 years in this job. I know what comes with this job. It's a very well paid job, let's put that out there. So he has to take the very rough with the smooth as well. And he's got a huge job to do. And I don't think it's good enough so far. I think it's right to be critical of him. I think it's right to analyse and assess where he's going wrong. I think it's right that fans give opinions. They pay money to see games. We're all invested in the national team. We're all English. We want the England team to do well. And when it's not doing well, we have every right to have an opinion on it. So he knows that. I don't think he's like naive or stupid. He absolutely knows people are going to ruin him when England aren't doing well. The reality is, Henry Winter just said it in the bulletin a moment ago. I said it on TalkSport this morning. We've got the best player in La Liga. We've got the best player in the Premier League as well. The best player in the Bundesliga. If you can't build a winning side that's playing well around those 3 players, you're not doing the job properly, surely.
And that's the thing. And the only thing I'd say about Gareth and his job, and you're right, is that it must be so hard for him because we're all here in this room there, the 6 of us in this room. I bet if we all picked a team, it'd be completely different. Do you know what I mean? So it's one of those where he can't win. Whatever he feels is the right thing to put out there to win a game, it's got to happen. But you're totally right. Phil Foden's been brilliant. Bellingham's been brilliant. Harry Kane, we know how good he is. We've got Kyle Walker, who's arguably England's greatest ever right back, full back. We've got players in Declan Rice, who's one of the best holders on the planet. For whatever reason at the minute, the team just looks a little bit dysfunctional to me. A little bit like he's trying to. We've had it before with other generations where we've been so blessed with so many good players in the same area that they've gone, do you know what? They're good enough to go and play out of position. Even if it doesn't suit them, we'll go and put them out there anyway because they're a good player. I just think Gareth in this tournament, and certainly the way the first 2 games have gone, he might have to go, do you know what? I'm going to have to make a really big decision here. Now that might mean, just for the sake of the team, that might mean having to leave out a Bellingham or a Foden or, dare I say, even a Kane, just so the team looks a little bit more rounded, rather than you've got Foden coming off the left and he doesn't look comfortable, he's getting a Bellingham space, Bellingham trying to do too much, Kane wants to drop off, but at the minute it just doesn't look like he's got that pop at the minute. Gareth might have to go, do you know what? I'm going to have to make a decision. Phil, I know you've won PFA Player of the Year, but you're not playing on June. I know how good you are, but just for the sake of the team, I'm going to need you to take a step out. Kane, you're not pressing the way I want you to press, so I'm going to go with Ollie Watkins. And listen, if it doesn't work, yes, he'll get paid pelters, but he's got to do something.
He's just done about 60 seconds there, thrown in about 5 or 6 bombs, okay, which we'll get back to. Stuart Pearce joins us as well. I know he's got 1 or 2 bombs to drop as far as England are concerned. So this is going to be some 3 hours of football chat live from Dusseldorf on TalkSport. You're listening to Euro Game Day live on TalkSport, presented by Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus, please drink responsibly.
Euro Game Day live on TalkSport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus, always drink responsibly.
Nothing beats a Jet2 holiday. So why not swap damp grey skies for glorious sunshine? Right now, you can save up to £60 per person. And we'll be with you every step of the way with award-winning VIP customer service. So don't miss out. Book summer now. Jet2 Holidays. Package holidays you can trust. Patronage protected. Subject to availability and conditions.
This year's general election mean for Britain? What do the parties have in mind for your children's education? How will their policies affect the housing market, hospital waiting lists, the taxes you pay, or even the environment you live in? At The Times, Sunday Times and Times Radio, we know that what happens in Westminster has a real impact on your life. Visit thetimes.com. From Westminster to your world.
It's the event we've all been waiting for. The 30-metre vacuum is on. He's really ramping up the power. Straight around the first corner, overtaking Pepper. Oh, no! He's hit a hurdle. It must be a coin. Great recovery. And now he's on the home straight. This could be a personal best. And he's done it. Incredible scenes. He really has cleaned up.
British
during the summer of sport. Get match ready with club card prices. Like 2 for £8 on selected Fire Pit barbecue products. With Tesco Club Card, everyone can feel the lower prices. Tesco, every little helps. Majority of larger stores end 22nd of September at Speeds Northern Ireland. Club Card or app required.
If you bought a timeshare, did you really get what you expected? Or were you sold a dream that's now a nightmare? With high maintenance fees, loss of exclusivity, and limited availability, timeshare ownership for many is now just a liability. MyTimeshareClaim.co.uk has helped thousands of owners who are missold exit their contract and receive compensation. For advice and to find out more about your options, text timeshare to 78900.
As the biggest teams in Europe go head-to-head this summer, TalkSport and Carling have come together to make sure the UK is match-ready for the big games.
Brilliant football!
From expert pub pundits to on-the-sofa supporters, get your mates together anywhere and enjoy all the unbeatable football action.
Super entertainment. It is game on!
Make sure you're well on side and listen to Euro Game Day Live on TalkSport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus, always drink responsibly. Euro Game Day Live, delivered by TalkSport with Burger King. Get the ultimate food satisfaction this half-time with the flame-grilled bacon double cheeseburger XL. Order now on the Burger King app.
Großer Fußball. UEFA Euro 2024, Germany.
He's done it again!
Tonight from 8, uninterrupted, on location commentary of Scotland versus Hungary.
McTominay to a slip shot. It's in!
On TalkSport.
You're listening to Euro Game Day Live on TalkSport, presented by Burger King. Bring home the ultimate food satisfaction. Get your favourites delivered now. Tonight, Group A draws to a close. Germany are through. Switzerland expected to take second, but Scotland fighting to qualify. They take on Hungary. Let's take a look at today's action with Carling.
Euro Game Day Roundup on TalkSport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus, always drink responsibly.
Well, our Scotland correspondent Shabana Hearn is with us ahead of Scotland versus Hungary. How are the nerves doing, Shabana? How are you feeling?
I wish I could be serious with you right now, Adrian, but the Tartan Army have kind of congregated around us and are telling everyone, shh, behave yourselves, you lot, you're live on the radio. Yeah, I'm nervous, don't get me wrong, but I'm also just feeling the energy, Adrian, because everyone's having a good time. Only thing is now is this game means far more than the Germany game did. It's all 3 points or we head back home, and nobody wants that, do we? Like pantomime up here, Adrian. I'm sorry if I can't hear your next line. Oliver, don't
As long as they keep it clean, nobody minds. Listen, I can ask you a serious question about team news, because from game one I've wanted Lawrence Shankland to start. Is there any danger your best goal scorer might start in a game you've got to win tonight?
I think Shankland could be a possibility to start up front tonight. Perhaps, Adrian, maybe we'll see two up front tonight now that Kieran Tierney is sadly no longer with us in camp. I think you will see Robertson in that left back position, of course. Maybe 4 in the midfield, 2 up front. It's a possibility, but I think everybody who started last week have got themselves back in their start position, especially Billy Gilmore, who was outstanding last week. Scott McTominay, those big players who went missing in the Germany game have been present in the game against Switzerland. We spoke to Steve Clark yesterday. We spoke to John McGinn, who's just loving the energy from the Tartan Army. He said he's surprised that they've made it to Stuttgart with the amount of alcohol we've had over the last couple of weeks, but they have made it here safely. And Adrian, because you're live on the radio, we've got a bit of a surprise for you from Neil and Leon. Is everybody ready to just let it rip? Okay. Okay, here we go.
fantastic. Well, absolutely, mate. I just want to assure all our listeners no cats were heard in the making of that piece of radio. that was truly sensational. And listen, it's become a cliche, but the Scotland fans are number one, aren't they, Siobhan?
The Scotland fans have been absolutely incredible, Adrian. Everybody's just having a good time. Everywhere we've been, do you know what I've really enjoyed? Is the stories that everybody's had with their Germans over the last couple of weeks. We met a couple earlier on who went to stay in a campsite and ended up borrowing a car from a German family who were also at the campsite. Everybody's got these different friendships that they've developed on the road, and that's just what part of tournament football is about, you know, good, healthy, fun and rivalry at the same time. It's been so enjoyable, and one of my proudest moments and a proudest working moments as well is got a big Albertville fan here. But yeah, it's been great fun, Adrian. I hope it doesn't end here tonight, that's for sure.
Siobhan, I've got to ask you, you spoke about Kieran Tierney. I mean, how much of a blow is that going to be? Because as we know how influential he is, big voice in the dressing room, the fact that he's no longer there, how much more now do you think is reliant on Andy Robertson?
It's so devastating that Kieran Tierney is gone. I was telling this story earlier on today, Darren, when we went to the Switzerland game and we arrived at the stadium in Cologne. I was setting up in the flash position where all the broadcast kit goes for when the players are coming out of the tunnel. And I heard Caledonia by Paolo Nutini. Frankie Valli's the main guy, usually sings it, but there's a Paolo Nutini version. And it could get louder and louder, getting towards the pitch. And when I turned round, it was Kieran Tierney coming down the tunnel with his boombox around his neck.
Wow.
And he was loving that moment of walking down to the pitch, all the boys walking behind him, and I thought he's such a leader and a character in that dressing room. Granit Xhaka spoke to us after the game and said he was not surprised by the Tartan Army because Kieran Tierney always told the guys about it at Arsenal. So now, very, very sad that he's been stretchered off and he's heading back with a hamstring injury. But if things go well in rehab and they do get to the round of 16, there's a possibility he'll be back out here to be with the team and support them through that next game. Fingers crossed.
Listen, we're going to leave you to it, Siobhan, because they sound like they're in fantastic voice. Siobhan Ahern, our Scotland correspondent, with the Tartan Army ahead of Scotland against Hungary this evening. They've been fantastic. I was with them all in Munich, and they kind of took over Munich, but in a beautiful way. I mean, there are, some have made comparisons with the England fans. I get where that comes from in terms of the England fans don't always behave particularly well, but there's a massive difference in tournament history, massive difference in expectation as well. At some point in the future, 20, 30 years, who knows, Scotland might have the same expectation England have got now. That is when fans will not necessarily behave differently, but their attitudes will be different. It's okay coming over here, your first sort of away tournament, if you like, in years, and you're just determined to have a good time. Of course, we'd all love that to be the way with England, but there's a pressure that comes with going deep in tournaments that's on England now. Scotland, though, I mean, they're showing the way, but they've got to do it on the pitch tonight, and that's the key for them. They have to be hungry tonight.
Well, they get the back into the fans, that's for a fact. I mean, that can always help.
Can't complain about that.
Yeah, exactly. The amount of times when you're playing, you're going through tough times, and you know you've got to dig in. It always helps when the fans are there on the side, singing, loud, and they know that that's there already. Because, as you said, maybe about the expectation, but it is right. They've got to put a performance in against Hungary because Hungary is at the bottom of the table at the minute. These are beatable. Scotland can beat them. They've got good enough players in their squad to beat Hungary. But it's about self-belief as well. And they might have to be patient. They might come to a point where it's 0-0 after 60, 70 minutes. They've just got to stay patient, keep believing that something will happen. Because I thought against Switzerland, the way they went about their business, if the game was a little bit longer, I think maybe they would have gone and got that winner. Because it looked like Scotland were the only team really pushing to try and get a winner. But tonight, I mean, it'd be a travesty if they go 1-0 down, because then it's like, wow, what do you do now? But they've got to believe. I hope they do it. I think they will do it. As I said, they've just got to stay composed, stay compact, and there's no reason why they can't.
I think the players will get better as well. I've been looking for more from, say, John McGinn, but Grant Hanley comes in to start the second game. I thought he was excellent when he came on against Germany. Brilliant in the second game. And some of those players really stepped up to the mark. Pressure was on them to perform second game, and they did. McGregor, etc.
Yeah, they did. And you're right about John McGinn, because somebody I'm a big fan of. Watching all season for Villa, been fantastic. Hasn't quite got going yet. Not getting as many touches as he probably would like. Not as influential, but he'll work hard. He'll put a shift in. And again, they're going to need all that tonight. I think Stuart Armstrong's another one. He didn't feature in the last game, but if you need legs, because at some point there's going to be you're going to have to run hard, you have to work hard. maybe Stuart Armstrong's that person to come on because he's certainly done it for Southampton. But it's a huge incentive for Scotland this evening because they've given themselves a chance. After that first game, everyone thought they were going to have no points whatsoever because they were terrible. But they are playing one of the more favoured sides in the tournament in Germany. Hungary, last game of the season, they're sitting on no points. They've got nothing to play for. Really, go for it. Go for it.
Have to do that. Scotland against Hungary live on TalkSport tonight. Shannon Hearn there with the Scotland fans are in fine voice. They're still thanks to Carling 18+. Please drink responsibly.
Euro Game Day Roundup on TalkSport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18+, always drink responsibly.
Just very quickly, Darren, give us a quick score prediction for Scotland tonight.
1-0 Scotland.
I'm having 2-0 Scotland.
Oh, you're comfortable with that?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. They're just better.
I've got 1-0 Grant Hanley. Bosh. Head up, corner.
Yeah, the header he put in there, the post, right?
Yeah.
You see, the boots were flying in there, but he just didn't tear.
Well, I'm okay against Grant and having to mark it for corners before. Once he throws everything at it, it's just like, you've got no chance here.
You've got to respect that.
Got to try foul him.
Got to respect that. You listen to Euro Game Day live on TalkSport, presented by Burger King. Bring home the ultimate food satisfaction. Get favourites delivered now.
Euro Game Day live on TalkSport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18+, always drink responsibly.
Pumped on 5, please.
Sure, and if you're a BP Me Rewards member, you get double points on your fuel and shopping.
Oh, I forgot something. I'll have one of these, 2 of these. We're going to need a bigger basket.
With double BP Me Rewards points, you'll find yourself needing just about everything. So head to BP Sewell On The Go Charter Lanes. Fill up your tank and your basket so you can get those rewards double quick. BP, here for all of life's gems. T's and C's apply. Available at participating dealer-owned BP stores only. For details, see bpmerewards.co.uk/double points.
They vary. European Championships only. T&Cs apply. 18+. BeGambleAware.org.
Oh, not near the house, please. Come on, up the other end of the garden.
It's fine now.
Oh, it's gone straight through the kitchen
We'll
window.
get someone out to replace that for you. Don't worry.
With Direct Line's accidental damage cover added to your home insurance, whether you've smashed your window or spilled wine on your carpet, we'll get you from problem to solution as quickly as possible. Direct Line, we're on it.
Excess applies. Home insurance underwritten by UK Insurance Limited.
Do you belong here? Next to me, about to jump into the sea on an army coast-steering expedition. What's your gut saying? Walk away from the edge? Or jump in and join a team that will be by your side for life? Still listening? You belong here. Army, recruiting now. Search Army jobs.
Amazon delivers thrilling entertainment. Watch twisted superheroes, The Boys, included with Prime.
What a creamy delicious milkshake.
Run! Treat yourself to the epic sci-fi adventure, Dune Part 2, available to buy.
It's not a prophecy, it's a story.
Whatever you're into, it's right here. Prime Video. Prime required, except to rental buy, may include ads.
Celebrate 125 years of Morrison's Market Street with 2 salmon or tiger prawn skewers for £5. Freshly prepared in-store by your fishmonger.
Volume 15.
Morrison's to shop at Morrison's. Majority of stores, subject to availability. Online may vary. Prawns and salmon 80 grams, £3 each, ends 23rd of June.
Satisfy your appetite for a truly mouth-watering tournament of football. Euro Game Day Live, delivered by TalkSport with Burger King. Post-match action doesn't get any tastier than a Gourmet King's Barbecue Steakhouse Angus Burger. The unbeatable partnership of a flame-grilled burger and crispy fries. And every epic winner tastes better with a classic Whopper. Euro Game Day Live, delivered by TalkSport with Burger King. Total food satisfaction delivered to your door. That's food fulfillment. Euro Game Day Live on TalkSport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18+, always drink responsibly.
Do it! Go now! Tonight from 8 on TalkSport. Scotland get hungry for success in a do-or-die date with Destiny. Yes! That's what I need. Put it in the goal now! Delivering appetizers and build up from 7. Serving up full flavour commentary from 8. Play the ball, not the man! Will it be the best
worst of times or the Bradfurst of times? I hope not. They've got to win it to stay in it. Come on, Scotland! Whip it up, dish it out, and slam it in the back of the net. Scotland, get hungry. Tonight from 8 on TalkSport, official broadcaster of UEFA Euro 2024 Germany. Shut it!
It's TalkSport live in Dusseldorf, live from a sports bar. It's me, Adrian Durham, and Darren Bent is alongside me as well. We've done the show for ages, man. It's been a while. It has. Haven't done one since we got to the tournament. First time we'd actually met at this tournament. I missed you, my friend. I missed your trainers as well. I missed these two who are joining us because basically I'm spending far too much time with them. Stuart Pearce, former England captain, and our England commentator Jim Proudfoot. You both all right?
Yeah, it's nice that you feel the same way that we do.
I'm just dreading the next 3 weeks, that's all.
You went missing when Warrington beat your team yesterday, though, didn't you?
I knew he'd bring up the rugby league. Do you want to get this out of the way now?
Okay. My team beat your team. All right.
Okay, how do you feel about that, shall we?
Expected.
It was expected, and we nearly got a draw.
Yeah.
You weren't happy though, were you?
No, it's an awful game of rugby, I've got to say.
Yeah, okay.
Anyway, let's move on.
Dragged you down to our level, and somehow you got the win, but there you go. So I'm still gutted about it, and I don't want to talk about it, thank you very much. But we do want to talk about the Euros, want to talk about England. We're going to get your best ofs. Just if people want to message in as well. By the way, we're live on YouTube. If you're wondering what the shirt is I'm wearing, it's a retro Dunfermline Athletics shirt from 1996. I can't wear a Scotland shirt, can I? I mean, that would just be so wrong. So this is my nod to Scotland, if that's okay.
Why?
Why can't I wear a Scotland shirt? Because I'm English?
Yeah, but still, I've got a German shirt I was getting. Thank Adidas.
It would just be fake, wouldn't it? It wouldn't be sincere, would it? So,
yeah, but still, a bit disappointed.
No, I don't. You only support one nation, surely.
I think we're Scottish fans tonight, aren't we?
Yeah.
I think, yeah, one to get through, yeah.
Definitely.
Okay, are you going to Scotland end tonight, then?
Without a doubt.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're going to be doing best goal, best game, best player, best moment, biggest disappointment a little bit later on. So we'll get Stu and Jim involved in that as well. But let's talk about England and how bad it's been. Is that fair to say, Darren? Is that?
I say disappointed more than.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not going to go OTT, but yeah, I was probably expecting more so the performance, because 4 points on the board, you still go fair play.
Yeah.
But I think it's just the level of performance because of how good some of the players have been this season. Phil Foden, Bellingham, Harry Kane. You just expect more, and it just hasn't been there.
They've not gelled, have they? The front four yet, I don't think.
Do you expect them to? There's no signs that they're going to, Stu, is there?
Well, it's not just a blanket 2 games. You know, the 2 friendlies leading into this as well, we were a little bit underwhelmed, I think, you know. So we're just so desperate for them to do well. But listen, hopefully the next game we'll find out a few more things, 1 or 2 changes we would suspect within the ranks.
Jim, you analyse each performance, you're the stat man as well. What have you come up with from the first 2 games of this tournament for England?
Well, it's been the lack of pressing. It's been the biggest worry. I mean, so much from the attacking balance not being right, not enough coming down the left-hand side, only 2 crosses from each game so far. So much down the right. I think that there's a predictability about England that is alarming, almost alarming. But it's the lack of pressing, which is really significant because it's out of character with what we've seen so far. So, I mean, it's been well documented that of the 24 teams that are here, England's pressing is in the bottom 4. Now, they measure that, something called PPDA, which is the number of presses per defensive action. And England's figure, and you want to have a low one, England's figure is up in the mid-20s. Now, that is completely uncharacteristic with how England have played under Gareth Southgate. I mean, historically, since Gareth took charge, in the 95 games that he's had coming into this tournament, England's rating is 11. In the 2 games so far against Serbia, it was nearly 20. And against the Danes, it was more than 25, 25.6. Now remember, you want a lower figure the better. Germany are top at the moment with 8, which gives you a little bit of context for England's 23 overall so far. And in fact, only 2 of the 66 games coming into the tournament had England had a PPDA that was as high as either of those so far. So that just shows that there's no uniformity about the press. They've either made a conscious decision that they don't want to press, and I don't believe that that is the case. When you see the way that they approach things, it doesn't look like they're a side that have decided we're not going to press at all. but there were times, and there was that Harry Kane quote the other night, which perhaps has been taken slightly out of context, but he's talking about not knowing when to press. Now, I was chatting to Stu about this earlier, and you were saying that that was almost in the context of should we be pressing at this given time within the context of the game, as opposed to do we press or do we not press?
I think we come to a stage in the Denmark game where they didn't know whether to hang on to the point we got or try and chase the game. They didn't have a clue. That's how I looked at the team, and you know, the goalkeeper was falling out with players that they wanted it delivered a little bit earlier. He's saying, no, slow down, slow down. I don't think we had the energy in the team to go and chase a winner, to be honest with you. And if anything, we'd have probably ended up losing the game by trying to win the game. But yeah, I think in the context of we don't know whether to press or drop off, that statement might have been made in the context of it was 1-1, 80 odd minutes on the clock. What do we do?
But the bottom line is that the press has to improve. I think, well, you know, if you look at a list of credentials that England have and a list of things that they need to improve over the next 1, 2, up to 5 games left in the tournament, a uniformity of press is one. There has to be a greater level of cohesion than we've seen in the 2 games so far. I think that's been one of the most alarming characteristics.
So Darren, you would have been able to press as a striker, but when you look at Harry Kane and the differences, say, between you and him in terms of press, can you see him leading a press? Can you see that happening?
He looks tired to me, Harry Kane, when I look at him. He's either carrying that injury that's kept him out for a little while, or he just played a lot of football this season, because he just looks like he hasn't got that pop, I call it. Like, there's times, even his touch at the minute, it's usually into him, his touch, he's away, he spins, he goes. He just doesn't seem to have that real spark at the minute. And whether you change personnel, because I think if you want to press, I'm not quite sure Harry Kane right now is in the condition to do that. Go with Ollie Watkins. I mean, he does it. Unai Emery and that Aston Villa side press really well, and Ollie Watkins is at the forefront of that. That's one of his strengths, is winning the ball back high up, and then you can play in their half. At the minute, he looks tired, Harry Kane. I think Phil Foden, at the minute, coming off that left-hand side, not sure where to go out. I think Gareth said before the tournament about where Phil is in possession isn't necessarily where he's going to be out of possession, or something along those lines. I think Phil, when they lose the ball, he's not quite sure what area to get back into. I think Bellingham's playing a lot of football, he looks tired, Saka looks tired. So if you want to go and play a high-energy game at the minute, you're going to have to change personnel, I think.
Let me ask you a question as a centre-forward. Where did you get your directive in regard to press? Did you sniff it out yourself and say, look, it's right to go and press, or did you get a directive from the management team that said, Benty, just come off to the circle and we go from there?
Well, do you know, it used to be, you look at one of the centre-halves, and whichever one was almost weakest on the ball, I would dictate the press. So the manager would go, when you feel like you're comfortable to go, make sure everyone's looking at me, because then when I go, everyone's got to come behind me. So if I'm the trigger and I go and press and they don't come behind me, that's not my fault, that's their fault. But then if I'm giving the centre-half too much time and he's picking passes, the manager's going to turn around and say to me, well, Benty, when are you going to start pressing? So I used to be the trigger, but it just depends on the guys behind me. They had to come with me. Because at the minute as well, we're pressing in 1s and 2s. We're not all going as a team, and that's why we're so easy to play around.
Myself and Jim went to a game the other day. Was it Slovakia we went to?
Yeah.
And Slovakia pressed really well, but they left their back 4 on the halfway line to deal with however many the opposition left up. On occasion they left 5 there. They just went with a 4 against their 5, and the other 6 basically just squeezed in right onto the edge of the opposition's box from goal kicks and said, look, this is going to be our blanket press, and we go in with numbers to come after you. If you play through us, which they did at times, we deal with that with recovery runs.
That's risky though, isn't it?
Not if you've got a mindset of saying we're all going together. Like Benty said, when he went to press on his own, if the others didn't come with him, you have a problem. But if you're all on the same page and going, we're going as a 6, and if they do play for us, which they will at times, this is a top echelons of football, recover your run. Quick as you can, get goal side.
It's, from the sounds of things, and I'd love you both to clear this up, Jim as well. I mean, it sounds like you're kind of saying, with England top of the group, 4 points, you know, as good as qualified, this might be a good time to see how it is without Harry Kane. So would you leave Harry Kane out?
I'm not leaving him out yet. I know we spoke about how fit he looks, but I just think Harry Kane, dropping Harry Kane, when we're not guaranteed to even win the group, I just think, that's a bit risky for me. I still believe, even though Ollie Watkins has been brilliant, Ivan Toney, you give Harry Kane a chance. I fancy him more than anyone probably on the planet to take that opportunity, because I think he's that ruthless. to leave him out, I probably wouldn't do it. I'd give it one more, and if he still looks sluggish, maybe half time, then you go, do you know what, Harry, I've tried it. Then take him off, but I'm certainly starting with him.
I think it's terminology, isn't it? Look, if we're talking about Harry Kane, it's dropping.
Right.
If we're talking about someone else, it's rotating.
Yeah.
You know, let's get a bit cuter with our terminology here. It might just give him a lift. You know what I mean? And Gareth's a master at man management as well. And to be fair, someone like Harry Kane is selfless for the team. That's how I view him. That's why he's captain of this football team. You know, so I think you can spin it however you want. I think, and myself and Jim spoke about this earlier, we've got to find out in this game, because when you come to knockout football, that's not experiment time. We've got the luxury of 4 points.
Does it have any impact on your decision whether you start Harry Kane or not, bearing in mind the way that Slovenia will play? Slovenia are going to be a tight, low block 4-4-2, exactly the same that Iceland were, and they caused England no manner of problems, you know, in that final warm-up game against Wembley. So does that come into your thinking, Benty, when you're thinking, do I play Harry Kane, do I play Ollie Watkins in this specific match, knowing how they are going to approach it?
Well, I don't know if you play Ollie Watkins, it's probably more Ivan Toney or Harry Kane, because Watkins, we saw straight away when he came on the run in behind. Against a Slovenia side, that won't be there, that space. I think they're going to be really stodgy, really hard. So you're going to have to play to feet, tight spaces. So I would opt to go for, maybe, if you're not going to play Harry Kane, go for Ivan Toney, just because he's strong, he can hold the ball up really well. But Watkins, and he probably deserves an opportunity. I just think his strength is on the shoulder running behind. If that space is not there, then I'm not quite sure how good he is in terms of bringing others into the game.
Can I ask you a question? While we've got you here, we're going to have to pull the wisdom out of you. You're a centre forward that enjoyed running in behind in your career. You know, it was your forte, you were good at it, you held it up, but spinning in channels, you're not catching you when you get in.
Yeah.
What do you do against a deep line block? Do you just say, well, I can't run in behind, I'm not doing it? Or do you say, I'm going to have to stretch these as deep as I possibly can to free up space for others?
Yeah, you're almost doing those unselfish runs, knowing that, listen, I'm probably not going to get the ball because there's no space to run to. But you're still trying them little, like 5 to 10 yard darters.
Yes.
Do you know what I mean? Not the long gaping ones where, listen, any average centre half can see a long ball coming, one straight ball. But it's almost when it goes into midfield, those little darts in between the fullback, the centre half, just hoping that maybe you can distract one of them, and that one of them, a midfield player, might get on the ball or something. Just trying to disrupt the back line. But as you said, my strength wasn't holding the ball up. And I knew that, which is why I tried to play to my strengths. But in a game like this, Ollie Watkins would probably be saying, I'll do the job. If you ask me to do it, I'll still try and make those little darting runs. But if you want the ball to your feet, then I think Ivan Toney, certainly the way he draws fouls, or Harry Kane is a master at it, would probably be better suited for this type of game.
Former England striker Darren Bent, former England captain Stuart Pearce, now England commentator on TalkSport. Jim, proud that you're listening to Euro Game Day live on TalkSport, presented by Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus, please drink responsibly.
Euro Game Day live on TalkSport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus, always drink responsibly.
Bit hot under the cauliflower. Frozen peas turning mushy. Pull! There are brilliant deals at Currys. You can save up to £100 off Samsung fridge freezers. Twin Cooling Plus maintains perfect humidity so your food lasts and odours don't mix. And claim a free family-sized Gusto box at Currys. 18 plus, 12th of June to the 6th of August 24. Subject to limited availability. Free trial automatically renews to the price of the plan initially selected unless cancelled. T's and C's apply. Nothing beats a Jet2 holiday. So why not swap damp grey skies for glorious sunshine? Right now, you can save up to £60 per person. And we'll be with you every step of the way with award-winning VIP customer service. So don't miss out. Book summer now. Jet2 Holidays. Package holidays you can trust. Patronage protected. Subject to availability and conditions.
Do you belong here? Next to me, on an anti-poaching operation. 2 days drive from anywhere. What's your gut say? Want to change the radio station?
Currys will lead.
Or jump in and keep us hungry? Still listening? You belong here. Army. Recruiting now. Search Army jobs.
Ho-ho, got it. Ho-ho, got it. Thanks. Ho. you just went through a massive pothole.
Hold on just a moment. Yeah, I can see that's all done, and your car is ready for you.
With Direct Line car insurance, whether you've hit a pothole or bumped into a bollard, we'll get you from problem to solution as quickly as possible. Direct Line, we're on it.
With comprehensive cover, excess applies. Car insurance underwritten by UK Insurance Limited.
As the biggest teams in Europe go head-to-head this summer, TalkSport and Carling have come together to make sure the UK is match-ready for the big games.
Brilliant football!
From expert pub pundits to on-the-sofa supporters, get your mates together anywhere and enjoy all the unbeatable football action.
Super entertainment. It is game on!
Make sure you're well on side and listen to Euro Game Day Live on TalkSport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus, always drink responsibly.
Euro Game Day Live on TalkSport with Burger King, official providers of Food Films. That warm, fuzzy feeling of simple food satisfaction. Order your Burger King delivery now.
TalkSport. Quieres vídeo, quieres toa, quiera Calimones.
Official broadcast partner of UEFA Euro 2024 in Germany.
Euro Game Day Live with Adrian Durham and Darren Bent
On TalkSport.
It's Euro Game Day Live on TalkSport, presented by Burger King, bringing on the ultimate food satisfaction, getting favourites delivered now. I'm Adrian Durham, with me Darren Bent, former England striker, former England captain Stuart Pearce, now England commentator on TalkSport, Jim Proudfoot. More from them in just a moment, but let's look at the latest odds ahead of today's action with William Hill.
in the zone on TalkSport with William Hill. Prepare for greatness with William Hill. 18 plus gamblingware.org.
Let's bring in Ben Barrett from William Hill. I want to talk about tonight's games. First of all, Ben, Switzerland taking on Germany, and the big one as far as we're concerned, Scotland taking on Hungary. What do you think?
Good afternoon, gents. Germany, very, very warm favourites, as you'd expect on home soil. 13 to 20 to get the win. They've got to keep their wits about them, of course. They don't want to finish second and end up against Spain or Italy in that next round of games. So they need to make sure that they do what they have to get done. Switzerland 5 to 1 for the upset. The draw is 13 to 5. We do have the 2-up market available for this game, as we do throughout the entire tournament. Bets will be settled as a winner if the team you back lead by 2 goals at any stage of the match, eventually, regardless of the eventual result. In terms of goal scorers in that one, Quado Dua leads the market there for the Swiss. 19 to 5 to score at any time. Shout out for Jordan Shaqiri, a 24 to 5 shot to do so again. Kai Havertz is off and running in the tournament. 9 to 5 to find the back of the net at any point. But a shout for Jamal Musiala, 7-1 to score first, 11 to 5 to score at any time. That, of course, is one of the games. Probably not the main focus game though for us here with the Scotland fixture. Scotland, they look like value to me. They really do. 17 to 10 to get a win that might well be enough either to sneak second or to go through more likely as one of those best third place sides. Hungary 29 to 20. The draw is 27 to 10. There's a part of me that thinks this is going to be tight. I'd be looking at under 2.5 goals here. 7 to 10 says we don't get the third. And who's going to score the goals? Who's going to find the difference maker? Scott McTominay 8 to 1 to score first. 13 to 5 at any time. Che Adams 19 to 10. He could lead the line. Might fall on Lawrence Shankland at 19 to 10. I'll just give a shout out to our bet builder markets for the Scotland game. 50% boost on all bet builders on the Scotland and England fixtures throughout the course of the tournament. I'd definitely be throwing in Anthony Ralston to have over 1 tackle. He's got Dominic Szoboszlai to worry about throughout the course of the evening. I think Scotland are potential value tonight to squeak through to the last 16.
Okay, we're not even out of the group stage yet, but a quick one on the tournament outrights, please.
Yeah, well, as you expect, that's been a market that's been pretty hot, if truth be told, because some teams have not quite shone yet. France remain favourites, joint favourites alongside Germany. England's price has drifted 9 to 2 throughout the course of the afternoon for England to win. Spain 5 to 1. Portugal 11 to 2. Bit of support coming for them. They seem to be hitting form at the right time. Netherlands 14s. Italy 18s, and Belgium at 20 to 1. We've had a bit of support for Belgium over the last 24 hours.
They were good last night. Golden Boot winner?
Golden Boot winner, well, there are plenty of players that have only scored 1, would you believe? It's been a long time coming since we've had a multiple goal scorers at this kind of point. Harry Kane is the favourite of this particular market. market is 6-1. Kylian Mbappe, mask and all, at 9-1. Jamal Musiala at 10s. Kai Havertz, 12s. Ronaldo at 12s. Still can't believe he passed sideways to Bruno Fernandes in that game. Morata at 14-1. Lukaku, he scored 3 times. The VAR ruled them all out. 14-1. 16-25 some figure beyond that.
Ben, thanks very much. We'll leave it there. That was a look at the latest odds, all thanks to William Hill. Terms and conditions apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
In the Zone on TalkSport with William Hill. Prepare for greatness with William Hill. 18 plus. GambleAware.org.
Well, let's get back to talking about England. They face Slovenia Tuesday night, looking to bounce back after a poor performance against Denmark on Thursday. Three lines of Man City centre-back John Stones has just been speaking to TalkSport's England correspondent Baker Others.
Do you almost feel it's a little bit like Manchester City? The criticism that always comes to City is that you have a slow start to the season, and then, I mean, you've won everything.
Yeah. I don't know. I honestly don't read anything, so it's difficult for me to comment. You know, I hear about some things that are being said, and I use it as motivation. I know that everyone wants us to do well. Even when things are going around that aren't too good about us, the intention, or I'm sure that they wish they were in our shoes. And
how does it feel when you do see that kind of stuff? Because I know a lot of people try and shut it out.
Yeah, no, I shut it out. I've not seen it. I only hear about things, but it's I don't mind it. You know, it's what comes with football. I've been around it long enough now to know that people have got jobs to do. People are entitled to their own opinions, and we can only do what we can control. And that's how we train. That's how we approach games. And of course, we're all England fans as well. We all have been from when I was a kid. I was literally showing my friend earlier. I don't know if you heard me speak about it. Got a package, and every player got stuff sent from home that we weren't expecting. But in there was a picture of me and my dad when I was signing for Barnsley with full England kit on. And you know, that kind of brings it back home to me. You know, I was someone who looked up to the England team, wanted to be in the England team. So I'm in a privileged position now to live my dream and also try and make people proud and kind of live their dreams, probably, their expectations, all those kind of things, and go out there every game, give everything that we've got, 100%. Every fan can see that and appreciate that we put everything on the line, and then, you know, wherever it takes us, it does, but as long as we give everything for the shirt, everything for everyone back home, and try and live out those things that we all want to happen. As I said before, you know, we've never managed to win this weekend. It's extremely close in our history, and I want to be part of the team that, you know, create history and make people's dreams come true. And we've got a great opportunity to do that this time.
Yeah, you really have. You've also got incredible players, one of whom you know really well and know exactly what he's capable of in Phil Foden.
Yeah.
You know the debate I'm going to bring up with you. It's like whether he plays on the 10, on the left, on the right. There's like so many. He can play anywhere, but because of the plethora of fantastic players that Gareth Southgate has and you're playing with, it's difficult to fit them all in the positions that they play for their clubs, for example. What do you see the best of Phil? How can we get the best out of him in an England shirt?
I think Phil personally loves playing probably through the middle. He's played so much in every position up top for us at City. I think it's a difficult one. I mean, I'm glad that I'm not the manager to make those decisions. Wherever Phil plays for me, he's incredible. He's a top player, and obviously everyone has their strengths in different positions. And I think it's where everyone's entitled enjoy his football. I think that's when he's at his best. I don't think any of us can walk off the pitch and say that we played our best game ever. And I think that, as I said before about us improving and looking to give everything, I think that's always a given. But I think with Phil, if he keeps working hard as he is in training, scoring the screamers that he does, that'll eventually come out onto the pitch, and he'll do that. He drifts a lot anyway, across and finds pockets of spaces, and I hope he continues to be himself and impose himself on the game, and I'm sure it'll come very soon.
John Stones, City in England centre-backs. Not like for others to put an England player on the spot, and well, he came out with the answer. Stuart Pearce, Phil Foden wants to play through the middle.
Yeah, I remember Phil saying during the season when asked the same question, where do you want to play? He said in the middle, you don't have to run back then. Which was a very cute answer and a very honest answer.
Yeah, is Gareth going to rework it so he can play there?
I think he's got to get the formula that gets the best out of Jude and the best out of Phil, because we feel as though we've got world-class talents in our ranks there with those two. If you take the last game, certainly Phil in the first game, I thought Phil was done decent. In the second game, I was quite disappointed with Jude in the second game. It's not an exact science football, but we have to get that formula right, that these two boys, A, are in the team, and B, are performing to the best they can possibly be.
More on England to come from Darren Bent, Stuart Pearce and Jim Proudfoot. You're listening to Euro Game Day live on TalkSport, presented by Carling. The UK's #1 lager, 18+. Please drink responsibly.
Euro Game Day live on TalkSport with Carling. The UK's #1 lager, 18+. Always drink responsibly.
Put your three lines knowledge to the ultimate test with the all-new TalkSport Football Trivia board game, England edition. Use your on-target trivia skills to take on all challenges and score the ultimate board game bragging rights just in time for the summer of football. Featuring hundreds of weird and wonderful questions about the England men's football team. The TalkSport Football Trivia board game, England edition. Available now at shop.talksport.com.
UK/Big Network.
This tournament, prepare for greatness with William Hill. Get ready for last-minute winners, legendary goals, and straight red cards. Oh, what was he thinking? Win 50% more on every Scotland game this tournament with Bet Builder Extra, online or in the app, only from William Hill. Available day before match to kick-off. Bet Builders are 3+ selections of 3-1 or more. Pre-match singles, match stake £20. Full T's and C's apply. 18+. BeGambleAware.org.
Celebrate 125 years of Morrison's Market Street with 2 salmon or tiger prawn skewers for £5. Freshly prepared in-store by your fishmonger. Morrison's to shop at Morrison's. Majority of stores subject to availability. Online may vary. Prawns and salmon 80 grams, £3 each. Ends 23rd of June.
WWE returns this fall with all your favorite superstars, including the American Nightmare Cody Rhodes, Randy Orton, Bayley, Bianca Belair, and Jade Cargill, and more. Sunday 13 October, Utilita Arena, Cardiff. Monday 14 October, M&S Bank Arena, Liverpool. Tuesday 15 October, Utilita Arena, Newcastle. Monday 4 November, the O2 Arena in London. Tuesday 5 November, Motorpoint Arena, Nottingham. Wednesday 6 November, Utilita Arena, Sheffield. All tickets on sale now. Get yours, WWE.com/events.
Put your three lines knowledge to the ultimate test with the all-new TalkSport Football Trivia board game, England edition. Use your on-target trivia skills to take on all challenges and score the ultimate board game bragging rights just in time for the summer of football. Featuring hundreds of weird and wonderful questions about the England men's football team. The TalkSport Football Trivia board game, England edition. Available online and in-store at Sports Direct and Game.
Satisfy your appetite for a truly mouth-watering tournament of football. Euro Game Day Live, delivered by TalkSport with Burger King. post-match action doesn't get any tastier than a Gourmet King's Barbecue Steakhouse Angus Burger. The unbeatable partnership of a flame-grilled burger and crispy fries. And every epic winner tastes better with a classic Whopper. Euro Game Day Live, delivered by TalkSport with Burger King. Total food satisfaction delivered to your door. That's food filming.
Euro Game Day Live on TalkSport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus, always drink responsibly.
On 10:89 and 10:53 AM. Online, on the app, on your smart speaker. Official broadcast of UEFA Euro 2024 Germany. Talk Sport. Talk Sport.
Good evening, I'm Steve Forbes. Harry Kane's tonight holding an emergency players meeting following England's lacklustre draw with Denmark.
I'm not sure where that's come from. I think, again, probably just people trying to maybe create something out of nothing really. The day after the game was just a small debrief that we always do from the manager, and then it was just a family day.
It had been claimed he'd summoned all 26 to hash out their differences ahead of Tuesday's final group match against Slovenia. Now, there's certainly no debate when it comes to club over country for John McGinn. He's told us making history with Scotland at the Euros would surpass Villa's Champions League qualification.
I'm really proud of what we've achieved with Villa. Obviously getting in the Champions League, which is going to be incredible, but I think getting through the group stages with Scotland would certainly eclipse that.
He could be part of the first Scottish team to reach the knockout stages with a win against Hungary later, live here on TalkSport from 8 p.m. Albania's Merlin Daku has been banned for 2 games after leading fans in nationalist chants after their draw against Croatia, the UEFA said brought the game into disrepute. There's confusion as to whether Andy Murray will miss Wimbledon or not. He's not said anything, but the ATP Tour posted that he's out of SW19 after back surgery before deleting it. Red Bull's Max Verstappen held off McLaren's Lando Norris to pit the Brit to win at the Spanish Grand Prix. And England have taken a number of rapid wickets to bowl the USA out in Barbados. John Norman has the latest for us.
Wow, extraordinary scenes in Barbados there. Chris Jordan has just taken a hat-trick to wrap the USA innings up in some style. And what more, he actually took 4 wickets in the over. 4 wickets in 5 deliveries, meaning the USA, who were behind the game, pretty much from the outset, subsided alarmingly. 115 for 5, 115 all out. In truth, an all-round bowling display from England got them into trouble early. A wicket for Reece Topley, 2 for Sam Curran, 2 for Adil Rashid, and a wicket for Liam Livingstone. England making 1 change from their defeat to South Africa. Mark Wood stepping out, and Chris Jordan playing a ground that he grew up playing on in Barbados. The one man to come in, and he's ended up with figures of 4 for 10. So, England need 116. They've got the best part of 20 overs to get them in, and if they get them quickly, they are through to the semi-finals. They bowl USA out for 150.
Talk Sport News.
Passengers have been left raging after a huge power cut caused chaos at Manchester Airport.
There's absolutely thousands. You can't get a seat. And we're now getting asked to leave the airport now. You know, surely they have a duty of care for us, but we're now stranded.
The airport's apologised, with all flights out of Terminals 1 and 2 grounded, while there are also huge queues and problems processing baggage. And Alan Hanson's been discharged from hospital. The Liverpool and Scotland great was admitted on June the 9th when he was described as being seriously ill.
Talk Sport Weather.
Cloudy across central and southern areas this evening, a clear and mild night elsewhere.
Talk Sport. Official broadcast of UEFA Euro 2024 Germany. Live commentary of every game. Achtung, baby! That's a goal! Euro Game Day Live with Adrian Durham and Darren Bent on Talk Sport.
Live from Dusseldorf, from a sports bar in Dusseldorf, and it's a beautiful sunny Sunday afternoon. Tonight it'll get hotter for Scotland, who need a win, and then they've got to hope that things go their way. They face Hungary. It's live on TalkSport, the Germany game live on TalkSport 2 tonight, both being played at the same time as Group A comes to a close. I'm with Darren Bent for 3 hours. Hi. Joins me in Dusseldorf for the first time we've got together at this tournament, and it's so good to see you, man. It's emotional.
It's emotional. Oh, you didn't even text me anymore either.
No, what?
Honestly.
So I had to remove your number. There's so many. Who's got no message anymore? BB10, he's gone. And Stuart Pearce, former England captain, and our England commentator on TalkSport, Jim Proudfoot, are with us as well. I want to talk about Gareth Southgate's squad, because when the squad was announced, Darren, there was some excitement about it, I think, you know, and oh, hang on, Gareth's trying a different way forward here, and some players were left out, Sterling, Rashford, etc. And I think we're all, I mean, he's making decisions that we didn't expect him to make. So we were energised, I think, by the squad. However, do we think that some of those decisions are now coming back to haunt him a little bit? And in particular, I'm looking at Luke Shaw being included, yet to kick the ball, not even training with his teammates either, and no other orthodox left back in the England squad. Hindsight's great, but we all knew he was injured and had been injured for some time. So is that a mistake now from Gareth Southgate?
Well, I think so. I mean, I think there were several candidates. I'm not saying any of them were ready maybe to step up to that level, but I would have certainly taken someone like Tyrick Mitchell, just have a look at in the kind of warm-up squad. If you don't think he's good enough, at least you've had a look at it. I was even looking as far as down as someone like Dan Burn. So, I mean, just because we haven't got any naturally left-footed players in the squad that took a player position. Obviously, Branthwaite was the obvious one. He was there, he got left behind. But I think with Luke Shaw as well, I always find it quite strange that he picked him when he was injured, because just look at his body type, Luke Shaw. Now, he works incredibly hard to keep the weight off, I understand that. But he's not someone I think you could just throw straight back in and just straight away hit the ground running. I think it was always going to take him a little bit of time now to throw him in a group stage game because you think he's going to be fit. And Stuart will tell you this as well. There's a big difference between being fit in terms of training and match sharpness. He wouldn't have been match sharp. I mean, he's missed so much football in the last part of the season that I think Gareth will look at that and go, I should have had other options there. Because Kieran Trippier does a job. Going forward, you lose so much going forward when you haven't got an issue on that left-hand side.
I think Stuart is in a position at left back, so we'll speak with expertise on this. Kieran Trippier does a job. I've heard that so many times. You're right, but you know, we're at a tournament where we're hoping to be the best in Europe. You can't just do a job, can you?
I think defensively he's done quite well over the two games. It's just he's offered us nothing going forward apart from someone who's supported Phil from behind as such. I personally have got a slightly different opinion. I think it's worth, and I would have taken the gamble on Luke Shaw coming. I would have done exactly what Gareth's done. He would have had advice from the medical people, so he would have known how close he was or wasn't. In hindsight now, you're looking and saying, I would have probably taken another left back as well as Shaw and lost a central defender. Now, full well, if Shaw does get fit, he can play centre-half as well, which he's done for Manchester United, and I think he's done it extremely well. And there might be an argument he's done it better than maybe Dunk. That would be depending on what I've seen. When I've seen him play for Man United, in a forward, the left side of a forward, centre-half, he's done very well. I would have still taken the gamble on Shaw, because I think he's such a head and shoulders best left back that we got. But the trouble you've got now, we haven't got anyone in the squad with a 26-man squad that is another left back that could slip in now. Looking after Trippier for the two games would have been fine. If Shaw would have been fit for the next one, we wouldn't have even had this conversation. We said, look, Trips has done a brilliant job, but it's time for Luke Shaw to step in now. But as often happens, we've only took one player who's got an injury, Gal. I think that's worth a gamble with 26.
He hasn't played since February the 18th, I mean, that's the major concern. And he also has a history of trying to get back, pushing himself and getting back a little bit soon, and then the recovery then gets put back on the basis that maybe he's been trying so hard, he's been so desperate to get fit. I also actually agree, sorry guys, with Stu, that it was justifiable because he's so much better than any other English left back that I think you could take the risk. And they clearly, looking 3 weeks ago when the decision was made, they thought he was going to be in a position to either play in the last game or the next one. That was the gamble. So it was a gamble worth taking. The fact that they're not in a position to pick him yet would indicate that again that somewhere along the line his rehabilitation has gone wrong, and that it's been put back, and maybe for whatever reason it's been rushed, and that has caused the problem. But I think it was justifiable. I disagree with Stu in terms of the balance. I actually would have taken the risk on short and brought another left back in and not taken one of the forwards. I'm still surprised that he's gone with 3 strikers. As far as Kieran Trippier is concerned, defensively, you could almost say the worst days are behind England, because the longer the games go on and the longer England stay in the competition, they're playing more top-ranked teams, they're going to have less possession, and that is where you need a real solid defensive fullback. And it's not as if it's somebody that's hardly played at left back. I can't remember the exact stat, but it's something like 17 of Kieran's last 29 international appearances have been at left back rather than at right back. So he's got plenty of miles on the clock there. He's played more than 50 times for his country now, or has played 50 times for his country. So I think that the selection of Trippier is more justifiable the longer you go into the tournament. So I think that I can absolutely understand the mindset of why Luke Shaw was picked, but obviously everybody is really frustrated that for whatever reason it hasn't worked.
Do you remember actually, if say for instance, Shaw, I don't know how long he's going to be out for, and we get top of the group, we go past the next stage and we get to the quarterfinals, would you feel comfortable then Shaw's fit, put him straight in?
I'm not the man to ask that. I haven't got the medical expertise to know. I can only look at how things have worked in the past, and I think that, you know, to a layman, when you haven't played for 13 or 14 weeks, to be in a position that you're coming into a match of that importance, you've got to play at high intensity, would appear to me to be a risk. I would think you would have to manage the workload of somebody that they would have hoped to get half an hour maybe out of the group game before you're in that situation. But I've got to hold my hands up. I haven't got anything like the medical expertise to be able to give you a sensible answer to that.
And I think what comes into it as well, you've got that club and country balance as well. Manchester United will be in constant contact about Luke Shaw, because they're looking at a player that's, is he classified as injured at the moment, or is he not? He's somewhere in between, you know what I mean? So he's not played. If you go past the group stages and you've not kicked a ball, there's a lot of pressure on an international manager to look after that player for the club. I know it's country, and country comes before club in my world all the time, but that is a problem. And I'm going to play devil's advocate here, and I'm going to say, if Luke Shaw was fit and available and played these 2 games, the performances of England would have been vastly different, for the better.
Can't disagree with that at all. We are going to ask these questions next. Best goal of the tournament so far, best game, best player, best moment and biggest disappointment. You're listening to Euro Game Day Live on TalkSport, presented by Carling, the UK's #1 lager, 18+. Please drink responsibly.
Euro Game Day Live on TalkSport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager, 18+. Always drink responsibly.
Well, the wait is finally over, and watch this. The fans appear to be playing the free Coral Reward Shaker. The Germans are shaking with the efficiency we've come to expect. No fancy wrist work there, and they've won a free bet. Play the free Coral Reward Shaker to win guaranteed daily rewards and offers throughout the Euros. Coral, we're here for it.
18+ UK. Max 1 reward or offer per player per day. Reward restrictions, requirements and T's and C's apply. Take time to think.
Celebrate 125 years of great value at Morrison's with 2 for £21 on selected beer and cider packs like Estrella, Moretti and Cruz Campo. Morrison's to shop at Morrison's. Majority of stores and online subject to availability. Exclude Scotland and Wales. Selected 10 to 12 packs, £12 to £13 each. End 16th of July. Please drink responsibly. Big news! The Skoda Big Launch event is here from the 20th to the 24th of June, and it's going to be big. A big fanfare at the big unveiling of our new 2024 lineup. Big oohs and big ahs. With the all-new 7-seat Skoda Kodiaq that's big on space, and the all-new Skoda Superb that's big on luxury. Jump in at your local retailer for some big fun with a chance to win big prizes. A big family weekend away, British Grand Prix tickets, VIP Carfest day tickets, and more. The Skoda Big Launch event. UK 18+, to enter, find and scan hidden QR code and showroom. Complete form between 20th and 24th of June. 1 entry per person, 5 rounds drawn at random. See website for price details and T's and C's.
Put your 3 lines knowledge to the ultimate test with the all-new TalkSport Football Trivia Board Game, England Edition. Use your on-target trivia skills to take on all challenges and score the ultimate board game bragging rights just in time for the summer of football. Featuring hundreds of weird and wonderful questions about the England men's football team. The TalkSport Football Trivia Board Game, England Edition. Available now at shop.talksport.com.
As the biggest teams in Europe go head-to-head this summer, TalkSport and Carling have come together to make sure the UK is match-ready for the big games.
Brilliant football!
From expert pub pundits to on-the-sofa supporters, get your mates together anywhere and enjoy all the unbeatable football action.
Super entertainment. It is game on!
Make sure you're well on side and listen to Euro Game Day live on TalkSport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus, always drink responsibly.
Euro Game Day Live, delivered by TalkSport with Burger King. Get your classic Game Day flame grilled Whopper made fresh and delivered to your door. Order your Burger King delivery now.
Euro 2024, Germany. Soccer punch your summer.
And it's gone in!
Tonight from 8, uninterrupted, on-location commentary of Switzerland versus Deutschland.
Goal for Germany!
On TalkSport 2.
Follow the line.
Playing this for you, Stu.
Nice.
We'll keep it going until the call. Here we go.
This is a skit, punk band.
Oh, I would have just jumped in with Is It the Stranglers? Just because.
Well, guess.
That's a song called Destination Dusseldorf. And we're in Dusseldorf.
Nice, you like it? Who sings it? The Skits. Who is it?
Skits.
Oh, Skits.
Benty, you poor young man.
Skits sounded good.
I want to go and see them now.
Anyway, so Skits, Destination Dusseldorf. Listen, we're coming to the end of the group stage, so we're a couple of weeks into the tournament, so we thought we'd go with, because we haven't seen each other all tournament, we compare notes and bring in Jim and Stu on this as well. Let's just get straight into it. Best goal of the tournament so far, DB10, what are you going for?
I went for Arda Güler against Georgia. Wow, what a goal that was. Because even when he hit it, I thought, no goalkeeper should really get beat from that distance. But when you see where he puts it into that far corner, what a goal. I've been impressed with him, really. It would have been nice to see him start against Portugal yesterday, but he has been top draw for them.
Not a bad goal at all. To start with, Jim Proudfoot, what are you going for?
I'm going to go for Shaqiri's goal the other night, which was just a tremendous finish. Well, he didn't have too much of a window. He had to come onto it, hit it first time. Just to get the fade on it that he did, I thought it was a marvellous finish.
Stu?
I've got to agree with Jim, mate. Yeah. What people don't understand when someone finishes like that, he had two defenders tracking him down. He's got to make a quick decision whether to take the shot first time or not, which was the toughest option. If he takes a touch, he gets caught and swallowed up by defenders. And when you see it from behind, the way he's just come onto it, curled it, and it's gone in the postage stamp, for me, that was perfection.
Yeah, I've gone with Shaqiri's goal as well, so...
You free bullying me or what?
That's another one you lost.
Which is no football. Best game so far. Stuart Pearce, what's been your favourite game so far?
My best half has been Albania versus Italy. The atmosphere was really good. We went as spectators, myself and Jim. And the Italians were fantastic for 45 minutes. 1 and 2 touch, moving the ball from left to right. And when we go on to the best player I've seen at the moment, he played in the Italian setup, and I'll tell you that was right. But you can almost see the training ground, 1 and 2 touch, moving the ball in, bouncing, and I thought that was fantastic, the Italians, for 45 minutes.
Okay, Jim?
I'm going to go for the Portugal-Czech game of the other night.
Controversial, this. We had a lot of messages come in as we were doing commentary of that, saying this game isn't as good as you're saying it is, but I thought it was excellent.
Listen, it helps if you're there and there's an intense atmosphere, and it was goalless for an hour, so I can understand why there were people that didn't like it, but I just thought that it was hugely enjoyable, and the fact that the Czechs scored first, it was so much against the run of play, it was extraordinary. Never seen a goal more unlikely to come to one side in this tournament than that, and a really good goal from Lucas Provo. Then for Portugal to throw everything at them, thought they, having equalised, got a winner, it was ruled out, and then to score with a substitute who barely had a touch. I think it was only his second touch, Paco Conceição. It's just a game that seemed to have everything. Okay, you're taken in by being there and seeing it live, I get that, but I think that was the game that I would put as the one I've enjoyed most of.
No, I really enjoyed that game. I've got a different game, but what are you going for?
So I've gone for, same reasons kind of true, but I was there yesterday, Portugal versus Turkey. The atmosphere from Turkish fans was absolutely incredible. When you're there live, Portugal won quite comfortably in the end, but just being there live, watching the players, we're watching Ronaldo, watching Bruno Fernandes, Rafael Leao, so many good players, and I just think being there as a spectator and just taking it all in, at that stadium as well, Dortmund Stadium, was incredible. First time I've ever been there. That game for me, Portugal versus Turkey.
I'm going Georgia 1, Turkey 3, this was the game where it was 2-1. Georgia were going for it. They set the keeper up for a corner. They did post. That one cleared off the line, and Turkey broke and just put the ball into an empty net. It was a really exciting game. A lot of fun. There were a lot of chances, and the way it finished as well had you out your seat. So that's my kind of football. Really enjoyed that. Player is an interesting one. Jim Bradford, I'm going to you first.
Oh, I was hoping that you wouldn't. I don't know in terms of players. I'm trying to think which of the Italians it is that Stu has gone for. So come back to me. I am desperately buying time here. Yeah, bail me out again.
For me, Chiesa in the first half, he was brilliant. He played on that right-hand side. Every time he got the ball, and I'm probably acutely aware of this because I played at fullback all my life. What you want him to do is receive the ball, not get turned and play it backwards. Chiesa done the opposite. Every time he received the ball, he took the fullback on, and I thought, wow. I thought he was brilliant for 45 minutes. Just for the fact that he got it, he got turned, and he ran at the opposition every time that he got the ball.
Yeah, he was incredible in 2020, wasn't he? Pretty
Okay,
relatable.
wow, he was good. But we, the England players, could possibly learn a bit from that.
Well, I always bark on about that because I know what I didn't want as a fullback, and every time I see wide players, especially in an England shirt, play the ball backwards when there are one-on-one situations to be had, our goals have come from that. Saka on the right-hand side, running in behind without the ball, running with the ball. That's where our 2 goals have come from.
Well, you showed me a clip of the first minute of the Spain-Italy game where the ball goes out wide, goes to the byline, gets a cross in, and both agreed with England the ball would have gone out wide and then would have come back inside, it would have gone across the back 4 and out the other side, then back across. They've got to just be more dynamic and direct, and some teams are doing that, and it's easy to learn from that, hopefully. Darren, what do you go for?
Direct Jamal Musiala for Germany. I think he's been exceptional, but he's like what you said there. Every time he gets the ball, doesn't matter if there's 2 players in front of him, he's trying to go past them. He links really well with Gundogan and Kai Havertz. And I've really enjoyed 2 goals already in the tournament. One of the top goal scorers. Germany because they've got good players throughout that team, but he's just got a little bit something extra. Like he can just go both ways as well, can score a goal, can create. He's quicker than people think as well.
I'll actually answer a different question. I will answer who's the best player that you've seen that wasn't on your radar beforehand?
Okay.
Okay, I'll answer that one then. Lucas Haraslin, who is the left winger for Slovakia. He was another one that would get it and would hit the fullback and was going to try and run. And we saw the Slovakia-Ukraine game, which they ended up losing. But I just thought he had something about him. He worked very well with the left back in behind him. He plays his club football for Sparta Prague. He's 26, 27, but you would imagine that he could do well at a level in England, whether it be a top-level Championship player, whether it be a bottom-level Premier League player. But it's just, there's something about watching wingers, isn't there? It's so exciting to watch when they're in full flow. And I just got the impression that he was getting the best out of himself throughout that game. So he's one certainly that caught my eye.
I've got to say as well, why he was foraging down the left-hand side, just in front of the Ukrainian fullback was Yarmolenko, looking over his shoulder, looking for shortcuts not to run back. You know, he was absolutely killing his fullback.
Which possibly made him look like an oil painting, so maybe that's what it is.
You're aware of the work of this man.
Exactly.
You're right, wingers have been brilliant, so I've gone for a centre mid, Coutinho for Portugal. I'm really impressed in the first game. But I just love the story. You know, his only goal for Wolves was a 30-yard banger in the FA Cup at Chorley. And he's now playing at the Euros, and I think he's one of the key players for Portugal who have been good. So I thought it was a tough one, actually, because I think teams have excelled because they're teams rather than because of individuals in this tournament. So I thought it was a tough one to pick out one to look at. Best moments of the tournament so far. Darren, Ben, what are you going for?
So mine's a bit controversial because he should do it, but he did it anyway. And that was, I was at the game yesterday, the little boy jumped over the barrier and sprinted to Ronaldo and got his selfie. Now, he was only about 10, And I quite liked it because Ronaldo had all the time in the world for him, even though the game was going on, hugged him a little pitch, and I quite liked it. The other idiots that got on the pitch, I didn't like that. But that moment there, it was almost like a standing ovation, and I get it's wrong and he should do it, but just to chance it and how happy he was when he walked off and security guards walked him off nicely. I thought it was a really nice moment.
There was a moment where one security guard sort of blocked him off and I thought, oh, you know, this kid's only 10, but then they were hands off. And
he got a standing ovation. He walked towards the wall and everyone was clapping him.
I know what you're saying, but in the first Portugal game, there were fans running on early in the game, after the game had started, trying to get to Ronaldo, and yesterday was towards the end of the game. And UEFA have come out and said, you know, we're going to take extra measures to make sure this doesn't happen. And they have to do that, don't they? So you're out of order.
Do you know, I don't know how they're going to do it, because even yesterday I'm watching, and it happened 6 times yesterday, people jumping on the pitch. How do you stop that? Because there's not enough security. So if one guy just decides to I'm going to go for it, how do you stop him? Unless you put them all around the outside. I don't think they've got the policing for it.
Think of the worst case scenario, because it's unthinkable.
Yeah.
You know, so I think something seriously has to be done about that. And by the way, grown men, all right with the kid, I understand what you're saying, but grown men thinking they belong on that pitch, alongside elite international footballers, get a grip, you lot. I'm going for something from the same game. My moment of the tournament so far was Ronaldo squaring to Bruno when he's one-on-one.
I'm telling you now, if that's me, I'm fuming that he's even there. As the ball went through to Ronaldo, he's probably thinking, don't just stay there, Bruno. He wasn't going to pass that.
But we were all stunned, weren't we? We were just shocked that he did it. And then we found out UEFA said his assist is the clean assist maker in European Championship history. So did he do it deliberately?
Oh,
just to get that.
Yeah. Oh, that is a conspiracy theory, by the way. Even for a man who loves his stats like Ronaldo does and wants all the milestones in the world, I'm not having that.
Okay, moment then, Jim. What are you going to do?
It's a very selfish one. But the moment is the look on your face when your guardian angel arrived in Gelsenkirchen the other night. We were there for the first England game. Coming back out, couldn't get out. The trams, we were staying in Essen, which is only about 10 miles away. But the public transport system was basically non-existent. It's one road down into town from the stadium that was built outside the city. And everybody was trying to get on these trams. There weren't enough of them. I mean, the one thing I would say, the infrastructure here around a lot of the venues has been amazingly poor. And I can't think of too many parallels with tournaments that, you know, we've been privileged to do in the past, but that's a by the by. We got ourselves to a position where we thought we might be able to get an Uber. 3 UEFA volunteers came up and said, "You okay?" And we're going, "Yeah, we're fine, we're going to get an Uber." And they looked at us and laughed and said, "You won't be getting an Uber here." One of them said, "I'll ring you a taxi." Once you couldn't get us a taxi, one of the others said, "Where are you going?" "Essen." "I'm going to Essen, I'll give you a lift." And the look on your face was absolutely priceless. That's my moment of the tournament that you realise we haven't got to walk home.
Yeah, do you want to finish off the story?
No.
No, you sure?
I will spare your blushes by we will leave it there in the ether for people to wonder just how the story might have finished.
Okay, Stuart Pearce.
Mine's quite bizarre and quite away from it. Friday night, 2 colleagues of mine, namely yourself and Beck, said, "Do you fancy coming to the darts?" So I'm going to throw that as my moment of the tournament in at the moment. We went to the darts, a couple of thousand people in Leverkusen next to the ground in an arena, everyone in fancy dress, a good healthy dollop of Scottish fans there singing Scotland songs right the way through, and it was, I've never been to the darts before. People say, "Oh, go to the darts, it's really good fun, really good fun." They're so spot on. It was brilliant. What a night we had. It was fantastic.
It was really fantastic. Thoroughly enjoyed it. A big memory so far from the tournament. Guys, really enjoyed your company again.
Likewise, and you.
Yeah, you were not finished.
And I very much look forward to listening to the pair of you and Benty getting the rest of that story.
You may well do. Just very quickly before you go, Lee has sent us a message. He says, "Has he gone? Southgate gone with 3 strikers because of doubts over Kane's fitness?"
Well, that could be a part of it. That could be a part of it. And it'll be interesting from that point of view to see whether Harry does play in a match where, of any of the 5 potential games that England have got left, if he's going to be left out, it will be the next one. That's the one that you can most justify leaving Harry out. So I think we'll get an answer to Liam from Ken probably about 10 to 7 on Tuesday night.
Great stuff. Jim Proudfoot, our England commentator, and Stuart Pearce, former England captain. Thank you very much for listening to Euro Game Day Live on TalkSport. Presented by Carling, the UK's #1 lager, 18 plus. Please drink responsibly.
Euro Game Day Live on TalkSport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus. Always drink responsibly.
Number 5, please. Sure, and if you're a BP Me Rewards member, you get double points on your fuel and shopping. Oh, I forgot something. I'll have one of these. 2 of these. We're going to need a bigger basket.
With double BP Me Rewards points, you'll find yourself needing just about everything. So head to BP Soul on the Go Chunterlays. Fill up your tank and your basket so you can get those rewards double quick. BP, here for all of life's gems. T's and C's apply. Available at participating dealer-owned BP stores only. For details, see bpmerewards.co.uk/double points.
Fußball in Germany is here! Und natürlich, TalkSport Bet has got a tasty tournament load of top offers to check out, including
Scotland versus Hungary, Scotland to win, and McTominay to score. And Picardic, latest price 14-1, broadcast boosted price 16-1.
TalkSport Bet, bet of the stat broadcaster. Bring it on, bookie.
Terms and conditions apply. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
This is it.
Number 23.
Final.
What are we doing wrong? Let's go.
Let's go then.
Go! Almost!
Guys, not
Power. This is performance-enhancing broadband. With the fastest speeds in the most places. For the only broadband made just for gamers. Search EE Broadband. Powered by BT.
EE Game Mode requires EE Smart Hub Plus. To verify, see ee.co.uk/claims.
If you bought a timeshare, did you really get what you expected? Or were you sold a dream that's now a nightmare? With high maintenance fees, loss of exclusivity, and limited availability, timeshare ownership for many is now just a liability. MyTimeshareClaim.co.uk has helped thousands of owners who are missold exit their contract and receive compensation. For advice and to find out more about your options, text timeshare to 78900.
WWE returns this fall with all your favorite superstars, including the American Nightmare Cody Rhodes, Randy Orton, Bayley, Bianca Belair, and Jade Cargill, and more. Sunday, 13 October, Utilita Arena, Cardiff. Monday, 14 October, M&S Bank Arena, Liverpool. Tuesday, 15 October, Utilita Arena, Newcastle. Monday, 4 November, the O2 Arena in London. Tuesday, 5 November, Motorpoint Arena, Nottingham. Wednesday, 6 November, Utilita Arena, Sheffield. All tickets on sale now. Get yours, WWE.com/events.
Satisfy your appetite for a truly mouth-watering tournament of football. Euro Game Day Live, delivered by TalkSport with Burger King. Post-match action doesn't get any tastier than a Gourmet King's Barbecue Steakhouse Angus Burger. The unbeatable partnership of a flame-grilled burger and crispy fries. And every epic winner tastes better with a classic Whopper. Euro Game Day Live, delivered by TalkSport with Burger King. Total food satisfaction delivered to your door. That's food fulfillment.
Euro Game Day Live on TalkSport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus. Always drink responsibly.
TalkSport and TalkSport 2.
Official broadcaster of UEFA Euro 2024 in Germany.
He's done it again.
TalkSport's team of frenetic football experts will be on location, broadcasting unmissable output 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, throughout the entire tournament.
Join me, Ashley Young, for my thoughts, views and reactions throughout the tournament we've all been waiting for.
I am Emmanuel Petit. Join me on a world-class team for unrivaled coverage of UEFA Euro 2024.
2 great stations, 1 massive summer of football.
Exclusively on TalkSport and TalkSport 2.
Yes!
Great to have Stuart Pearce and Jim Proudfoot with us. You know, me, Stu and Jim do a review of every England game. It's on the TalkSport YouTube channel. Sometimes the morning after, sometimes the night of the game itself. So it's a proper review. I do the marks out of 10 on the website.
Oh, don't worry, I've read a few of those.
Yeah, you have that?
Pops up, oh, yeah. Some of them, I'm not gonna lie to you, I've looked at my screen and got, then you go, oh, so oh, 8.
Not that I was wrong?
No, I don't think you've been wrong. I think some of them you've been, I think, if anything, too nice.
Okay.
In terms of some of the performances, yeah. It's obvious that some of them, like for me, there's been maybe a couple of 8s in the 2 games in certain players. I think Drew's first game was very good.
I did not get an 8 last game.
I think there's an argument that he should get. Yes, you're right, 8 and a 9 for both. I think he's been one people worried about that position, but I think he's been
top quality. He's had a really good tournament, and I know that Stu and Jim have done a video for the TalkSport YouTube channel previewing England's game on Tuesday night. That should be up there. If it's not up there now, it'll be up there very, very shortly. So head along to the TalkSport YouTube channel. Make sure you subscribe while you're there. Germany, Switzerland is the other game tonight. Let's head to Frankfurt because our European expert Andy Brassel, Danny Kelly calls him Andy Brassel, is there in the press room at the Waldstadion. Andy, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you guys?
Yeah, real good.
Thanks.
Listen, both, I think you, Darren Ben, you picked out Germany pre-tournament, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. I just thought going into this tournament, I just felt proud nation first and foremost. Some of the attacking talent they've got, solid at the back, and being in Germany as well, I just felt like all these things were weighing in their favour. And could they deliver, or would the nerves get the better of them? And so far this tournament, they've not showed any nerves whatsoever.
Well, you know what, Andy? I mean, I picked out Germany pre-tournament as well, but when I got here, I spoke to Germans in taxi cars, whatever, and they basically literally laughed in my face when I said I thought Germany were going to win it. So they've done really well in these first two games, but they're playing against teams that they should be beating and beating comfortably as well. So can we read too much into the form from Germany in these first two games?
Maybe. I think that's one point of view. I mean, you guys were ahead of me because I didn't have them down to do anything at this tournament either. But if you go back 3 months, there was a real concern in the country that they would just really show themselves up. Now, obviously, there's a bit of stage fright that plays into that as well, because I think if you look at most host nations of major tournaments over the past decade and a half, there's always a bit of a public mini meltdown. You know, what if we get it wrong? What if we embarrass ourselves as the host nation in front of the world? Well, I think with Germany, you've got to say it backs up over the last couple of tournaments. I mean, went out of the group stage of the last 2 World Cups. Were embarrassed in 3 years ago in Euro 2020 when they went out in really cheap fashion to England, and people over here really haven't forgotten that. And all those cliches about German teams at tournaments, about how they find a way and they defend really well, it's just not been true really of this group of players and the group of players before it. Because everything that made them into the team that won the 2014 World Cup stops them really being that team now that can do stuff like when they haven't got a great side, get to the 2002 World Cup final, because they don't really produce those gritty tournament players anymore. They do produce beautiful players who we really want to watch, the ones that Bensi was talking about, the ones at the front half of the team, like Musiala, like Florian Wirtz, for example. Although obviously Musiala came partly through the English academy, so I'm sure we'll come back to that in a little bit. So I think, yes, there is like optimism, there's growing optimism, but it's still gentle optimism. And part of that, because if they win this game tonight against Switzerland and top the group, it's the first time the DFB, the German FA, will have had to pay out a bonus to their players since 2017 when they won the Confederations Cup.
Euro Game Day Live on TalkSport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus, always drink responsibly.
HW Neville's bread. Price match at only 45p for an 800-gram loaf at Tesco. Makes for a delicious cheese toasty. And comes with a classic, too hot, but can't resist, mouth-wafting dance routine. That's true value. Tesco. Every little helps. Serving suggestions, price match 3rd of the 6th. Pro Rata versus GBLD. Check twice weekly. Excludes promo. Selected stores. Excludes Express to Northern Ireland. Details tesco.com/RV price match.
Hi all. How are we doing? Afternoon. Let's get this meeting.
Meeting started.
Come on.
When everyone's home, EE Work Mode prioritizes your broadband for working from home with faster speeds in more places across the UK than anyone else. So,
Yeah, I've got you loud and clear as a bell.
This is broadband made for working from home. Search EE Broadband, powered by BT.
Work mode with EE Smart Hub Plus. To verify, see ee.co.uk/claims.
You build. That's what you do. Well, in reality, you stay overtime, fill out stacks of paperwork, sort through endless drawings, spend hours trying to project manage. But not anymore. Procore's construction management software connects everyone and everything on your project in real time. So you can get back to what you do best, building. Request a demo now at Procore.com. Procore, building software for the people who build the world.
It's hard to see the screen in the pub. So watch the match at home with 2 Stonegate pizzas and 4 Budweisers. Now £5 for members at Co-op. Available online or in store. Non-members £6 and 16th of July. Selected products and stores excludes independent cooperatives. Co-op membership required subject to availability. 18 plus. Drink responsibly.
Albert Einstein here. Chico and I are out for walkies in the park. My watch tells me we've walked exactly 3,004 steps. Our personal best. Our steps aren't the only thing we track. Our smart meter display at home tells us how much energy we use daily, weekly and monthly, which can help me make changes to save energy. And now my watch tells me it's time to head back for a cuppa. Right, Chico?
For extra help managing your household budgets, search Get a Smart Meter today. Consumer action required. Eligibility may vary.
As the biggest teams in Europe go head-to-head this summer, TalkSport and Carling have come together to make sure the UK is match-ready for the big games.
Brilliant football!
From expert pub pundits to on-the-sofa supporters, get your mates together anywhere and enjoy all the unbeatable football action.
Super entertainment. It is game on!
Make sure you're well on side and listen to Euro Game Day Live on TalkSport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus, always drink responsibly.
Euro Game Day Live, delivered by TalkSport with Burger King. Save big with the $4.99 King Box. It's the ultimate match day lineup, featuring a barbecue double melt burger, chili cheese bites, fries, and a drink.
Destination Deutschland for Euro 2024 Germany. The biggest prize in European football is up for grabs once again. Euro Game Day Live with Adrian Durham and Darren Bent
on TalkSport.
We're back live in Dusseldorf. You're listening to Euro Game Day Live on TalkSport, presented by Burger King. Bring home the ultimate food satisfaction. Get your favourites delivered now. I'm Adrian Durham. He's Darren Bender, former England striker, and we're looking ahead to tonight's games, really. Germany and Switzerland, but of course Scotland against Hungary. Scotland need the win, and they need to hope as well. Andy Bressel is live in Frankfurt at the game, Germany against Switzerland. And Andy, talk to me about Germany. We mentioned before how we both think they're going to win the tournament, but Germany against Switzerland tonight, one wonders what side of the side Germany will put out, and that affects Scotland in terms of Switzerland and the result they get.
Yeah, I mean, as I was saying before, I think for the German players and the German FA, they want to keep up that sense of momentum. And there's a financial imperative behind it as well, because there's a lot of money in it for the German FA. They win the group, close to millions of euros. Also, for those players, they will be getting, as I said before, the first bonus that they've received as the German national team since 2017, since they won the Confederations Cup, because they didn't top the group. They finished second in the group in Euro 2021, when they just about came through that group and of course got knocked out by England in the last 16. So Germany almost coming from a sort of underdog sort of perspective, really. And all those players, they want to keep that good feeling going. They're getting that gentle sense of optimism back for the general public. The general public have been completely disconnected from their national team over the last couple of years. You know, when they went out in Qatar in the group stage, there was barely a murmur here. You know, people really weren't that bothered. Whereas now, you're seeing Germany's footballing self-image really improve, and that's important to keep going.
Andy, I was going to ask you about, you look at some of the squad, and you spoke about the German fans not really expecting too much, but when you look at what they've got, I mean, Manuel Neuer, one of the greatest goalkeepers ever, they've got Jonathan Tah, the season he's had at Bayer Leverkusen, Antonio Rudiger, for instance, Champions League winner. We spoke about Jamal Musiala, Joshua Kimmich. I mean, what do you think it can be that could derail this Germany team? Because on paper, when I'm looking at it, they are so strong.
Honestly, I think it's got to be the defence, really. I mean, you've got Kimmich playing in a position that he doesn't really want to play. Right back, but they've got no one else to really do it, and I think they've got better options in midfield now. Now, he's coming to a bit of a crossroads in terms of his club future, where he's got a year left on his Bayern contract, doesn't have an agent at the moment, and looking for his own solution, and is looking for his own solution to maybe get a transfer away from Bayern at the end of this tournament. So we'll see what happens there. And I think it's all a bit fragile at the back, and they need that shield, and that's what Robert Andrich, who's one of the least glamorous players in the team, is. I think we talked about Jonathan Tah and what a good season he's had. A lot of people aren't completely sold on him still, even though Bayern are trying to get him to sign with them for next season. But I think to have that spine of Tah, Andrich, and to an extent Florian Wirtz from that team that's worked so well this season, that's obviously won the Bundesliga and Cup double, that's really important. I think if you can get a working piece from a really successful team and put it on, it does a lot of the coach's job for him, and to have that winning mentality and that sort of solidity, I think really, really helps. But the defence is still a little bit untested. I think, personally, it looked a little bit shaky against Hungary, and as Adrian said, they will face tough for testing that later in the tournament, and not very much time to remember.
I actually bumped into Per Mertesacker in the first week of the tournament. He was another one who had mixed feelings when I said I thought Germany were going to win the Euro. So we'll see how they go on. Talk to me about Scotland tonight against Hungary. We're probably expecting Scotland to win the game, I think. But when you look at the group itself, when you look at Group A, Scotland could still finish second. It's an amazing goal swing is needed, but Switzerland are playing Germany, so let's see if that might happen. But in terms of third place, Scotland need to win and hope. A draw isn't looking good for them when you look at the mini table of third place ranking teams, Andy.
It's not a given. Hungary were excellent in qualifying. They were half asleep in the first half of the game against Switzerland, and they really put in an enormous effort in Cologne to try and pull that around, and they nearly managed it before they got done on the break with that Mbolo goal just before the end. But I thought they put in a really good performance against Germany, at least up until the second goal. They caused them a few problems. Szoboszlai obviously has an enormous amount of pressure on him as their best player and their captain. He wasn't at the last Euro, of course, because he had that calf injury that just wouldn't go away. And I still think it's quite a big task for Scotland. I mean, there's every reason to be optimistic, because I thought the way they played against Switzerland was excellent. They gave everything. The draw was probably fair enough, but they gave themselves the chance to win the game at various points. So look, Scotland can go in this believing, but they can't go in this assuming. Not like many Scotland fans out there will be doing that, but it's still a pretty tough task.
Do you know what, Andy, when you said it quite well there, because you talk about Scotland and what they did against Switzerland, they gave it everything. And I always feel like Scotland getting to this tournament gave it everything, and now they're here. It's almost like, right, we've done the half up by getting to this tournament. Do you feel that Scotland have got what it takes to go again? Because I'm with you, I think against Switzerland they gave it absolutely everything and did get the result. Do you think they'll be able to match that against Hungary this evening?
I think that's absolutely right. It's a lot demanding physically and mentally to go again with that sort of performance. Look, I think if they... The problem is, if they repeat that level of performance against Switzerland, they give themselves a chance to win the game. But it doesn't guarantee they'll win the game at all. It's still a really hard ask. And I think if you went in at the start of this tournament, you would have said they're the fourth best team in the group. And that is no knock on Scotland whatsoever. If you just look at the players that Hungary have got available, I thought Switzerland were the vulnerable team in this group, to be perfectly honest, because I think if you go back to like the first half of this calendar year, Murat Yakin had to get in a bit of help. You almost got Brian Robson at Middlesbrough, really, when Terry Venables came in to help him out, and it felt like there was a bit of a power play between him and Granit Xhaka, and Xhaka obviously has a higher status, having had such a good season for Leverkusen as well. So I think the way that Switzerland have done so far has been the bit that has sort of thrown a spanner in Scotland's works in this tournament so far. I mean, forget the opening game. If you get past that, I think you can lose to Germany. I think the manner in which they lost has really motivated Scotland to come back hard. And they did brilliantly in their qualifying campaign. To edge out Norway, to get that win against Spain. We know they're capable. But having said that, it's still really, really tough. And if they don't make it, I don't think anyone should be questioning Steve Clarke or anything like that. It is a learning process, and they're only just getting to the point where they can hope to consistently qualify for tournaments rather than it be a one-off.
Andy, you and I did a preview video for the TalkSport YouTube channel with former England man Paul Ince, and Scotland and TalkSport legend Ali McCoist as well. I'll let you remind everybody who you tipped to win the tournament, but based on what you've seen from the first couple of weeks so far, Andy, who are you looking at? Who's impressed you most?
It's still France for me. I thought you were going to say something else there, Adrian. We'll come back to Spain in a minute, maybe. We've got time. But I think France, for me, feel like the favourites still. Obviously, they've not been dazzling in the first couple of games. I think it's really interesting. Obviously, the enormous amount of credit of a World Cup gives you, but there's a lot of common ground with the public reaction to Didier Deschamps and Gareth Southgate, because they're getting exactly the same stuff at home, the French, that Gareth Southgate is getting. We've got so many great players. Why are we playing such boring football, etc., etc. I think the big difference is, France, even if their plan is not to your tastes, they still have a plan. I think it's pretty clear what they're trying to do. They do manage to really strangle the opposition. You have the feeling that they can turn it up at any moment if they want to, which is still why they're the favourites for me, because of course we're going to get more from Kylian Mbappe as well. I don't really want to go too heavy on anyone from what they did in the group so far, because I was at the Portugal game yesterday. I thought they were excellent, but it's just 2 group games. And I think if you look back at their history in the Euros, they've started off the Euros really well. You look at Euro 2008, in which they looked great against Turkey and Czechia in the first 2 games, rested everyone in match 3 and lost to Switzerland, but it completely took the momentum out of them. So they've got to guard against doing that while still using the squad a little bit. Spain, I still feel they might struggle to score goals when it matters. Of course, I think their performance against Italy was probably the best team performance of the Euros so far, but they still needed an own goal to win the game, and they had to defend their way out of it in the end.
And so I want to go back to France. I mean, for starters, when I was having a look earlier, I didn't realise Deschamps had been in charge in 2012, which for an international manager is crazy in itself. But all of a sudden, he re-emerges, it feels like, of N'Golo Kante. Now, I know it's only 2 group games, as you said, but for him to be playing in Saudi, I thought when he left Chelsea, that was it. The injuries, didn't play much football, went to Saudi. Obviously, the intensity is not like it is when you play in the Premier League. He's come back to this national team, certainly in the first 2 group games, and has looked like he hadn't left. He looks unbelievable.
He does look unbelievable, Betty. I think, the France squad were quietly expecting this. So us as the public, who haven't been watching him train every day, I think for us it's an enormous shock, because he sort of slipped out of our radars. Remember, hadn't been called up to France for 2 years before this tournament. And you kind of think with the age he was, and with the fact that he hadn't been great in the last bit of his spell at Chelsea, I thought maybe that was it for him. But I think it's really interesting, actually. We've just seen the first effects of the Saudi Pro League and what it's doing for various players. I guess on a negative tip, you maybe look at Serbia, you look at Sergej Milinkovic-Savic and Alexander Mitrovic, who look as if they're suffering from not playing such competitive football. But I think it's worked really well for Conte, because he wasn't in great physical nick in the last year before he left Chelsea, and he's used it really as an opportunity to get himself in absolutely perfect. If he looks the best player in the tournament so far, I don't even think it's close. He's so far ahead of everyone else, and this has been the story of France, hasn't it, over the last couple of tournaments. You look at them at the 2022 World Cup, and fitness-wise, everything that could go wrong for them did go wrong. And then you think, okay, well, those players who might not have had so much experience going into this tournament have got a lot of experience. That really helps them. And then you have the injury to Tchouameni and Rabiot. You think, well, they're going to think, they just drop it in N'Golo Kante. And, that is what you get, I guess, when you've got such an enormous depth of talent. But they've managed to use it so well as well. And you talked about Deschamps being in charge for so long. I think one of the things that's kept him there is he's such a pragmatist. If you look at quite a lot of these players, he's fallen out with them at various points. And you look at Rabiot, he's a good example. He was exiled from the French national team for a good while. And they had a really bitter falling out. And then after a while, Deschamps just said, playing well, why don't you just come back? And I think a lot of international coaches don't do that. They worry about how it would look. They worry about the optics of it. But he's not that fussed. If there's an argument, we can get over it. We can get past it. Like when we invited Ben to go back to the team, and you know that's something that I think has kept it going, and it keeps his options open.
Andy, great to have you with us. Thank you very much. Andy Brassel is at the Germany game tonight, talking to us live from the stadium, and also a big star of one of the best shows on TalkSport, Trans Europe Express with Danny Kelly. And just to clear up what he was saying there, in the preview show he said Spain wouldn't get out of the group. Well,
European football expert.
2 games, 6 points. But what he just said there was, yeah, well, it was easy against Croatia, and then they relied on an own goal against it. They dominated it. I felt they were very good. But listen, he's right. 2 games in, and I'll say the same about Kante as well. People are going on and on about Kante. When they get deeper in the tournament, let's see if he's still at that level.
Do you know, and that, you're right, it is, but you just know that he's at that level. They're going to take some beating because when he tends to play well, wherever he's playing, and that could be Leicester or with Chelsea, France, they win trophies.
You know, the issue is with France, and he talked about it there, he's a pragmatist, Didier Deschamps, and there's a lot of big feeling in France that they should be playing better football with the players they've got. But he's got to one World Cup final. He's won another World Cup final. That's not a bad record.
Exactly.
Hence, he's still in the job. We were talking earlier about Group A. Scotland face Hungary tonight live on TalkSport, knowing a win may well get them out of the group stages of a major tournament for the first time in their history. And Shabana Hearn, our Scotland correspondent, is about to head into the stadium in Stuttgart. She has just bumped into some more of the Tartan army on her way in. Shabana.
Okay, we've got a few Scotland fans with us now. TalkSport regulars too. What's your name, sir?
Carney.
Stephen. Care.
Guys, do you know, I'm loving the respect between the Scots and the Germans. It's like this unlikely, romantic coming together we didn't know we needed.
We've been staying in a campsite up an hour off Cologne, to the east of Cologne, up in the hills. We're getting a lot of love in there. And driving down yesterday from Alpay down to Stuttgart, must be 50 to 100 vehicles on the road, all got German plates waving and beating the horn. Just happy to see us, you know.
Even the English are happy to see the Scots, and that's unusual.
That's unusual. Not sure about that.
Would you want them to win?
No. Definitely not. 100% no.
But we get to the round of 16 and they win. I mean, surely that's a fair enough deal.
No.
No. Can I just say you've won outfit of the day? Just show everyone on YouTube this.
Aye, it's my short balls. They were originally Dallas Cowboys, and then my missus has stitched my patches on, so it's a nice and Scotland embroidered.
I love that you had your missus make these for you. What's her name?
Ella.
And is Ella at home loving the Scotland journey as well?
Aye, she's loving it. She's right in it off that one now.
Whether she likes it or not. What will be the result tonight?
I got 2-1. I'll take it 2-1. 3-1 Scotland.
3-0.
I'm going to be off the this side. I'm going to go 3-0 and my pal here.
You put 3-0 past Hungary. We are getting absolutely on it for next week.
And if Germany do the same to Switzerland,
even better.
Guys, I like your optimism. Let's hear it for Scotland. Come on, Scotland.
Scotland!
Fantastic stuff. If you are watching on YouTube, you will have seen all of that. And of course, we want Scotland to stay in. Who wants Shabana to go home? Nobody wants that. You're listening to Euro Game Day live on TalkSport, presented by Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus, please drink responsibly.
Euro Game Day live, delivered by TalkSport with Burger King. Get the ultimate food satisfaction this half-time with the flame-grilled bacon double cheeseburger XL. Order now on the Burger King app.
Number 5, please. Sure, and if you're a BP Me Rewards member, you get double points on your fuel and shopping.
Oh, I forgot something. I'll have one of these. 2 of these. We're going to need a bigger basket.
With double BP Me Rewards points, you'll find yourself needing just about everything. So head to BP Soul on the Go Charter Lanes. Fill up your tank and your basket so you can get those rewards double quick. BP. Here for all of life's gems. T's and C's apply. Available at participating dealer-owned BP stores only. For details, see bpmerewards.co.uk/double points. This is it.
Number 23. Final.
Let's go.
Let's go then. Guys,
I need power. This is performance-enhancing broadband. With the fastest speeds in the most places. For the only broadband made just for gamers. Search EE Broadband. Powered by BT. EE Game Mode requires EE Smart Hub Plus. To verify, see ee.co.uk/claims.
The future of eco-friendly gardening and landscaping is here. Introducing the Ego Pro X range of battery-powered outdoor power equipment. A super tough, super powerful range for the hard-working professionals, the landscapers, the groundsmen, and the gardeners who demand the best. Say goodbye to the noise, the fuss, and the fumes of petrol, and embrace a greener, cleaner solution. The Ego Power Plus Pro X range. Power beyond belief. Search Ego Pro X today.
H.W. Neville's bread. Price match at only 45p for an 800-gram loaf at Tesco. Makes for a delicious cheese toasty. Comes with a classic, too hot, but can't resist, mouth-wafting dance routine. That's true value. Tesco. Every little helps. Certain suggestions price match 3rd of the 6th. Pro rata versus GBLD. Check twice weekly. Excludes promo. Selected stores. Excludes Express to Northern Ireland. Details tesco.com/RV price match.
Where can you get the latest breaking sports news delivered with the laser-like accuracy of Michael Van Gerwen? And the passionate opinions debated with the confident dexterity of Virgil van Dijk?
Liverpool fans celebrate!
Answer on the radio show that's got the nation's sports fans buzzing like a Van de Graaff generator. Early breakfast with Shabana Hearn. Weekday mornings from 5 on Talk Sport with Adrian Flux Van Insurance. Insurance for the individual. Search Adrian Flux Van Insurance to find out more.
Euro Game Day Live on TalkSport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus, always drink responsibly.
On 1089 and 1053 medium wave, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker.
Official broadcaster of UEFA Euro 2024, Germany.
Talk Sport.
Talk Sport. Good evening, I'm Steve Forbes. It's countdown to what could be a colossal night for Scotland. A win against Hungary will likely see Steve Clarke's side into the last 16 at the Euros. John McGinn says he doesn't care who the hero could be.
Team effort. Obviously, recently Big Scotty's been the man for goals, so he looks confident and firing in training, but don't really care if it's an own goal or a deflection or anything, we'll take what comes.
While the manager believes they'll have to stifle Hungary's quality all over the pitch.
We know a lot about Hungary. We understand the talents that they have. Obviously, Sloboslav gets a lot of the credit, but they've got a few other really top players as well that we have to be careful with.
Kickoffs at 8 p.m. live right here on TalkSport. Harry Kane's crisis management didn't happen, according to the England captain, after reports he'd held a player-only meeting following the draw against Denmark. Kane feels the team is in a good place despite under-par performances.
Before the tournament, if you'd have said, where we are now, you pretty much be qualified after 2 games, we would have took it for sure. But I think we can be honest with ourselves that we haven't played the way we wanted to play. I think the good sign is that we're still picking up results whilst doing that.
England's final group game is against Slovenia on Tuesday. Elsewhere, Albania forward Merlin Daku has been banned for 2 matches after leading his country's fans in derogatory chants following their draw with Croatia. Andy Murray's former coach, Leon Smith, says no decision has yet been made on Murray's participation at Wimbledon. The 2-time winner underwent back surgery, and the ATP Tour posted he was out of the tournament before deleting it. It's victory number 7 for Max Verstappen this season as he's won the Spanish Grand Prix. The world champion, who started second on the grid, held off McLaren's Lando Norris by 2 seconds in Barcelona. And England swiftly chased down the USA's total in emphatic style in Barbados, but does that put them into the World Cup semis, John Norman?
Yes, it does. The team that squeaked into the Super 8 have become the first team to make the semi-finals. And how? England playing like the defending champions that they are, albeit against the United States of America for the first time in international cricket. Set 116 to win the game after Chris Jordan took a hat-trick, 4 for 10, with the United States losing their last 5 wickets without adding a run. England chased down the score thanks to a magnificent 83 not out from just 38 deliveries from the skipper Jos Buttler. 6 fours and 7 sixes to give whoever decides the Player of the Match award a little bit of a headache after Adil Rashid took 2 for 13. It means England can sit back and watch and wait to find out who they face in the semi-finals after they beat the USA by 10 wickets.
Talk Sport News.
Manchester Airports apologised after cancelling every departure from 2 terminals. It's down to a major power cut, which has led to huge queues and disrupted baggage processing. And the Gambling Commission's understood to be widening its investigation beyond the 4 Conservatives accused of betting on the election day.
Talk Sport weather.
Cloudy across central and southern areas this evening, a clear and mild night elsewhere.
Talk Sport, official broadcaster of UEFA Euro 2024 Germany. Live commentary of every game. Achtung, baby! Euro Game Day Live with Adrian Durham and Darren Bent on Talk Sport.
I'm Adrian Durham, he's Darren Bent. We are live in very sunny Dusseldorf this afternoon. Dusseldorf, a real football centre. It's a real Euros hotbed. There are fans from all sorts of countries here. There's games here, obviously, and lots of other host venue cities are close to Dusseldorf. So it's a real hub with a big fan zone, and a lot of football fans have gathered here, and we're absolutely loving it this afternoon in the sports bar we're in the middle of Dusseldorf. And we've got big action to look forward to as well, because Scotland take on Hungary in Stuttgart. Let's head straight there, because Chris Iwelumo, former Scotland striker, is on commentary duty for TalkSport tonight. How you feeling, Chris? A little bit nervous, maybe?
Good evening, Adrian. Good evening, Darren. Yes, you know me too well, Adrian. Yeah, very nervous at the minute. I'm hearing a few little whispers about formations and players, and yeah, I think Steve Clarke's going to go very much safe, and I think it's just going to be a McKenna in for Tierney, and it's going to be very much the same team, which I've got to say did well against Switzerland the other night. You know, they showed the character and a little bit of confidence wherever they got it from. It was impressive anyway, and had to kind of deliver, but they got a point, and I've got to say I was disappointed. It was only a point. I think another 5-10 minutes on the end of that game possibly could have went and got the winner.
I thought it was a fair result in the end. I thought there were chances for both sides. Loved Grant Hanley's header. I mean, so brave with the header. I thought that was a sign of where Scotland are at. They're prepared to throw themselves into this and prepared to get hurt for the cause as well. But you said there, you described Steve Clarke, you think his team is going to be safe. What would you do in this situation, Chris?
Well, I go to a 4 at the back. Now, in the qualification campaign, he did try it. You know, I guess the result, and it was in those games where you're playing against the Netherlands and, you know, it's a 4-0 defeat. But for 60 minutes that game, we spoke about it before, Adrian, Scotland were very, very good with the ball, had hold of the ball for the first hour against the Netherlands. So, yeah, I'd go 4 at the back. You know, I think I'd bring Ryan Christie in for Tierney, so you've got obviously Angus Gunn, Robertson, Hanley, Hendry, and then Ralston. You've got Gilmour and McGregor in front, and then you've got that 3, McTominay, McGinn, and Christie behind Che Adams. And I just think then that gives you that extra, that attacking player as well. Now, the way that the Hungarians play, 3-4-3, it just gives you that advantage, and overloading the central midfield, and I think that's where the game's won and lost this evening. You get the ball down, you want to have the foothold and dominate with the ball, with possession. Scotland have shown they can do that. But this Hungarian side, you know, I think no one scored more goals from set pieces qualifying for the Euros. So I guess having that presence of McKenna and Hanley and Henry defensively can do a job, as well as being a threat in the attacking box as well.
Chris, I've got to ask you, listen, it's been Aid that's been really vocal about it, so I'm kind of stealing his thunder. He's a big fan of Lawrence Shankland, and the guy scored that many goals this season. I think he got 24 league goals this season, which is incredible. Would you opt for him over Che Adams, who's done okay, but you need a goal for it? You need to win the game, and obviously Lawrence Shankland's in form. Would you opt for that maybe switch?
Well, I think it can come on and make an impact. You know, 20 minutes to go. If it's a draw, I think he can come in and make a positive impact. I've got to say, I think the attributes of both players are very, very similar. You know, they both decent in the air, hold up play very good. I just think probably Che Adams brings a bit more physicality, and in a game like tonight, it's definitely going to be needed. But I'm a big fan of Shankland. He's the more natural goal scorer, but he has the ability to come off the bench, as he showed before, and get goals. So yeah, I understand where he's coming from. Why not start him in a game, or start both of them in a game? But you have to create. Against Germany, they were feeding, Che Adams was feeding off scraps. He comes off at half time. He was much better against Switzerland, and that just allows Scotland to get off the pitch. Now, attributes are very similar. I think Shankland can come on and do the same job, but it's still all about the service that they're getting if they're going to get chances.
I've got to follow that up because honestly, I don't understand it. You're both strikers. I don't get it at all. In the Scottish Premiership, he has scored 48 goals in the last 2 seasons. Top scorer this season. And on top of that, he scores against Celtic, he scores against Rangers. His record is unbelievable. Imagine you're Lawrence Shankland. He must be tearing his hair out thinking, what else do I have to do to get into this 11? This 11 can barely score a goal.
Yeah.
And he's just banging them in for Hearts. So what? He must be thinking, I might as well give up.
Adrian, I agree with everything that you just said, but you know, I think what you do for your club, it opens that door for you internationally, but you have to come in and consistently do it. You've got to get the opportunity. I think we started a good few games in the Netherlands. I thought it was really impressive. He had 2 massive opportunities. He puts 2 of them in. He's starting at this European Championships. That chance is come and gone, but you still have to be in a positive mindset that you can come on and influence the game. Now, I understand, yeah. If you're sat there and you're on the bench and you're not disappointed that you're not starting, you should be playing the game. You know, but everyone, you've got to understand from a manager's point of view that Che Adams hasn't really let him down. It's a very selfless position for Scotland. That lone striker, if it's Lyndon Dykes, if it's Che Adams who's been up there, it's a very selfless position. You have to then bring other players in, and that's why the likes of John McGinn, Scott McTominay are up there in the leading charts for goal scoring, because as a lone striker, you have to do a job as well as score goals, and when those opportunities come, Che Adams done okay. You know, he's not set the world alight, but here is Lawrence Shankland who has done it for his club. So I understand where Steve Clarke is. He's got a player in Che Adams that has been given the opportunity. He ticks all the boxes. Yes, he needs to score more, but he does everything else well, and that allows then the space for McTominay and McGinn to get into positions and get their goals.
Chris, let me ask you, because someone you mentioned there, and he's had a really good season for his club side, and that is John McGinn for Aston Villa. Champions League football, absolutely sensational. What have you made of his tournament so far? Because I still think, certainly from watching him so much this season, he's yet to really get going yet.
Have to agree completely, Darren. You know, I think I look at the amount of games that he's played. He's played a lot of football this season, you know, but then he is the one of the talisman for Scotland. But the thing is, with McGinn, he either turns up and he's outstanding, or he's non-existent. And I have to say, for the last 2 games, he's not really done much. You know, against Switzerland defensively, yeah, he ticked that box, but I'm expecting him to be breaking his neck to get on. You know, Ralston's winning his aerial duels in the attacking third. It was Che Adams as well, but John McGinn would usually be gambling in behind. Too many times he got caught in possession. Not too many times he's getting into the 18-yard box and being a threat. So that's what he has to bring to his game tonight. You know, both teams have to win. You know, this is it's not going to be end to end. I can't see it being an amazing spectacle, but it's so important what you do in both boxes. You know, defensively they have to be sound, but you have to pose a certain threat. And John McGinn for Scotland has ticked that box consistently. So can he do it tonight? A big, massive game. Scott McTominay, they all have to step up. They all have to, you know, hold themselves to account and take responsibility. That's what it is. This place is going to be absolutely electric when they come out. Now, we've all spoken about the national anthem. You know, it's the best around. You know, my hair's standing on end just talking about it now. The players have to feed off that.
They do, and I know you will as well, Chris. Looking forward to listening to you tonight, and thanks very much for joining us from Stuttgart. I know how nervous Chris is. Scotland-Hungary live on TalkSport tonight. You're listening to Euro Game Day live on TalkSport, presented by Burger King. Bring home the ultimate food satisfaction. Get your favourites delivered now, and we're going to want your WhatsApp voice notes between now and 7 o'clock UK time. So you've got about 45 minutes to get them in. If you're going to watch the Scotland match somewhere, either at home or out here in Germany, let us know with your WhatsApp voice notes. 03717 223344. So that's the usual number. But for your WhatsApp voice notes, 03717 223344. Or you can text us on 81089. Let us know how you think the game is going to go. You listen to Euro Game Day live on TalkSport, presented by Carling, UK's #1 lager. 18 plus. Please drink responsibly.
Euro Game Day live on TalkSport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus. Always drink responsibly.
You met with a stable boy, despite your father's orders. He hoisted you onto the saddle and you wrapped your arms around him, embracing his silent strength. He laid you down amongst the wildflowers. You experienced love like never before. While you were buying dishwasher salt, There's more to imagine when you listen. Discover heart-stopping romance titles on Audible. Subscription required. See audible.co.uk for terms.
It's 5 years of great value at Morrison's, with 2 for £15 or 3 for £21 on selected bottles of reds, whites, rosés and Prosecco. That's more to raise a glass to. Morrison's to shop at Morrison's. Majority of stores online, subject to availability. Exclude Scotland. Please drink responsibly. BM Steel, whatever the project, we've got it covered. Download the all-new BM Steel app for easy access to our extensive range of steel products, composite cladding, tools and workwear. Get app-only discounts and view our latest products, from stylish exterior paneling to industrial safety systems. Plus, use code TS10 to get an additional 10% off on our steel range via the app. BM Steel, more than steel. Download the app today or visit bmsteel.co.uk.
It's nice to be treated as an individual. That's why with an Aqua credit card, we give you a personalised credit limit that could grow as we get to know you. So you can feel confident on your credit building journey, knowing with an Aqua card it's tailored just for you. Aqua, the smart way to build better credit. Search Aqua card today. Representative 34.9% APR variable credit issued by New Day Limited, 18 or over, subject to status, terms apply.
If you bought a timeshare, did you really get what you expected? Or were you sold a dream that's now a nightmare? With high maintenance fees, loss of exclusivity, and limited availability, timeshare ownership for many is now just a liability. MyTimeshareClaim.co.uk has helped thousands of owners who are missold exit their contract and receive compensation. For advice and to find out more about your options, text timeshare to 78900.
As the biggest teams in Europe go head-to-head this summer, TalkSport and Carling have come together to make sure the UK is match-ready for the big games.
Brilliant football!
From expert pod pundits to on-the-sofa supporters, get your mates together anywhere and enjoy all the unbeatable football action.
Super entertainment. It is game on!
Make sure you're well on side and listen to Euro Game Day Live on TalkSport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus, always drink responsibly.
Euro Game Day Live, delivered by TalkSport with Burger King. What's better than a last-minute winner? A crispy chicken royale delivered straight to your door.
Euro 2024 Germany. Soccer punch your summer.
And it's gone in!
Tomorrow night from 8. Uninterrupted, on-location commentary of Albania versus Spain.
And it's a magnificent goal.
On TalkSport 2.
It is TalkSport. It's Euro Game Day Live, presented by Burger King. Bring home the ultimate food satisfaction. Get your favourites delivered. Now, we played an interview with you yesterday where you said your favourite was the bacon double cheeseburger, and that's mine too. I did not get this body by dodging the BK Lounge. I love a bacon double cheese.
It's unbelievable, isn't it? You can't beat that.
Ah, there is nothing better.
Well, there is. The XL.
Just waiting for it to be let's talk about Germany, Switzerland tonight, because that's also coming up on TalkSport 2. Kev Hatchard, commentator for that one. How you doing, Kev?
Yeah, really well, guys. How are we?
Yeah, really good. Germany are obviously through. Just talk to me about this and the other game as well, and how you see the Group A going, come the end of the night.
Yeah, I think Germany will do enough to make sure they keep top spot. I think Switzerland are dangerous, especially if they click into top gear. They've got so many experienced players. I mean, you've got guys like Jan Sommer, the goalkeeper, who's got 91 caps. You've got Shaqiri, Ricardo Rodriguez, Granit Xhaka have all got well over 100 caps. There's a lot of experience there. But I think Germany will have enough. It's really interesting that Julian Nagelsmann in his press conference yesterday, the Germany coach, made it quite clear he intends to then an unchanged lineup again, which I thought was bold. There were a lot of people in German media expecting him to make at least 2 or 3 changes. But the way he looks at it is that they want to maintain their rhythm, and if they lose players to suspension, well, that's fine. They've got a good enough squad to deal with that in the last 16. As for the Scotland-Hungary game, I think it's really tricky because I think Scotland obviously were much better against Switzerland than they were against Germany. Grant Hanley hitting the post, I felt that game was there to be won. They couldn't quite do it. Do you feel like Hungary are dangerous? I think they've been a bit unfortunate so far. They were rabbits in the headlights in the first half against Switzerland, but since then I think they've been a lot better.
Kev, I've got to actually go back to Germany. I want to speak to you about those because we had Andy Brassel on earlier and we were speaking about the Germany squad and how me and Aid felt that they were really strong going into this tournament and people almost ripped them off. Where do you stand in their performance in the first two games? Because I look at their squad from top to bottom and I can't see too many weaknesses.
I think there are issues. I think if you look at the Scotland game, none of those issues were examined because Scotland froze on the big night and Germany played very well. I think the big concern for me from a German point of view is not them going forward. They're great going forward. We know they've got quality in midfield with Tony Kroos. All that stuff's fine. I worry about them defensively as a unit. I think you can get at them. Manuel Neuer made some important saves against Hungary, but I don't think he's anywhere near his top level at the moment. I think he's been patchy since he came back from that really serious leg injury that he got skiing. And if you look at the game at the Bernabeu actually against Real Madrid, that was the kind of perfect encapsulation of Neuer right now, because he made a series of stunning saves to keep Bayern in it, and then made a routine error, which Hostel pounced on, and they managed to get the equaliser, and that turned the game. So I think there are concerns. I think there are more complete teams than Germany, but the one thing the others don't have is that incredible host nation ability to build momentum, get the country behind them, and really push.
Others don't have that pink and blue shirt, which is sensational.
Banger, isn't it? Absolute banger.
Isn't it? And do you know what? And I see more and more of them as the tournament started and they got off to a flight. You know that first game, you're not just winning the game, you're absolutely battering the opponent in the game. And I think what that's done, Kev, is that's meant a lot more Germany fans are believing, and it's a cliche, but they're believing that they can go far, if not win the tournament. And they suddenly realised, oh, well, hold on, we've got this white shirt, we always have a white shirt. This second shirt, this is something else. I'm even thinking about buying one because it's that good. So, shirt of the tournament without a doubt for me, that.
Yeah, it's tremendous. And I do think it's really caught the imagination. The actual kind of TV campaign for it was very good as well. Kind of talking about typical Germans and how maybe some people wouldn't go along with it and wouldn't like it, but it's really caught the imagination. And I think the team has. And I think it was really, really important to start well. We talked about that a lot in the build-up to the tournament. You've got to bear in mind, going into the March international break, the mood was pretty low. You know, they'd lost to Austria, they'd lost to Turkey at home. As we know, Turkey fans can make a game in Germany seem like a Turkey home game, and they absolutely did that in Berlin. And people wondered if Julian Nagelsmann would have the time to turn things around, but everything fell into place in March. They beat France in France, they beat the Netherlands, and it was the birth of this idea that Tony Kroos could come back, you could fit Florian Wirtz and Jamal Musiala in the same team, and have Kai Havertz as a centre forward. So everything he's done since then has worked perfectly.
Two questions. I know the answer to the first. Is it too late to steal Musiala back for England? Second one, actually, a real question. It's not so much about why it happened. The kid's from Stuttgart. He's born in Stuttgart. Okay. The one thing I don't really understand is that he was a Bayern Munich player. I know he was with Chelsea before, but he's a Bayern Munich player from a relatively young age, but still carried on playing for England's junior sides right up to under 21s. So, and that normally doesn't happen. Even if you qualify to play for a country abroad, you usually choose to play for the country where you are playing to avoid travel, etc. But he was living in Germany and choosing to play for England under 21, so that told me he was going to choose England eventually. He's gone with the country of his birth. You can't grudge him that. That's how it should be, really, if it's international football in its pure essence. But I remember speaking to Gareth Southgate about him before Southgate became England manager, and he said he really rated him, really loved him, good friends with Bellingham and all that. How on earth did it happen?
So the first answer is, it's too late. That's the first one.
We know.
Definitely too late. The second answer is kind of simple in a way. He's always talked about having two hearts. You know, he's got a heart that beats for England, a heart that beats for Germany. So he was on the fence, there's no doubt about it. But you imagine, in the Bayern dressing room, having Joshua Kimmich and Thomas Müller in your ear every single day saying, play for Germany, play for Germany, play for Germany. And that's what they did. They basically campaigned and campaigned and campaigned. I think that was a big part of it, because he loves being part of Bayern. He gets on really, really well with so many of the Bayern players and so many of the players in this Germany squad. And I think it was a close decision, the way he tells it. but he's just fallen on the side of Germany. I mean, Germany see him absolutely as the centrepiece of their team going forward. Bayern do as well. I'm always very amused to see transfer links and him being linked to Premier League clubs. I'd be very, very surprised if Bayern let that happen. So, yeah, I think Germany are very, very glad to have him and a little bit lucky to have him the way it went.
To be fair, Gareth will probably have him playing at left back anyway.
Oh,
so it's
low blow.
so it's probably
Brutal.
Brutal.
By the way,
These English nerds here that Harry Kane are talking about. These ex-players, honestly.
Before Darren asks his next question, what I will say is if I was lucky enough to be Jamal Musiala and have the talent he's got, and I'm in the Bayern dressing room, Thomas Muller and co and Kimmich are telling me to play for Germany, I'm playing for England just to annoy them. Absolutely. Darren, go on.
Okay, I want to ask you about Leroy Sané as well, because I'm a big fan of his, but ever since that first leg, I think it was against Arsenal, where he was brilliant, and he came off the injury, to me he hasn't looked the same. Now we're talking about Harry Kane, is he fit? Is he carrying that back injury still? Is he still carrying something, Sané? Because he hasn't had that same burst that I've seen for a long time.
Yeah, he's not fit, Darren. He's not fit. He had a knee problem earlier in the season, and Thomas Tuchel said he was kind of biting his way through that and kind of really playing because they needed him to play. And he's developed this pubic bone issue, and that's clearly been affecting him. Julian Nagelsmann's talked about this and said, look, we know that people expect Leroy to be fighting for the first team. We know there are high expectations of him to play in general, but they are managing his minutes and they are making sure that he could be a very important impact sub for them. I think what's interesting actually is if you think of the reputation that Sané, I think, has unfairly had sometimes in his career, his body language can look a little bit glum, he can look a little bit annoyed at times, but actually, you know, he's quite a collegiate guy, he's quite a bubbly guy at times, and he has said, look, I know I'm not ready for 90 minutes, so he's kind of accepting his role at the moment, and it could prove to be a very important role come the knockout stage.
Kev, have a good one tonight. Really great to speak to you as ever. Kev Hatchard on duty for Germany, Switzerland tonight. It's time now to cross over to our Carling correspondent who's capturing the fan builder to Scotland-Hungary.
The Carling correspondent on TalkSport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus, always drink responsibly.
And TalkSport's George Sexton-Clare is back in the UK. How's it looking, George?
Yes, thank you very much, Adrian and Benty. You join me here live at Box Park, Liverpool, under a beautiful Scouse evening tonight. The sun is out and shining. Of course, we're here ahead of Scotland versus Hungary. Scotland fans are starting to kind of filter in. I'm seeing a few Scotland shirts come in. But it's a huge game for the nation tonight over in Stuttgart. Of course, a chance of qualification for the Euros to the knockout rounds. And let's be honest, it's quite a good chance. Hungary haven't been a great side at this tournament. You know, there are problems for Scotland. Kieran Tierney being out is one of them. But Billy Gilmore came back into that side a few days ago, put in a fantastic performance. And there is real hope in this Scotland side for qualification. Stick with us through the night as we'll be talking to multiple Scotland fans, of course jubilant as they always are, the Tartan Army. And we'll be updating you on all the mayhem here. Thank you very much, boys.
Cheers, George. That was our Carling correspondent. Thanks to Carling 18 plus. Please drink responsibly.
The Carling correspondent on TalkSport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus, always drink responsibly.
We will hand you over to Hugh Woozencroft at 7.5 an hour until that show gets underway. Building up live from the stadium in Stuttgart for Scotland against Hungary. Crucial final game in Group A for the Scots. We'll have full commentary of the game from 8 as well, UK time. You're listening to Euro Game Day live on TalkSport. Presented by Burger King, bring home the ultimate food satisfaction. Get your favourites delivered now.
Euro Game Day live, delivered by TalkSport with Burger King. Save big with the $4.99 King Box. It's the ultimate match day lineup, featuring a barbecue double melt burger, chili cheese bites, fries, and a drink.
Pump number 5, please.
Sure, and if you're a BP Me Rewards member, you get double points on your fuel and shopping.
Oh, I forgot something. I'll have one of these, 2 of these. We're going to need a bigger basket.
With double BP Me Rewards points, you'll find yourself needing just about everything. So head to BP Sewell on the Go Charter Lanes. Fill up your tank and your basket so you can get those rewards double quick. BP, here for all of life's gems. T's and C's apply. Available at participating dealer-owned BP stores only. For details, see bpmerewards.co.uk/double points.
Plus, to enter, find and scan the hidden QR code and show them the complete form between 20th and 24th of June. 1 entry per person, 5 winners drawn at random. See website for price details and T's and C's.
Friends, Germans, football fans, lend us your ears. Der Fußball in Germany is here. Und natürlich, TalkSport Bet has got a tasty tournament load of top offers to check out, including
Scotland versus Hungary, Scotland to win, and McTominay to score, and be carded. Latest price 14 to 1, broadcast boosted price 16 to 1.
TalkSport Bet, back of the step broadcaster. Bring it on, bookie.
Terms and conditions apply. 18 plus, gambleaware.org. Access big trade deals and other Travis perks only with a Travis Perkins trade account. Like 18mm Indian sandstone from $18.95 per square metre and outdoor porcelain tiles for $24.95 per square metre. Bit of a mouthful.
What? 18mm Indian sandstone from $18.95 per square metre and outdoor porcelain tiles for $24.95 per square metre?
Yeah.
Nah.
Travis Perkins, doing what matters for the trade. Prices X 20% back.
Discover more big trade deals at travisperkins.co.uk. Terms apply.
All right, all right.
The future of eco-friendly gardening and landscaping is here. Introducing the Ego Pro X range of battery-powered outdoor power equipment. A super tough, super powerful range for the hard-working professionals, the landscapers, the groundsmen, and the gardeners who demand the best. Say goodbye to the noise, the fuss, and the fumes of petrol, and embrace a greener, cleaner solution. The Ego Power Plus Pro X range. Power beyond belief. Search Ego Pro X today.
Strength comes from confidence, both on and off the pitch. And confidence starts with self-care. Upgrade your game with Dove Men Plus Care Advanced 72-hour sweat protection antiperspirant deodorant and Dove Men Plus Care 24-hour nourishing body wash. Perfect for your post-match shower. Now available in new eucalyptus and mint long-lasting fresh fragrance. Let confidence last with Dove Men Plus Care. Proud partners of UEFA Euro 2024 Germany.
Get the biggest sports stories first and fast with the Backpage Review on TalkSport with Tesco Mobile for Business. Listen to TalkSport Breakfast every weekday morning from 6 for the latest breaking Backpage news, plus unbeatable reaction, opinion and comment. The Backpage Review on TalkSport with Tesco Mobile for Business. Join Tesco Mobile and get business phone bills for up to 40% less than the big mobile networks. Tesco Mobile, everything helps. For applicable terms and verification, see tescomobile.com/business.
Euro Game Day Live on TalkSport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus, always drink responsibly.
Bellingham was on the ball against Serbia.
Brilliant goal!
But there was something rotten in the state of Denmark.
They led, sat back, got caught, hung on, and it's finished 1-1.
Now, can England get a scent of the sweet smell of victory in Cologne? Slovenia awaits. And England expects.
Magnificent!
Hear full, uninterrupted commentary of England versus Slovenia, live from Germany.
It is game on!
England versus Slovenia.
This Tuesday night from 7 on Talk Sport.
Official broadcaster of UEFA Euro 2024 Germany.
Now, as we build up to Scotland, Hungary tonight, we've been asking you to tell us how you'll be watching the game this evening.
Come together on TalkSport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus, always drink responsibly.
Well, Steve and Mark have texted in on 81089. They're going to go to their local in Glasgow, and he's staying in and watching it with his family. And Chloe and Jess are watching it at their parents' house, expecting a Scotland win. All I can say is just try to enjoy it. Sometimes the nerves will be a little bit too much for you, but just try to enjoy it, and hopefully Scotland will see the victory through, and that will be enough, hopefully, for them to be one of the best third-place teams and through to the knockout stages. We shall see. Thanks to everyone that sent texts and voice notes today. That was all thanks to Carling. 18 plus, please drink responsibly.
Come together on TalkSport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus, always drink responsibly.
It's me, Adrian Durham, alongside former England striker Darren Bent, live from a sports bar in Dusseldorf. We'll take you to Stuttgart for the Scotland game in 25 minutes' time here on TalkSport. We're live on the YouTube channel as well. Just head there, check it out, and subscribe as well. Let's talk more about England. Three Lions captain Harry Kane has been speaking to the media today. Now, he's responded to criticism from the likes of former England striker Gary Lineker following England's uninspiring 1-1 draw with Denmark on Thursday.
What maybe ex-players or ex-players who are pundits now have got to realise is that it's very hard not to listen to it now, especially for some players who are not used to it or some players who are new to the environment. So yeah, I always feel like they have a responsibility. I know they've got to be honest and give their opinion, but also they have a responsibility of being an ex-player, an ex-England player that a lot of players looked up to, that, you know, people do care about what they say and people do listen to them. So like I touched on, everyone's got their opinion, but the bottom line is we haven't won nothing as a nation for a long, long time, and you know, a lot of these players were part of that as well, and they know how tough it is. So it's not digging anyone out, but it's just the reality that, you know, they do know that it's tough to play in these major tournaments and tough to play for England. But yeah, I'd never disrespect any ex-player. All I'd say is just, you know, remember what it was like to wear the shirt, and that their words are listened to, and you know, some of the lads, or I don't know how many of the lads, but you know, you do hear it, and we all want to win a major tournament. I'm sure they want us to win a major tournament, and yeah, being as helpful as they can and building the lads up with confidence would be a much better way of going about it.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting from the England captain Harry Kane there. He's basically not saying that all ex-England players have to just support this team. They have to back them. He's saying they can be critical, they can, as long as it's constructive. Now, just throwing out, you know, rude words about how England played, I don't think that's for ex-players to do. It's for fans get over-emotional. And what we look for from the likes of yourself, Darren, from Stuart Pearce, is constructive criticism, to turn that emotion, channel it into something that will help us understand exactly what's going on and what's going wrong and what's going right as well, as far as how England are playing. So we're watching it as fans, laymen, bewildered by how these brilliant players can play so badly. I think it's up to you guys who've been there, done it, to explain to us why that's going wrong, not to get as emotional as us, because we can do that, there's no problem. We're better at that than any ex-player. We're absolutely brilliant at that. We don't need ex-players to do that. We need you to be the intelligent, football-brained ones.
But you know what, and I think he spoke really well there, Harry Kane. I think he responded really well. But I think when you listen to what Gary Lineker said, I thought he was being constructive. I didn't think Gary Lineker said anything that was unwarranted. He just basically said that he didn't think Harry Kane's performances so far in this tournament had been up to scratch, and I think that's fair to say. I think a lot of people, we know how good Harry Kane is. Right, he's one of the best Premier League strikers of all time. We put him down as that. He's Spurs' all-time record goal scorer. He's England's all-time record goal scorer. He's just gone to the Bundesliga and scored 44 goals or something this season. His resume speaks for itself. So I think the fact that Gary Lineker came out and criticised and said that he needs to do more, I think that's fair. I do think certainly when you criticise or critique a player, like, as long as it's constructive, it's not personal. Like, when I've sat there before and I've listened to pundits around me when I played, and every ex-player hates it, and mate, it always hurts even more coming from someone who played the game. Yeah. Right? So if a regular fan said to me, "I bet you're rubbish," I'd go, "Yeah, whatever, just laugh it off." If an ex-player says it, it hurts. Yeah. Because you think, well, hold a second here. Clearly, you're seeing what I'm seeing. I know I'm not playing very well, but the fact that you've been in that game, that has probably had games where you've not played well, it's saying that to me, it hurts even more. But I get it. He wants us to build him up, and listen, we're trying to be positive, but at the end of the day, the performances in the first two games, from what we had all expected, because before this tournament, as an ex-player, I was really excited. I looked at the season Jude Bellingham had, I looked at the season Phil Foden had, I've seen Declan Rice, me being an Arsenal fan, all season, been fantastic. Saka. You've got Mark Gay, who I think has been an absolute revelation since he got into the England team. I think he's been brilliant. Kyle Walker, who I've said for the longest time, is arguably, not even arguably, in my opinion, England's greatest ever right back. We've got so many players that have had such good seasons that I was really excited. I just expected more, and unfortunately in the performances, yes, we've got 4 points on the board, and you can't kind of gloss over that. We have won a game and drawn one, which means we sit 4 points at the top of the table. The performances haven't been great, and when you look at what's to come, the test, you look at like of Germany, look really good, Italy, Spain, France, not yet, but you look like at any given moment they could go. You just fearful a little bit, because this was our moment. I felt like with this squad of players, I'm like, wow, this is it. I think we can actually do it. And when you look at the two blockbuster performances, and you're like, oh, really? Is this what we've come to expect? They're better than that. And I know it's criticism, and they'll hate hearing it, but the only reason why we're disappointed is because we expect so much more because of what they've shown us all season.
100% correct. I think one of the issues on this specific debate, because you're right, I think there was a lot of constructive criticism with it, is when you drop in a word, or a rude word, an expletive even. If you start dropping F-bombs left, right and centre, if you start, I'm not saying Gary Lineker did that, but if you start being sweary in the middle of it all, this is the vogue on certain podcasts. And I think some of these guys who speak very well, generally, when they're allowed freedom to say what the hell they like on a podcast, they'll get quite sweary. But I think that devalues the constructive criticism that they bring. So as soon as you take it to a base level, with a word you wouldn't use on telly, for example, I think that suddenly it becomes something very different. It can sound quite nasty. It can sound like you're really wanting to have a bit of a pop. It can possibly sound personal. And I don't even think you want it to sound personal. My view would be, even on a podcast, just keep it constructive, keep it intelligent, keep it smart, and keep it the way it would be on TV. You might be able to say, you know, a bit more because you've got more room on a podcast, more freedom to speak. It's very rigid on TV with timings, etc. You'll know that, having worked in TV. But I just don't see the need to go down to sweary levels that fans do. And I understand why fans do, because they maybe had a beer or six and they get very emotional about it. And I'm among that number. However, if you're an ex-player, I think you've got to bear in mind what Harry just said, that you wore the shirt. There were tournaments that Lineker, Shearer, etc. played in where they were truly terrible.
I was in a team that didn't even qualify, 2008. Yeah. I was there, do you know what I mean? So I fully understand that. And he made a good point that to wear that England shirt is heavy. Like, it's tough, because the pressure that comes with, even though we haven't won in 66, the pressure that I always found that came with wearing that England shirt was sometimes too much to bear. I only felt part of it, and I said this many a time before on Talksport, I only felt truly comfortable and part of that England squad when I scored my first goal. And that took me, 4 or 5 years, maybe even longer than that, to get my first goal. But once I scored the first goal, I felt more comfortable. Before that, I almost felt like every squad that was in, every training session, I was on trial. Like, trying to justify why being in the squad. So that was just the pressure in itself.
Yeah, really interesting. I remember in 2010, the World Cup, Rooney coming off the pitch after a really poor game, saying it to the camera, having a go at the fans for booing. That's one thing. For an ex-England player to then have a go at a current England tournament player in a way that's, you know, not particularly nice, not constructive. You know, I think that's Paul. Keep it constructive, keep it clean. Yeah. And I think that everybody will say, yeah, fair enough, you can't argue with what he's saying. It's time for this.
Footy Filament on Talksport with Burger King. Satisfy your burger craving with the ultimate flame grilled experience delivered to your door. Order your Burger King delivery now.
And we teamed up with Burger King to look at tournament predictions and Dream England squads with Sean Wright Phillips.
Something we've spoken a lot about with the Burger King before is that kind of camaraderie. Some Southgate's done really well. The Blues will get them, but they all get on really well. We've obviously had women players because of that kind of club rivalries affected the kind of golden generation. Is that maybe the one big difference this team has going for them, that they've teamed up really good mates to get on?
Yeah, I would say that would play a major factor in it. I think it's not as when we was growing up. You never really chilled with another teammate from another team. Whereas, it wasn't, if you bumped into them, you bumped into them or you just chatted on the phone. Whereas now they will actually meet up and hang out or go for dinners together. So maybe that might have an element in it. But I think what people forget is good as our team is, or was, you've got to understand that France's team is just as good. Germany's team, without that back coach, is just as good. So they're coming up against the best Germans, the best French, and so on. So it's a hard competition, whereas the Euros or the World Cup, they have to be the most perfect. You will score every 11. We spoke to you before we came on, and I love Sean Wright Phillips being the starting 11. But you know what? Do you want to go from top to bottom? And say, well, you were in charge, and so you're 11. I think a lot of people love the attacking aspect of your England 11. At the minute, I have to go Pickford because Holt's not been playing, he's been injured. Ramsdale hasn't been playing either, so he would be the obvious selection at this moment in time. But then I would play Stones and Kyle Walker and the two centre backs. I'd obviously play Trent right back. My left back, depending on who was fit, I think I would have to go Luke Shaw. Jude Bellingham and Declan Rice, that's the two sitting in front of the defenders. Jude will obviously venture, but that's his position. Phil Foden in front of him. Obviously Harry Kane, Saka, and it's it's hard. I think I'm going to go for my left winger. I'm going to either go Jack Grealish or Gordon. Where do you stand with the manager, Gareth Southgate? There's some talk of potentially this could be his last tournament. Kind of the job he's done so far, what have you made of that? And would you like to see him carry on after this tournament, or is it very much depending on how we do in this tournament? Managers have ways to manage, I think. I think there's a lot of people out there, or including myself, because I'm an attacking player. I want to see our attackers just be let off the reins and do what they do. He's manager for a reason. Since I've been alive, he's possibly been the best English manager we've ever had in the competition where he's got us to. So sitting here now, I'd say, yeah, definitely want him to stay and be England manager, because if he keeps getting us to finals after finals, one day we're going to win one of them.
Well, that is the hope. Sean Wright Phillips with some really interesting views there. Thanks to Burger King.
Fulfillment on Talk Sport with Burger King. Satisfy your burger craving with the ultimate flame grilled experience delivered to your door. Order your Burger King delivery.
I was really intrigued, just very quickly, Darren, on him saying you want Carl Walker at centre-back with Stones in a 2, not Carl Walker in a 3, and then Trent at right-back. I was fascinated by that. I've not heard too many say that.
I said I'd hoped for that. Before I saw the performances of Gahey, certainly for England in the first 2 games, I would have, in crisis mode, I would have put Carl Walker, because he has to play along that back line somewhere. So I probably would have opted for him next to John Stones. He knows him from his City side.
Good point, yeah.
But Gahey surprised me. He has been, wow, incredible.
Yeah, he has been one of the England stars of the tournament, no doubt about it. Listen to Euro Game Day live on Talksport, presented by Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus, please drink responsibly. 15 minutes till we take you to Stuttgart for Scotland-Hungary live on Talksport.
Euro Game Day live, delivered by Talksport with Burger King. Get the ultimate food satisfaction this half-time with the flame-grilled bacon double cheeseburger XL. Order now on the Burger King app.
Coke number 5, please.
Sure, and if you're a BP Me Rewards member, you get double points on your fuel and shopping.
Oh, I forgot something. I'll have one of these, 2 of these. We're going to need a bigger basket.
With double BP Me Rewards points, you'll find yourself needing just about everything. So head to BP Saul on the Go Chunterlays. Fill up your tank and your basket so you can get those rewards double quick. BP, here for all of life's gems. T's and C's apply. Available at participating dealer-owned BP stores only. For details, see bpmerewards.co.uk/double points.
A big fanfare at the big unveiling of our new 2024 lineup. Big oohs and big ahs. With the all-new 7-seat Skoda Kodiaq that's big on space, and the all-new Skoda Superb that's big on luxury. Jump in at your local retailer for some big fun with a chance to win big prizes. A big family weekend away, British Grand Prix tickets, VIP Carfest day tickets, and more. The Skoda Big Launch Event. UK 18 plus to enter, find and scan hidden QR code and show them a complete form between 20th and 24th of June. 1 entry per person, 5 winners drawn at random. See website for prize details and T's and C's.
Celebrate 125 years of Morrison's Market Street with 2 salmon or tiger prawn skewers for £5. Freshly prepared in-store by your fishmonger. Morrison's to shop at Morrison's. Majority of stores, subject to availability. Online may vary. Prawns and salmon 80 grams, £3 each, ends 23rd of June.
European Championship. Who do you fancy? Gotta be England. Hey, what you got there?
Bet UK got 3 free bets to use across the tournament.
Nice.
Yeah, I just signed up to Bet UK and I got £30 in free bets when I bet a tenner.
Bet UK. Love that. You're picked for Golden Boot though. Oh, come on. Head to Bet UK. Bet £10 and get £30 in free bets. Bet UK. It's for the UK bets.
New customers only, £10 minimum bet. Minimum odds and T's and C's apply. 18 plus, please gamble responsibly.
On match days, I kept waking up at 3:33. That got me thinking. I made 3 changes to my fantasy football team. Stirred my tea 3 times. Then, for the 3 p.m. kick-off, I text my mates and dropped 3 memes in the group chat. After all that, guess what? We took 3 points home. 3 can't guarantee your team will win, but we can guarantee you'll be on the UK's fastest 5G network. Football needs a big network. Fastest 5G based on Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q3, Q4 2023. See 3.co.uk/big network.
Euro Game Day live, delivered by Talksport with Burger King. Get the ultimate food satisfaction this half-time with the flame-grilled bacon double cheeseburger XL. Order now on the Burger King app.
Soccer punch your summer. Let's go!
Euro gets you closer to the action. Kick it up, kick it in, kick it on.
Euro Game Day live with Adrian Durham and Darren Bent
On Talk Sport.
Well, thousands and thousands of Scotland fans have descended on Germany over the last 2 weeks, and while many Tartan Army fans have got tickets to the game, many are just here soaking up the atmosphere, watching it in one of the many bars or in the fan parks. TalkSport's Angelina Kelly's out speaking to some of those Scotland fans. Whereabouts are you, Angelina?
I am here just in Schlossplatz, which is the largest square in Stuttgart. They really have gone all out for the fans. We've got 3 fan parks, it's all going on, and we've got some Scotland fans here. Well, I've got a Scotland fan here. Scott the Scotland fan, how are you feeling going into this game?
Confident, gonna do it. Hungry, not very good against Germany.